Sights on the bungle. Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready. Facing the most that I can do, come better and sharpest on the shutter. Don't I don't herbs eye. You bitch probably didn't see me, but a bird's eye view. It's alive, your head spin. Stop walking the one way to a fucking dead end. But the yellow, coward hard. Get the gasoline candle, get the fucking fire started. Your heart jump like a big drum pump. You better meet the alligator in the swamp. Here I go, 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 here I go. Oh, no, man, right there. You motherfuckers know about rap. Who put you on the map? No, y'all niggas that fuck with my damn. Here I go, man, right here. Here I go, here I go. Damn. All out. What you be doing? Rhyme saying, straight suckers on hoes on niggas on burn this thing. I got them praying the man can't. Ask them ho, I ain't crying, but they want to be. Never turning the cheek, cock back like Mad Max and knock a one at the fucking teeth. G in the shit, executioner. B.O.B. is the guillotine, my life on the food. I hit on the food. After this ass, I had to sip it no chicken noodle. Your ass getting fucked by your women from my shoulders. Bitch, at night don't go swimming, just if it do, you do. I'm trying to be the king of the Looney Tunes. That's assassin, while I'm smashing, kicking ass with a passion. Mr. Cole's on the road. Just that cold with another nigga couldn't touch me with a bad hole. Wanna fight Iron Mike, but you're too damn light. Like a knife, I rip it from your ass to your appetite. Gangsta, gangsta. Fuck it out, I'm the foreign minister on brag flag. On the battle, bring a body back. I'm only needed to carry your stupid ass. I'm served, time to serve rhymes. I heard like words of King George the Third. I'm proceed to mislead and speak, hold out G. If I was to sour like Johnny Appleseed, I am true. Hoes call me smooth, bitch, I'm smooth. Watch your fucking attitude, rap from the back. Curves like a Mac, I'm like a black cat on the trail of a fat rat. You're gonna overdose and choke all these rhymes I wrote. Somebody said that you were looking for me. Here I go, 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 here I go. I'm running straight up your throat. Like a coyote on a goat. Nobody knows you spend me like a hoe. You know, you hoe. Can I find an antidote when I start with slow? Make our heroes huff, puff, and bluff. Come touch this rough stuff and get cuffed. Snuff, buff, and scuff. You can't get with this on witness. I'm bad to it. I fuck you up with the quickness. I paid my dues. I'm bad news to fools. I choose to lose. Fuck the rules. I wreck Buku Cruise. But the words I use, I use to heal. Screaming and singing the blues. You've been childish. I never bled in the battle. I refuse to bruise. You can bring your whole posse, bitch. I still won't lose. I stop your whole staff. Bust on a bloodbath. Fucking rip brass. Break you in half and last snap. Serve you back. Give you and curve you. Think about them words, you fucking nerds. You tried to bribe me, rob me, dodge me. fucking fight, making money on my hobby. Reason them up, got them up, body them up. Put up, wanna fight, bitch, put them up. How that son, come get knocked down. The laws I throw, bitch, you won't last around. I bet, let's see what we can fuck with next. Step that ass into the ring, and I'ma jab it to death. Cause I'm the mad black prince of the south. And you run up, don't get knocked the fuck out. Around, over, go, we can go. Cause you really looking for ass whooping. Here I go, 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 here I go.
For us, James Hardy has.
Yo. How's everybody doing here tonight, man? Shout out to everybody for coming through to my channel. Welcome. I want to give a special shout out. to my YouTube wife right there, Cashel. Matter of fact, if you all don't mind, go and subscribe to Cashel's channel. She talks about fitness. She talks about her natural hair journey. And look at it. Don't she look gorgeous? Go check out, man. Go check out. I want to give a shout out to my homegirl, love her to death, Morena Reyes. I want to give a shout out to Blood Moon. I see you in here, Blood Moon. What's up, Blood Moon? What you up to? Shout out to Blood Moon. Shout out to Uncommon Sense with Jose Negron. That's my YouTube dad right there. So shout out to you, Jose. Want to give a shout out to everybody for stopping through, man. Really appreciate it. We're going to have a lot of subjects tonight that we're going to cover. We're going to be covering the fresh and fit situation as far as them getting called out for their racism, which is not a surprise to me. We're going to be covering Megan Thee Stallion and her breakup with her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend. We're going to be covering Lizzo, how Lizzo is saying she wants to quit music now because of the phobic comments that she has been dealing with online. And we're also going to be covering the condition of Jamie Foxx. Now, for everybody that knows, I'm a big Jamie Foxx fan. I grew up on Jamie Foxx ever since In Living Color. And it really, saddens me to see him in the condition that he's in right now due to, the COVID-19 shot. I know a couple of people that was saying that they was not going to take this shot. And I definitely understand why. We're also going to be covering the Miss Jacky Oh subject as far as, rest in peace to the young lady who was the longtime girlfriend and partner of DC Young Fly. For you all that's not familiar with DC Young Fly, he's a comedian that, got to start on the internet. And he's big on a lot of different, internet channels. And he was also on Wild 'N Out with Nick Cannon. And he's a very good friend of Nick Cannon. So, my heart goes out to that brother. I know he's lost, his partner and the mother of his child. And much love and respect to that brother. And I understand that it's a dark time in his life and he's going to have a difficult time, getting through. So let's start, man. Let's start on the fresh and fit situation. Now, me personally, I'm not a fresh and fit fan. I've never been a fresh and fit fan. I've seen clips here and there, but I've never tuned into the complete show that they have on their channel. I understand, they came up during the time of the, red pill movement on YouTube, which I actually do follow. And they was able to blow up off of that. But the situation with the red pill, the situation with Fresh and Fit, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all. But we're gonna get into it, man. We're gonna get into it, which we're gonna play a clip from Fresh and Fit to understand these guys' views and actually where they come from and how they actually feel about my people, which is Black Americans. So we're going to get into it. So yeah, let's get into it, man.
To, you know, become great in this country, and then in the process of that sacrifice, it's like African Americans start getting shitted on by the same people that they sacrificed for them to get here.
Yo, you're funny, bro.
Fair use, fair use.
When did we ever make fun of the civil rights movement or anybody that helped
He's trolling.
Black people achieve equality in the United States?
You trolling, right? Are you serious, bro?
No, I'm not trolling at all. I'm not trolling at all. I mean, the narrative is that, I mean, y'all don't talk about, you have said that Black Americans are lazy, that they're soft, that they're pussy, and they're bitches, to put it in verbatim.
Well, that is not verbatim because I never said all Black people are like that. I just said I said the Black community likes to take on the victim mindset a lot of the times as to, you know, civil injustices and use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. Which is true.
Okay.
You can't sit there and blame systematic racism and all these other stupid ass social buzzwords for why you're not where you want to be. You can't. When you have people that come into this country that don't even speak a lick of English, that end up owning businesses, end up making that money, end up becoming millionaires, etc., and people over here crying about, oh, systematic racism. Oh my God, no, this is fucked up. I don't get the same opportunities. You got people coming here from China, from Africa, from foreign countries that can't even speak the language, and they figure it out. What's your excuse? That's all I'm saying. But what I am saying is that we can't sit here and cry about the past, about what happened. We got to become better and understand that we got to look at the opportunities that we do have versus what we don't have. And people like to use that as an excuse for why they're not where they want to be. And I'm here to say that's fucking bullshit, bro. That's bullshit.
I'm a victim.
Like, we really got to get out of this victim mindset, because here's the thing. I'm telling y'all what the other races think about us, and they laugh behind the scenes. They ain't going to tell you that, though. But if someone's got to tell the uncomfortable truth, it ain't going to be white people. I'll tell y'all right fucking now. White people in the background, they laughing. Yo, these fucking black guys, man. Oh, these black people, all they do is cry and complain. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, they're buying more Jordans. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, they're buying more designer. Ho, 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 ho. Like, they're laughing at you niggas, bro. Because they look at it like, yo, these fucking guys, all they do is cry and complain about their situation, and they don't necessarily want to be better, blah, blah, blah. And they just laugh about it. They'll never say it out in public, of course, because they don't want to be called racist or bigots or whatever. But I'll call it out because, yo, too many people have a victim fucking mindset. I'm saying what a lot of people wish they could say, but they can't because they're not colored, so they can't say this shit. You can't talk on black community situations because you ain't black. Okay,
Let's pause it right there. Let me just let me cover some of the things, because this is actually not the video. This is a video prior to that. This man had the nerve to sit here and say that, oh, they're not colored, so they can't speak on it. First off, Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines is a Sudanese Arab. Myron is not his real name. If Myron was so proud into his culture and being who he is and embracing himself, why did he change his name to a more quote-unquote American name? And for anybody that don't know, this man is not black. I'm sure he may have some African ancestry, but the only reason I'm saying he don't identify with black people. And if you know anything about the history of Sudanese Arabs are very, very racist towards black people in Sudan. The Dinka tribe. Do your research. Actually, they were very major players within the Arab slave trade. So it doesn't surprise me that he has this mindset. Morena says, okay, he's saying us, right, Kim? So he's including himself in the community. He's saying us, Morena, for damage control. That's the only reason he's saying us. He's not saying us as in the sense that, oh, I'm included with black Americans. He's not saying that. He's not saying that at all. Majority of the times what this dude is saying right now, as far as other people come here and they can't speak a lick of English, what's your excuse? Yeah, that's because other people come here and they got all types of fucking loans that's set aside to them. They have a whole community of people that's built things off of having set asides and loans due to legislative actions that's built for them. So they don't have to speak. They don't have to speak English. The whole narrative that most immigrants come here without nothing is it's a myth. It's a myth. Because it wouldn't be any way that a lot of people would be coming here if it wasn't a situation where they can get a leg up and actually build and establish any type of businesses. If you're such a major player and you're such a big person within your culture and your community, how come you couldn't make it work at home? How come you couldn't make it work at home? If there's no such thing as far as a victim mindset that people like to say Black Americans have, it shouldn't be no reason you would have to leave home in order to come here to the United States to try to get involved with what the United States has going on within our country for a decent living. There's no way you should. You shouldn't. You should be able to get together with people at home, get involved with what's going on with your government, get resources, and build up your communities there. But we're going to let Byron finish speaking. So,
If I'm not a mathematician, I can't say 1 + 1 is 2. No, we got to operate in objective reality here and pull our fucking feelings out of it. A lot of people are living in poverty that happen to be colored because of their own fucking choices, not because of their color of their skin or where they grew up socioeconomically or anything else like that. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all niggas. I dealt with all the same shit you did. And I'm not going to sit here and cry about, oh, systematic oppression, oh, this other fuck shit. Stop being a fucking pussy, man. That's what it comes down to, because I've suffered the same shit you guys have, and I chose not to. Matter of fact, I have even more excuses, because not only did I get it for being Black, I also got it for being Muslim. I also got it from speaking Arabic. I also got it because the way I look. So I was being made fun of, being called a fucking terrorist on one end, and then also being called a fucking black guy on the other end, and being made fun of for being both. So I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. Okay? Because if the KKK comes after me, they get like a double kill, triple kill. Y'all niggas over here crying, oh my God, oh, this is fucked up. You're not even Black. Shut the fuck up. Because the same people that oppress us, the police, the white people, the man, they look at me as Black too. The difference between me and you is that I don't use that as a fucking excuse for why I'm not where I want to fucking be. I use that.
So I'm going to pause that right there. So, yeah. Yeah, Blood Moon. Yeah, I can, actually. I definitely can compare. And the reason I can compare, because we're talking about a victim mindset. If you can't make it back home, I don't understand where this whole victim mindset mentality comes from. Because if you can make it here, you should be able to make it back home. If it's not about a victim mindset and all of this shit that Byron is sitting here talking. And Byron, first off, Myron is full of shit. He's completely full of shit. The things that he's saying. And as far as he's talking about crying and all of this other thing, first off, a lot of Black people handle their motherfucking business. When we speak about business that revolves around us with political, in terms of political and different things like that, we don't include these other groups. It's these other groups that come to the United States, and then all of a sudden they want to sit here and they want to think that they're so much better because they've actually had loans set asides and different loopholes that they can actually do in order to operate from a business standpoint. Where a lot of Black people that have tried constantly over and over again get loans to start up businesses to create more wealth within these impoverished communities are always denied these loans. But let's hear what this woman has to say. I'll get back to Byron, but we'll listen to what this lady has to say. So
Yes, this is really important. Asian Americans were redlined from opening businesses in white neighborhoods because white people didn't want Asian Americans operating in their neighborhoods and didn't want Asian Americans profiting off of white people. But because the positionality of Asian Americans is weaponized to oppress Black people, Asian Americans were being given loans to open businesses in Black communities, even though Black people were not able to receive loans to open businesses in their own communities. And as I've said before, as a result of this, Black wealth is essentially paid out twice when it goes to Asian American businesses. Once when the individual pays for the goods or services, and then again when the Asian American business owner removes the profit from the community. Because usually people open businesses in their own communities, and this is mutually beneficial, where the business owner is making a livelihood off of providing goods and services to their community. And by being a member of Yes, this is really important. Asian Americans were redlined from opening businesses in white neighborhoods because white people.
There you go. And I'm not saying this to disrespect anybody. Most of y'all know I'm not. Most of y'all know I'm not like that. I'm not doing this to disrespect anybody. I got love for everybody. But the problem is with people like Myron Gaines, he's the reason why you have ADOS and FBA. People like that are the reasons why you have ADOS and FBA, because a lot of the shit that a lot of people have been pretty much migrating to the United States, and due to the little bit of crumbs that the United States give them, they turn around and they want to shit on people that's here, knowing perfectly well we would not be able to do that in anybody else's country. We can't do that in nobody else's country. You don't understand the politics. You don't understand the history. You don't know a goddamn thing, but yet you come over here, step foot over here on where we've been fighting, putting in blood, sweat, and tears for decades, and then have the nerve to think that you're better than us because you got some fucking crumbs from the United States government, and they told you to stay away from niggas over there. And you're coming from a country where everything is no resources, is lack of anything to make a decent living. Actually, she's pretty accurate. She's pretty accurate with what she's saying. She's pretty accurate with exactly what she's saying. My thing is that a lot of Black people have fought decades and decades for proper education. They fought decades to get proper loans to create businesses. We've been fighting decades to get different laws that's been changed that has hindered us for generations and generations. So I don't understand with certain people on them not like, well, I understand because as long as it's a situation where you can go up against Black people and you don't have to feel like you're at the bottom or you feel associated with the winning team, that's the choice that you're going to make, especially if you're coming from a desperate situation. I want to go back to something Morena said. Morena said, America has its opportunities that other countries do not have. This is an immigrant country. Yeah, it is an immigrant country, Morena. It was only for white European immigrants prior to the 1960s, which is why most people was not here during that time. Until the laws changed after what? The Civil Rights Movement. But prior to that, it was only white immigrants that was coming in here. Italians, Irish, Polish, Lithuanians, no people of color. And the Chinese that was here, a lot of the times they were subject to Black communities where they opened up their businesses. And that's at one time they worked side by side with Black Americans until they realized that, you know, hey, we can get further if we shit on these people, which is exactly what they did. But it's so many more nuances to what I'm saying as far as people with this whole victim mindset. If you didn't have a victim mindset, you would make it work back home How is it opportunities here, but there's no opportunities back home? But when we're going through our shit and we're trying to fight different situations here that has been put into place, such as laws and policies and a lot of different shit that we go through, but all of a sudden we're complaining. The nerve. And people wonder why, you know, you have a Tariq Nasheed and you have these different people. And I'm not a Tariq Nasheed fan. Some of the things I agree with, all of the name calling, I don't agree with that at all. But people wonder why people like this exist. Yeah. Let's get back. Let's get back to Myron over here. So
that shit is motivation. A lot of you motherfuckers, just quite frankly, you don't got heart, man. You don't got fucking heart. You're a fucking bitch.
A person that left home telling the only people that is known to fight in this land that we don't have heart. I find that interesting.
You're a pussy. You want to cry about your situation. You're out here fucking living on food stamps, got Section 8 housing and all this other shit. Why you gotta approve? I'm just chilling. Oh, man, yeah, I'm doing. Fuck out of here, bro. Stop crying. I went through the same shit and I made something to myself. I grew up in a poor household with foreign parents that didn't even fucking speak English, making $8 an hour. My fucking dad getting robbed by people, being a cabbie in New York City. I don't want to hear no fucking excuses. None.
Who the fuck are you to sit there and say what you don't want to hear, like your word actually matters? Because let's just keep it real. Everyone eats off of the umbrellas of black people. Everybody. Everything that black people have fought for, all of the rights, all of the laws, they eat off of that. You fucking think you will even be able to stand on your own in this country as a Sudanese Arab? Give me a fucking break. And that's obvious. But see, this is why a lot of the times you have people that don't trust the whole people of color spectrum. And I can definitely understand that. And to a certain extent, I do agree with that. Not for individuals that fuck with us. I love the people that are good people within other groups and everything like that. But people like this, and we got our bad apples. And I'm going to get on my group for a minute because this is our fault. This is our fault for making motherfuckers like this feel so comfortable that he think he can come in here and he can actually voice all of this different falsehoods about black Americans. That's our fault because we do a lot of infighting, and a lot of the times, a lot of the lack of unity that we have, we don't understand that a lot of these other groups, it is no empathy for our situation. Therefore, in certain situations, I'm sorry, I don't have any empathy for anybody else. If you can't understand our situation, anything like that. So when you have a person like DeSantis, or you have different people like that, that's doing what they're doing, my empathy goes out of the window. Because you have people like this who get in here, and he won't say this shit about the Jewish community. He won't say this shit about any other community, the Asian community, because there's ramifications behind it. That's why it's important for black Americans to understand that we're all we have, and we have to actually start working together as far as legislation and getting, you know, on the same page on the political landscape. Otherwise, you got people like this. He's actually built his career off of being in black spaces. It's not a fucking thing that the Sudanese has done for him. The Sudanese Arabs, I quote. So let's finish hearing what Myron has to say.
That's all you motherfuckers do is cry, bro. That's all they do on fucking Twitter. Well, I'm really black because my parents were here in 1945 and they know Martin Luther King. Shut the fuck up. That's why foreigners come to this country and laugh at you niggas, bro. Real talk. Chinese people come to this fucking country. You know what they do? They open up a fucking Chinese food spot in the hood. The Indian people, they go open up a convenience store in the hood. The Arabs, they come into the United States. They go put a fucking liquor store in the hood, and them niggas can't even drink. They laughing at you, stupid fucks, because you guys come into the store. Oh, hey son, let me get a pack of Hennessy. Yo, I only got.
You're absolutely right, Morena. The white man did set it up that way. You're absolutely correct. But the funny thing about it is nobody else is fighting against that but black people. Only black people. Because at the end of the day, nobody's going to go against the grain if they feel that it benefits them. So at the end of the day, we the only people that call white people out. We're the reasons why white people can't do the shit that they've been doing historically in this country. We're the only reasons behind that. Nobody else call white people out that does anything to their community. They don't. We just saw a video of a racist white guy in Arizona slapping this Hispanic lady. And nothing was done about it. He got off free. The men in her community didn't check him, didn't beat the living daylights out of him, which is what they should have done. And he goes on about his business. Anytime that it's a problem with white people, black people are the only people that step up. Nobody else. And I get it. I understand it. It's a situation where you're coming from another place. You're trying to just take advantage of the opportunities. I get that. I understand that. You want to keep your head low. You don't want to get involved in that. But everybody always feels so comfortable to shit on black people or get involved in speaking negative about us. But you don't have the heart to go at these motherfuckers who will blatantly be disrespecting you and your culture in front of your face. But anything that got to do with us, you know. Let's finish hearing what Byron has to say. Or Myron, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Got 20 on me right now, bro. I know it's 50, but yo, do it. Hook a brother up. No, come back again with the money. They laugh at you niggas because you guys were born here with the opportunity and they're making a killing off you stupid fucks because you guys speak English, born here, raised here, U.S. citizenship, and you're still a fucking loser. Going into a foreign nigga store, buying the fucking alcohol, crying and complaining about why you're not where you want to be, but you're drunk all the time off of fucking Hennessy. That's the truth in the black community. That's the fucking truth. You choose to be a fucking loser, okay? And I don't want to hear nothing because if I get pulled over by the police versus you get pulled over by the police, the only difference is that I'm not going to be a fucking retard. I know how to move. I'm going to tell him, how you doing, officer? I'm going to keep my fucking hands on the steering wheel. I'm not going to call him a fucking dirty pig and say other stupid shit. I'm going to walk off with no ticket. Your dumb ass is going to get in trouble because you want to sit there arguing with the police and say, defund the police, fuck the police, yeah. You create your reality based off of how you fucking behave, based off of how you act. Okay? So stop fucking crying about the situation. Yes, does police brutality exist? Yes. Are police biased towards black people? Yes. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to add fuel to the fire and act like a fucking dumbass, pull out your phone and say, oh, you fucking racist pig?
Okay, I ain't going to lie. Part of that I agree with. If you're in a situation where you're getting pulled over by the police, it's best to remain as calm as possible and don't do anything to incite the situation. But we all know a lot of the times too, sometimes that shit don't even work. You have certain people that can turn around and shoot up a whole fucking school and they get arrested and go in without a hair touching on their body versus a motherfucker that just was reaching and turn around and get fucking 9 to 8, 9, 10, 11 shells in his body. So Philando Castile is your perfect example. So, but yeah, people like this, man. People like this is the problem. People like this is why you have people like Tariq Nasheed. Let's just keep it real. This didn't come out of nowhere. This did not come out of this did not come out of nowhere. And we wonder why, we dealing with this. But he's turning around and he's making money off our culture. He's making money off our culture. And it's our fault because we allowed motherfuckers like this into the door, which is a big fucking problem.
They're human beings too. And if they can fuck you over for you acting like an idiot, they fucking will. All right? It's your choice to operate in reality. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't commit crimes. Don't put yourself in precarious situations. Don't fucking do stupid shit. Don't do drugs. Don't drive drunk. But guess what? That takes what? Accountability. No one wants to be fucking accountable anymore.
Say word.
It's amazing to me how many of you motherfuckers are fucking soft, bro. Fucking soft. Fat, triple chin, looking like shit, fucking doing drugs all the time, drinking alcohol, not going to school, not fucking getting a job, and you wonder why you're a fucking loser, why the police look at you crazy. Because you're not worthy of being fucking respected. And then your dumbass has the audacity, you fucking pig, fuck you.
Where you get the nuts, bro? Tariq just makes immigrants hate Americans. That's all right. That's all right, Blood Moon. Because at the end of the day, when Black Americans start swinging back, then all of a sudden it's bloody murder. All of a sudden, he called us tethers and all of this other stuff, which I don't agree with. But if I was to compare what Tariq says to most of the shit that I've heard online, people have to say about Black American men, especially, it don't even compare. It don't even compare. And the nerve of this motherfucker to say anybody is soft. But I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna drop a link for anybody that wants to come on. And we'll actually talk about it. But this is not the video, which I'm going to show the video a little bit later. But this is not the video that they're in hot water for right now. There's the link for anybody if they want to join. The situation with Tariq, it's funny how, like I said, I don't agree with all of the name calling, anything like that. Tethers are those Black men who are incarcerated, those who keep blaming the white men for their situations. Well, first and foremost, Blood Moon, that's not true. That's not true at all. What causes crime in the community, Blood Moon? What causes crime in the DR? What causes crime in Haiti? What causes crime in Brazil? That's the thing. Let's be honest about that. What causes crime? Why does crime exist? Why did the mafia exist? Why did any criminal organizations exist? Why do they exist? Anytime you have a person that is in desperate needs of resources, or a community lacks resources or any type of finances, people resort to crime. That's exactly what happens. And it doesn't matter what community that is. Any type of community that lack resources or people barely getting by, they're going to resort to crime. Blood Moon said crime exists because their parents didn't discipline them enough. Parental neglect. It's people that's been beaten by their parents and been disciplined, and you know what they became, Blood Moon? Better criminals. They just knew how to do things smarter. But you're right, discipline is definitely a big factor. Most people on this planet are poor. Most don't commit crime. But I'm going to be letting some guys up on the stream. I meant for this to be a better live. I had, well, I've been kind of running around, so my mind's like a little clouded. But yeah, you got a point, Blood Moon. You got a point. Okay, here we go.
What's good?
Hey, shout out to you guys. Shout out to you guys.
Saludo, Don Jose. What up, Roy Chess?
Shout out to Jose. Shout out to Roy Chess. Shout out to Don. And I'm going to first start off with Jose. What do you have to say about this situation?
I've seen the video in question, and I find it very disgusting. Okay. Now, if this was a Caucasian person that actually said that, I mean, the channel would have been deleted. Okay. Or if they was saying to certain other groups, it would have been deleted. Unfortunately, it's very convenient. It's very easy to say negative things about the African American community. Are there bad apples in the community? Yes, there are bad apples in every community. But let's keep it 1,000. Okay. What other community had to deal with all the stuff that the African American community had to deal with? Okay. It's something that's very unique with the community. And yet, with all the stuff that have to go through, okay, the fact of the matter is you have great achievements. You have people who achieve success in politics, in business, in government, in industry, and what have you. And this is considering all the garbage that all of you have to deal with. And the fact of the matter is to refer to anyone as a monkey, as an ape, considering how offensive that term is. I mean, I'm not African American, but I'm offended by the language that was being used.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. I want to say shout out to Ableen. Shout out to the Black Eye Podcast. What's going on with you, brother? How you doing, man? Shout out to my brother Aline. What's going on with you, Aline? How you been doing, brother? First and foremost, nobody is asking anybody to feel sorry or empathy or any of this nonsense. The only thing that Black Americans is pointing out how, of course, the power structure in this country uses immigrants to go up against Black Americans to suppress the situation that Black Americans have been in. And that is quite a bit of fact. It even comes from, my own people and everything like this. When you look at what I mean, my own people, I'm talking about the African diaspora. When you look at a lot of these people that come here and they say we don't have any culture, this and that, we're illiterate. All you got to do is pay close attention to the educational system in the United States, especially in the inner cities, where they're not properly funded. They don't have the means of advanced education that some of these other places have or anything like that. And that's the thing, man. That's the thing. People just ramble off. It's a lot of people on here that just talk just to be talking. And they talk just to spew their hatred and their vitriol. When you look at the United States, right, with the situation with the educational system, poverty, the school to prison pipeline, a lot of shit that has been designed for you to fall through the pits of. Period, point blank. It's been designed. And for a lot of people that say, immigrants this and this, immigrants that, and I'm not knocking anybody that's coming, they're trying to build a living and make a living. But there's been a lot of kids of immigrants that's been finding themselves in that United States prison system.
Yeah.
I wonder why, especially in New York State, California. So why is that?
All right, so I'm gonna talk to you about that. First of all, it's like I'm not saying for all immigrant communities, but I'm just saying for some, right? You have certain people that that their parents work hard and everything like that, and their parents they discipline them and they become good productive members of societies. But then you have certain people that they only stick to their community. They don't have any other outside friends outside their culture. That's where you have sometimes certain people with the prejudice mindset. And when you have that, that's when you have quote unquote gangs. I mean, it's just not only for Europeans only. You have Asians that fall into that background. You have when I'm saying Asians, I'm talking about like maybe the Vietnamese and the Chinese. I'm talking about like the 1970s and 80s.
Yeah, I know.
And
I'm familiar with
and
the Chinese gangs in Chinatown, and also the
exactly.
Vietnamese gang Born to Kill that was causing havoc in Manhattan in the 80s.
And then on top of it, when you're talking about the Hispanics, you have certain people that they came here without nothing, and they made they worked hard and everything. But then you have certain people that they see a person with all the bling and everything like that, and they want that, and that's how they find themselves in the United States prison system. Because when they think that okay, they're gonna get their money the fast way and everything like that, and they thinking that oh, we're doing this and doing that, when the fact is that person did his stuff by illegal means. That's how you see a lot of people who are the children of immigrants fall into the U.S. prison system. It's not only New York. You see it in
California.
Certain states out in the West Coast.
Yeah, California.
I'm not talking about California. I'm talking about like Oregon, maybe Utah, and all these other places. So it's just that the children of those immigrants, some of them are Americanized into thinking like, okay, yeah, I'm going to do this and do that. I'm not going to be working hard as my parents. But then the next thing you know, you find yourself up in the prison system because of your own environment, your bad friends. So therefore, I'm not making an excuse about it. But at the same time, it does happen. I've seen this happen with my own eyes. I've seen this happen with my cousin. So it's crazy.
All right, I want to give shout out to you, Roy Chess. I want to give Roy Chess a chance to speak. What you got to say about the situation, Roy Chess?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me fine or no?
You're very low.
You're a little bit low, bro.
Hold on one second. How about now?
Yeah.
All right, you good.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I just want to say a few things real quick. One is that I think this problem goes beyond our time. I think Jose is in his 60. I don't want to talk about your age, but I think this problem goes back before Jose. Not to say that he's old, but this problem is old. It's not like a 10-year-old problem, right? This is not just our generation. This is before our time. And one of the things I noticed is education is different among the groups, right? So if you have heard of the situation of the better schools, that shouldn't be a thing, right? It shouldn't be a thing that one school district is better than another, but it is. So even though you have people who could be poor, they could just be in a better school district where they learn more and they have more opportunities. What do you guys think of that?
I mean, I think that is plausible because if you actually look at it, you have certain kids who are from the inner city and they have had opportunities, and I have seen that some of those kids grow up to be Rhodes Scholars and Harvard and all the other Ivy League schools.
Yeah, I agree with Roy. I agree with what Roy Chess is actually saying, because there's been plenty of situations. There was even a situation where a woman was arrested for lying about their address to get her son in a better school district.
Yeah, and they actually they actually gave her a lengthy sentence about that.
Yeah,
and it goes all the way from elementary school all the way to college, right? So some people want to believe that it doesn't matter where you get your education from, but that's makes no sense, because those people paying the high Ivy League fees are paying for a reason. They don't want you in there with Kentucky University. You know, you're not going to compare. They don't want to compete with you if they're paying extra. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Kentucky University is not like one of the top tier schools in any area, so you're not going to compare that to Harvard, Stanford, Yale. Like, why would they want to pay extra money if you're learning the same stuff?
exactly.
Who do you think is going to get the job?
Exactly.
The guy with the Kentucky University degree or the guy with Harvard?
But then you have to also, Roy Chuz, not to cut you off, you have to understand that with the Ivy League schools, you have people with better job placements. For example, I have a cousin that he's a neurosurgeon, so he actually went to Harvard after he went to Brown. So if you actually look at some of the job placements, and then the how should I say, the fraternities that certain people have belonged to over the years, a lot of people who actually go in for Ivy League schools in the long run, they actually have better job placements than other people in all these other universities in the United States.
Yeah,
It's
that's
been
what they're paying for. I
Mhm.
think they're paying the extra money for the prestige, and that extra money gives them some securities that other people don't get.
Exactly.
It's not that they don't get it. I don't want to say that, because some people do slip in, right? Some people do slip in the cracks. You know, you may get somebody who get a scholarship, a free ride or something. Not to say they don't deserve it, but it's not enough.
And is it really a free rider if it's a scholarship? Because the majority of the times, a lot of the youth in the inner city get scholarships through athletic ability.
Right.
Which a majority of the times, when you look at even what's going on with the NCAA and a lot of these different schools that these kids go to, their talent is what's bringing in the money, and their talent is what's selling the jerseys and filling up the seats, but they don't get any of that money. Meanwhile, you have the coaches and the people that actually run the schools that's getting the majority of the money off this young man's talent, and they're eating steak and lobster while he's sitting in the dorm eating noodles.
Right. Did you ever hear of the term that, like, when this is a while ago, right? So I guess Jose would be able to relate this, because I've heard of this. And they would say that, back in the day when blacks were to go to college, they would say, oh, you must be an athlete, or you must have been on the basketball team or the football team. Like, you couldn't have possibly got in on your intellect, that you had to be an athlete.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then on top of it, just like, if you live in an expensive neighborhood, you must have been a rapper, or you must be some type of entertainer or something like that.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? That happens. That happens quite often. But my problem is, it is definitely a lot of loopholes that certain groups get, and that happens frequently, like H-1B1 visas and different things like that, of course, unless you are in that community, you would not know about. But between that and different business loans, the situation, and this is no disrespect to the migrants that's just arrived here in the United States, and I wish them the best. But in this situation in the city of Chicago, the migrants have just been granted $51 million to be able to help them get on their feet, while you have people within the city of Chicago that's been starving or don't have any type of places to live, or nobody to give them anything or help them. But yet migrants that didn't even vote for the Democratic Party had just received $51 million. Now, I understand that people are desperate, they're in needs coming from different countries and different things like that. But these are the same people that's going to be 20, 30, 25 years from now on YouTube telling Black Americans how they lazy and their parents pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. And y'all need to do the same.
I mean, I could actually see that, because that's going to be the adverse effect of illegal immigration. And one thing that I'm actually seeing with a lot of immigrants or migrants, as you might have. Some migrants, they have a sense of entitlement. They'll try to curse out a African American, and I have seen this. And it's a sad thing because at the end of the day, if that guy actually has sense, all he has to do is call immigration and send that person back to their country.
Excuse me. Fact of the matter is, just for a point of information, I'm 60 years old. But the fact of the matter, when you take into consideration all that the African American community has gone through, and yes, they're bad apples, but when you take in consideration with all that, there have been successes. I mean, you have black doctors, black lawyers, not just sports
Yeah.
figures and what. Okay,
I just wanted to interrupt you 1 second, Jose. You have whole thriving communities, and it's not even about people understanding what we've gone through because people lack empathy on a lot of situations. It's a mutual respect. If you can't come here and show an actual mutual respect, then for all means, whatever happens to you happens to you. It's just that simple. Because like I can never go into parts of the Caribbean or parts of Latin America and disrespect the people that's there and not take into account their situation on what actually may be going on with their government that's hindering them. The fact is that most people don't care. Most people don't care. And then when you are one of those people that don't care, guess what? The energy towards you is going to be reciprocated in that way. Hence FBA and different people like that. Because you have people that are coming to the United States, which I have nothing against. I understand people's situation. I'm a black man in the United States. How can I not understand people's situation? I understand people's situation on them, trying to figure out ways that they're going to be able to survive and build some type of life for themselves. I get it. But when it's a situation where you think that you have this superiority complex based off of your heritage, or you have the superiority complex on because white people gave you a pat on the head and you got a couple of freebies and a few loans and different things like that, and you're doing so much better in the United States than you was able to do back home, that's where the problem is going to come into effect.
Yeah.
And then once the narrative switches, like as far as politically, because here's the thing with the Democratic Party needs the Black American vote, which is why they're flooding in migrants to try to get to have people, change their mind as far as voting with them, because the Black American vote votes in one solid block. That's 87% to 90% voted for the Democratic Party, where when the Hispanic community, I believe 50-50 or maybe 55-45, as far as 45 Democratic, 55 vote Republican. And that's part of the, I want to hear more to whites, or, I'm, of Spaniard descent type of mentality that a lot of these people have. And they end up voting against their own interests. Nobody votes in a solid block but Black Americans. And a lot of that stuff is changing. Go ahead.
All right.
Jose.
Okay, got you.
Just hold that thought. Go ahead, Jose.
Okay, well, okay. First of all, when it comes to the migrant situation, okay, I think I don't have a problem that we're helping people, but in helping them, we cannot neglect the fact that we have U.S. citizens who are living in shelters. We have U.S. citizens that are living in the streets. Yeah, we have citizens who don't have medical coverage. We have U.S. citizens that are unable to get an education. That's where I have a problem. And when it comes to the whole situation, I'm sorry, but we didn't think this through. I mean, if we were serious and had serious policy dealing with these people, we would just say, hey, we'll elect our own citizens to take care of them. And I'm not trying to pit the migrants against U.S. citizens. But when it gets to be a situation when U.S. citizens are neglected, that's when I have a problem. And I actually seen the migrants face to face, because I used to work, doing overtime with these hotels and what have you, dealing with these people. And then some of these people, your heart breaks for them. But the fact, you got to remember, we have people in this country that are homeless. And just to make it worse, we have municipal employees living in shelters. I mean, just sink that in. Let's sink in. You have people who are working in social services, like dealing with some of these migrant people. But at the end of the day, they don't have a place of their own to live, because it's so bloody expensive to live, not just in New York, but in other cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco. Because the fact of the matter is, who can afford the rent? I mean, and people think $40,000 or $50,000 a year, that's a lot of money. Okay, that's a lot of money if you somewhere in the South or in the or Montana. But if you're living in any big city, $40,000 or $50,000 a year, that's not a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I have to say though, which I actually agree with the Washington Heights Fur Burger, is that they actually that the United States is actually disrespecting veterans. And one thing that I don't understand is that I don't know about any other country, but the United States has more disrespect for veterans of their wars and whatever than any other country. And I'm saying this because if you actually look at the disrespect towards the African American veterans of the First World War and the Second World War, and now you have people who actually served in the militaries that have their benefits, they're actually how should I say, struggling to get their benefits. So when a lot of these democratic states want to go and try to pass all these new laws in education and everything like that, 9 times out of 10, you're going to see African Americans, they're going to switch their voting block to either the Republican Party or to a miscellaneous party, because at the end of the day, certain people are seeing that the Democratic Party is not doing that for us. I could tell you, when I was living in New York in 2016, I had a Latina told me that she's like, oh, the Democratic Party is for us and everything like that. I'm like, how? I mean, 9 times out of 10, you see certain people catering more to the ABC community than to the Black and Hispanic community. And Blacks and Hispanics, they're in New York at that time, they were actually getting fed up. And that's why you see a lot of Blacks and Hispanics are now leaning towards the Republican Party.
Yeah. That's definitely.
Is that because they want to stay away from the blacks? Because I think that's what a lot of it has to do with. They just want to do the opposite of what the blacks do.
I mean, definitely, when you look at what's going on between, like, in Florida, like especially in Miami, a majority of the Cubans down there vote Republican. And they vote actually against immigration, even though a lot of people came from the island, from Cuba, and made a way for themselves.
Yeah, and the reason why that they vote Republican, which a lot of people don't understand, is that they saw in Cuba like how liberalism went up and destroyed their country. So therefore, when they come to the United States, they do not have a liberal mindset. So therefore, they're like, okay, well, you know what, we're gonna vote Republican because we saw what communism did to our homeland. And now you have certain people who are democratic, that they want to espouse communist ideals or whatsoever. And that's why you see a lot of Blacks and Hispanics, they're actually joining the Republican Party because they seem like, hold up, Y'all doing stuff that actually detriments to our interest.
So why is it? Hello?
Oh snap! What happened? Don, join back. I don't know if I kicked Don off by mistake or what, but join back, Don. I'm gonna put the link back in the chat.
I wanted to address this point real quick.
Yeah, I'm back.
I just wanted to address your point real quick. Why
Go
is
ahead.
it?
Hold on one second. Roy Chess. Before you do, I wanted to say shout out to Fulana. Shout out to you, Fulana. Shout out to you, Afro Saxophone. Robert Kennedy Jr. I haven't been keeping up with him. Afro Saxophone. But go ahead, Roy Chess. I want to get your point. I want to get Don. I wanted him to finish, and I wanted to take a little break really quickly. So go right ahead.
Yes, real quick. Because it kind of bothers me that some people lean toward the Republican Party simply because they just don't want to be associated with blacks or lower income people, right? So why is it that it's hard pressed to find low income Republicans? Like usually the people who are voting Republican have better income than the people who are voting Democratic. Like I don't know any broke people voting Republican. Why is that?
Well,
Unless you're just
all,
doing it just for the fad, because it's cool. You don't want to be like those N-words over there. That would be the only other reason.
Now, actually, Roy Chess, I do know broke Republicans. You know what I'm saying? Republicans who don't own their house or whatsoever.
Did you ask why?
The rednecks.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you why. If you see a lot of people who are, who are men, you know what I'm saying, that we take no crap whatsoever. Now, over like maybe 2016 till now, right? You will see the Democratic Party not helping the African Americans. They're leaning towards the ABC community. And a lot of black men who are actually stand-up guys and working guys are actually tired of it. So therefore, they're like, okay, these guys are, in their minds, they believe that they're having too many rights. So therefore, we're going to go and switch over to the Republican Party because at least, even though that they're racist and everything like that, they're going for our best interest as men. And they're going to protect our kids from this propaganda. So therefore, a lot of people are not actually seeing this. But ever since the ABC and they having numerous propagandas, which is against nuclear families, a lot of black and Hispanic men are actually switching to the Republican Party because they see that there's an agenda that does not benefit them and their children.
So I think that that's a good point, but I think that you're avoiding the word religion in that, because those are religious views, right? That we don't want the alphabet people to take over. We don't want that in the education of our children and things of that nature, which seems to be happening.
I mean,
right?
yeah, it could be religious, but then you have certain people who are atheists who are actually against that also.
Right, but I mean, still, religion plays a part in that decision, But you didn't say it that way, but I think it does.
All right, so I'm listening. Absolutely. And you know what? I think we've covered this topic because I want to get to other topics. And Blood Moon, we are definitely about to get to the celebrities topics. So we're going to touch on that because I was kind of unprepared as far as wanting to touch on that fresh and fit situation. I'm going to do a separate stream on that and come back to that as well. But it's a lot to peel. It's a lot to peel back on layers and everything. Tom Likes. Shout out to Tom. Shout out to Tom Likes. But yeah, you got a point. It's like it's deeply ingrained in Black Americans to vote Democrat. But some people are waking up. Some people are waking up from that. As far as especially not even the situation with just the situation with the immigrants, but gun laws, different things like that. A lot of these policies that the Democrats put forward is not actually to help people. It's to spoon feed them. When you look
Exactly.
at Democrats, when you look at what the Democrats did, let me take my community for example. The situation as far as Section 8 housing and welfare, it was purposely designed to destroy the black family. You give the women incentives, you give them crumbs from the table in order to keep voting Democrat, you give them welfare, you give them Section 8 housing. Therefore, more and more children that they have, it's more and more an increase within aid, within benefits and different things like that. So they're having children out of wedlock with a person that they barely know. The child is being born in a situation where they don't have any type of love in the household. They don't have any type of nurturing. And you're constantly having these children in this unstable environment just for more benefits. And that creates the mindset that you have. Then these boys, they come into a situation where they're impoverished or they barely have anything, and they don't have a proper family household, a family structure, or they're growing up in a situation where their parents don't really care, their mother don't care. They go out into the streets, and we all know what's waiting out into the streets is either jail or death. If you kill somebody or delete somebody, then you're going to prison, which the prison industrial complex is there waiting for you, and it's ready for you in order to be able to keep, free labor going within this country. Or you lose to the grave. And that's by design. It's the way it's been set up for God knows how long. Well, we're going to get to some more celebrity. We're going to get to the celebrity topics, like Blood Moon was talking about. So we're going to start off with Miss Jacky Oh. But before we do, I wanted to play a song real quick, and I wanted to shout out Fulana and Morena. I call them the Cubano cousins right there. I was going to take y'all back. We're going to go back to 1995. Really quickly, I wanted to play something that's reminiscent to y'all when y'all was out there. You know what I'm saying? So here we go. Check it out.
You just don't know what you do to me.
Oh, I remember this.
Chicken heads from Pasadena to Medina, bet big, get in between your density. The prognosis, doses, blends and bends like Twizzlers. Biggest signature hurt what's under that skirt. Who filling them with octane? Got them gassed up, about to get blasted up, son. The last one wrote the mother, brother miss him. I seen it when he kissed him at the wake, made his body shake. The high guy in 850, eyes smoke 10, rap terror, 4 chrome and terror. Street vibe by the rivers, the fifth is conspicuous. Bad boy slipped in 95, ridiculous. My rap lines is like landmines. One step, kaboom, black suits fill the room. To whom it may concern, Junior Mafia is the click. Act up, I have my honeys total busted. That's right.
In the middle of the day now, baby, I seem to think of only you. Yeah, oh yeah. Never thinking for a moment, baby, that you've been thinking of me. Ooh, yeah. So I can't wait for the day that we can be together. I can't let you away.
That's right.
That's what's up.
Hey, everybody mute up while the music is playing.
And there's nothing left to say. Can't you see what you do to me? I know what meant to me. You are made for me. Oh baby, can't you see what you do to me? I know what meant to me. You are made for me. Every time you say, what you do to me, baby, you are made for me. Let me touch you, see
That's right.
what you do to me. I love what you do to me. You are made for me. Oh, baby, can't you see what you do to me? I love what's on me. You are on me.
Yeah, taking y'all back to 1995 on that one. 1995. That's back when New York was New York. I don't know what happened to y'all, man. No diss, but I don't know. It ain't the same New York that I remember watching on TV and all of those different shows. So shout out. I played that one for Fulana and Morena. Shout out to the Cubana cousins. Fulana and Morena. I felt like I was on the stoop with y'all, man. Had I been old enough, I would have been kicking it on the stoop with y'all with my Timbs and my Averex leather. But
Yeah, Averex is the bomb back in the days.
but we're gonna get into the celebrity. Going to get into the celebrity topics. I want to say the first topic is Miss Jacky Oh. Rest in peace to Miss Jacky Oh, who actually died undergoing surgery. For people that don't know, she is the longtime partner of DC Young Fly, and so let me share the screen real quick. Yeah, she's the longtime partner of DC Young Fly, and she was actually, I believe, a dancer on Wildin' Out. If anybody that's familiar with Nick Cannon's Wildin' Out, and unfortunately, she died after undergoing surgery, which is very very sad, man. It's very sad, and the I'm not sure if they was married, Morena. I'm not sure if they was married, and let me listen to them. The U.S. should give black people Atlanta and give them free housing. Black people already got Atlanta, Blood Moon. Black people already got Atlanta. That's the epic center for black culture in the United States. We already got Atlanta. We've been had Atlanta and made Atlanta what it was. They wouldn't be giving us anything. You have to give us a whole 3 or 4 states. Let's see what Blood Moon got to say once again. It's sad because she had young kids. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. That's very, very messed up to say, Blood Moon. But it is bad because yes, she did have children. And I feel that, like it's sad for anybody that end up going through that. And I mean that does that surgery and end up losing their life behind that. I mean, we all saw what happened with Kanye's mom back in '07. And, I just don't understand why certain women that feel, you know, like they got to really undergo through this. I understand we all have insecurities. We all have, things that we wish that, was better about ourselves or, different things like that. But like undergoing that type of surgery is extremely dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. So, what's you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, unfortunately, Rakeem, is that you have certain individual that have such a poor self-esteem that they'll desperate to do anything to get validation, including getting multiple questionable procedures. And the problem is, in any procedure, okay, there's always a risk of injury. There's always a risk of death. I mean, but unfortunately, you have certain people that They have such a low self-esteem. They don't see themselves as people who matter. I mean, that's why you have multiple people that go through all this plastic surgery in order to try to maintain a youthful image. And the fact of the matter is, you can, through diet and proper nutrition, maintain a youthful image even as you age.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. And before the Brazilian butt lifts became very popular, remember everybody, it was butt shots. It was it was it was like those illegal butt shots that a lot of women was getting.
Well,
And a lot of
I'll take you to a time before that, Rakim. Back in the day, women were actually, it was like around the 90s and such when I was growing up, it was more about boob jobs. So
right.
therefore, like maybe it was a shift, like maybe in the 2010s and stuff. Everybody started doing stuff, putting women getting cement in their butt and everything like that because they're going to people who are not even medically licensed. And then the tummy tucks also. So I remember that now everybody wants to do butt lifts and whatsoever. But back when I was growing up, everybody's actually talking about the silicone implants and the saline implants. And they were saying that in the long run, the silicone implants cause cancer in some of these women.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And it's sad, man. It's sad because like I said, I understand that people have, having low self-esteem is not worth risking your life over. If it's a situation where go work out at the gym. Trust me, you'll feel a lot better with the results. Knowing that you put in a lot of hard work to build your body up. For women that ain't got no butt, man, do squats. You can do plenty of squats, eat right, get plenty of protein in your body and everything, and you will feel a lot better. But for a lot of people always want this quick and easy way, this quick and easy method of trying to get this perfect body. And the more social media is blown up, the more it's gotten outrageous because a lot of women now want that Roger Rabbit body, that not Roger Rabbit, Jessica Rabbit body. You know what I'm saying? And it's getting out of control.
Do you think it was because of her career? Like she would make more money with this, or that has nothing to do with it?
I don't know, but I've known some of them have actually made money. They've made a lot of money doing that. They've made, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm a man. I'm going to look. Don't get me wrong, I'm not, but it's not worth the attention is not worth you losing your life behind that. And I'm not
I
saying
think
this is Jackie O's problem situation. I don't know if she was undergoing like a breast augmentation or anything like that, but it's unfortunate that
right. So I would imagine that's why she was doing it, because I find it a little weird that if you're in a relationship, right? Because clearly you mentioned that she's with this guy, this young fly. If he's not asking her to do that, why is she doing that? Right. So that seems a little weird to me. That if your man is not asking you to do that, why would you take it upon yourself to do that if nobody's asking you to do it? Unless that says something about their relationship. Or it could be a career decision, which I'm hoping, sounds a lot better than her breaking up with the guy. But the career decision would be, well, she's a model dancer, so she needs this maybe to get more jobs. I don't know.
I mean, Roy Chess, not for nothing. Well, we can't really talk about it if we haven't really been around Hollywood people. So therefore, what doesn't make sense for us, people who are not in the entertainment industry, might not make sense for somebody who is in the entertainment industry. I mean, if you actually look at it, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the entertainment industry that we won't really do, like drug use, other stuff which I'm not going to actually explain, but is actually a detriment to our interest. And if you actually look at it, Hollywood is so shady that you don't know what a producer or a high class or somebody said like you need to do this to advance your career or something. So with that case, you can't really. I mean, celebrities are human and everything like that, but at the same time, the industry of Hollywood isn't. They just see you as a commodity. So we just don't know what was told to her in order to in order for her to actually get that surgery.
Yeah, my point is still, it would still go back to her man. Like if he's not aware of it, that's one thing. But he should have at least been in here telling her she doesn't need it. I mean,
I
she's in a
agree.
relationship,
And,
right? So if she was married, that would be her husband's job also. Like you don't
but
need that. What are you doing that for?
and I'm pretty sure he definitely regrets that right now. I'm pretty sure the brother is going through it right now because I'm pretty sure this situation seems very unreal. Um, but yeah, it's just some people that are, and then they do it for the business part as well. Sometimes they get, these different breast augmentations and Brazilian butt lifts to, keep that look up and, keep themselves, make their money. Like I think what Blood Moon was just saying a minute ago with the Kardashians. The Kardashians were known for a lot of, big butts and breasts and everything that they did all of that different surgery. But they've made so much money now they can afford to just take it out because they've already made their fortunes off of having that look and that image at that particular time. But it's not worth it to me, man. It's not worth it. But we'll get into a little interview from Jacky O as far as her explaining, who she is and everything like that. But rest in peace to the young lady, man. It's sad, man. It's definitely sad. Fair use. Fair use.
Your name. Where'd your name come from?
I don't know. Somebody in college started calling me Jacky Oh. Yo, yo. Oh, I just liked it, so I took it.
So that's not your real name.
Yeah.
I thought your real name was Jackie.
Oh no, my real name is Jackie. My last name is though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right. Gotcha. Now, what about your ethnicity? What ethnicity are you?
What do you think I am?
I don't know. It's a
Yeah,
question
right.
mark.
I just fucking asked
That's
you.
why.
Yeah, no, I'm black and white. I'm mixed with a whole bunch of other stuff, but I identify as black and white. Some people don't fucking believe me. I am black. Shit. All you ever have seen is my dad, who's black.
What do people think you are when they see you? What do you get?
White. They think I'm a white girl. Yeah. And then I start talking, I think they think I'm like a little black somewhere in there.
I see.
Yeah.
More often than not, they think you're white.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the issue with social media that I have sometimes. People are like, oh, he's with a white girl. Or, yeah, somebody just commented to me and said, I can't say nigga.
Ooh.
Because I'm not black. Yeah. Or I'm light skinned, not black,
Growing up, was that ever an issue for you? Like, in school and stuff like that, being black and white, being mixed like that?
No, I have always grown up with, like I said before, my dad is a single father. He's the black one. My mother's the white one. So I've always been around the black side of my family. I've never been around the white side of my family. So in my head, I just identify as being black, period. Like, I'm just like, oh, I'm black, All my aunties, my uncles, my cousins, everybody is black. So it wasn't really until social media started that people seem to have an issue. You're not black because you're lighter skin. Like, there seems to be something like that. Like, oh, you're a white girl. People have a problem with your relationship because they don't like to see black guys with white girls. But I'm black. But all of it shouldn't even matter. Honestly, at the end of the day, be with whoever you want to be with and who makes you happy. So y'all got to stop that shit.
So yeah, that was Miss Jacky O. Rest in peace to her. Yeah. So yeah, she's biracial, but she definitely looks more ambiguous or really white. Roy Chess, y'all might be related. That might be one of your cousins or something, man. You need to check. But yeah, like it's sad that she lost her life, with cosmetic surgery, and that's something that's like I say, it's not really necessary, man. It's not really necessary. For some people, I understand, but you have to know what you're getting involved with because nowadays, due to the fact that so many lives have been lost, they make you sign waivers now. The doctors will make you sign a waiver, and just so hey, you're getting on this operation table. If things don't go well and you don't get off this operation table, just know that this was completely 100% your consent, and we wasn't to blame for that. So
I mean, me personally, talking about the that procedure and everything like that. I had a friend, even though it's not related. I have a friend that he's an entertainer, and he actually made a track with Nori back in the day. I'm talking about '04, Jumpstar. So he actually lost his sister. I think it was last year or 2021 to that same cause in the Dominican Republic. So therefore, a lot of when you're actually doing plastic surgeries outside the country or within the country of the United States, there's always going to be that risk. Now, in the United States, a person could sign a waiver, but if they do an autopsy and they see that some improprieties happen, that doctor is going to be at fault, and then the family could sue. But like say in other Hispanic American nations or other nations that actually have shoddy business practices, that person might pass, and then the doctor might move to another town and do the same thing. And that's the same thing that happened to my friend's sister. May she rest in peace.
yeah, rest in peace to the young lady. That's a sad story to hear. I remember this story from back in the day, and this was like during the whole situation with bus shots. But it says plastic surgeon in the basement of a Queens, New York home. BT Networks had issued a statement expressing, condolences to Mayhew's loved ones following her unexpected death. And it says, the 411 on illegal butt augmentations. Buttock injections are on the rise as women across the nation are seeking fuller bottoms. While buttock enhancement surgery is in high demand, many are unaware of the complications surrounding this growing phenomenon. Kelly Mayhew, a BT employee, is the and NBHSP latest woman to lose her life injecting into her to lose her life due to complications from silicone injections into her buttocks. BET goes behind buttock injections to reveal everything you need to know about the price of living large. Um, yeah, man, it's sad. This woman died at the age of 34. She apparently worked for BET, and I'm sure she went to Queens, looking to get, this surgery done by somebody who was not a surgeon, um, which is an illegal practice. And who knows what they put in her that made this woman, lose her life, man. It's a
But
sad
she did it for the
situation.
price, right? Because if they
Yeah,
weren't charging
they want that
thousands of
look,
dollars, they want the low price plus the benefits, right?
right? They want that look, man. And what's sad too is like that how much it shows in the United States people worship celebrities. People worship celebrities, and it's sad because everything that celebrities do, other people, we want to go do, and we want to see if we can get the same look. I'm pretty sure she was thinking of how do I look like a Nicki Minaj or some of these other people, and it was, it was a bad look, man. It was a bad look and a bad move, and it ended up costing her life, and stuff like this can be easily avoided. But I understand people. Sometimes people low self esteem will drive them to that. It would drive them to that point. And we got to understand too that it's a lot of commercials that are marketed towards people that praise on things like that. People knows that when people, oh well, we're going to market this towards this people, we're going to market this towards that, and a lot of people fall for that bait. You have to like marketing is
Facts.
a very significant strategy to brainwash people into buying products. That's all marketing is. That's all marketing is. You learn your audience, you learn their strengths and weaknesses, and you turn around and you capitalize off their strengths and weaknesses by preying on these people to sell them a product. Sometimes the product is not even, something that's beneficial to help you in any way, shape, or form, but it's just to, to sell that product to get $1 in their pocket. And a lot of people a lot of people fall for it.
I mean, if you take a look at the example of Michael Jackson and all the plastic surgery he undergo, I mean, even when you take a look at him when he was a child, and then you look at him throughout the years, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, there was no need for him to go through all that plastic surgery. It's like he's trying to find out who he is.
I mean, me personally, but a lot of people forgot that that he got burned in during that accident. So after he got burned during that accident, that's when that those surgeries began. And then if you actually look at it, since he had vitiligo, it's that could actually occur too with some burn victims.
True.
Yeah. You know what? For the longest, I really did not think Michael had vitiligo. But they said that he actually did. But part of the reason why he was getting surgeries too was, I believe, Michael might have had some type of self hate issues. Now I could be wrong, but from what I've seen in documentaries, he hated Joe Jackson so much that he wanted to get rid of any type of resemblance to Joe Jackson that he had, you know, as a kid. Because one thing people said that ticked him off was when he had a problem with his nose, and Joe told him, "What's wrong with your nose? You need to be proud. You have my nose." And from that point on, Michael was doing everything in his power to get rid of that nose that he had of Joe Jackson. Blood Moon said he wanted to look white. Period. I don't know, Blood Moon. I don't know, because everybody loved Michael. He had no reason to take that route.
Well, that's what I've always heard also, because noticed he went from a wide nose to a thinner nose, which is more like a white nose.
Right.
And some people said that
And he got
before
his
his
skin
death,
lighter.
before his death and everything like that, uh, it was saying that he was having complications with his nose. Also, that's why he was actually one of the first celebrities to actually wear the face mask. Believe it or not.
You mean after the surgery?
It was not like so much after the surgery. It was like, okay, when he had like his maybe his third child, I believe, and then everybody was talking about that he went up and tried to show his child, but actually almost have them. He had them over the balcony in a compromising situation that could have unalived the child. So therefore, I do remember, like, during those times that he actually wore a face mask whenever he was in public.
Yeah, he did. I remember that when whatchamacallit, I believe that was his son Blanket, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and to talk to Blood Moon, a lot of people don't know that the group 3T is actually half Dominican because of their mother, Dee Dee, who was actually born in New York to Dominican parents. So that's something to consider also, because they're actually one of the first, if I'm just saying, before Aventura, even though I guess they didn't speak Spanish, they're actually one of the first African and African American and Dominican entertainers in that period. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but yeah, shout out to Irby. What's up? What's up, Irby?
What up, Irby?
Yeah,
Thanks
hey,
for stopping by,
how
brother.
you doing
Appreciate it.
today?
And if anybody, this live is so unorthodox because I didn't really prepare at all, y'all. I was running late because I went to Whole Foods to get some fruits and vegetables and shit. So if anybody wants to donate $3 to my Cash App, I will definitely play your favorite song request. If that is something that you are interested in, my Cash App banner is at the bottom of the screen. Rakim, spell Rakim, 111, 111th. Rakim 111. So if anybody wants to donate to play their favorite song, $3, your song request will be played on my stream today. So moving on, let's talk about the brother Jamie, man. It's a sad situation. Jamie Foxx's condition. Jamie Foxx right now is in a bad situation. He suffered a stroke, I believe, and it has really taken effect on his health. Currently, he is paralyzed, and he's blind. So, Jamie Foxx, man, Jamie,
Why
Jamie,
why are they still making it seem like they don't know what's wrong with him? Like it sounds like it was foul play because plenty of people have hinted to that.
well, they said that it was the situation with COVID. He took a COVID shot. He didn't really want to um, take the shot or whatever. He took it, and it ended up taking a toll. It ended up taking a toll on his health. Apparently, he was on the set of a movie that he has going on, and he ended up collapsing on that set, and he was taken to the hospital. And for the longest time, he was he was in a situation where nobody knew what was going on. Nobody knew what was going on with Jamie, and it had been people releasing statements, which was his daughter, saying everything is fine and they're not disclosing what was going on. And then his daughter turned around and she released a statement of him playing pickleball or something like that. And I don't believe that was the case either. And come to find out, he's in a worse condition than we thought. We're happy that Jamie's still with us or whatever, but he's in a worse condition than we thought, man. And it's sad to see him, like this. I wish his daughter would have gave us a little bit more clarity with her statement and been a little bit more honest than saying like all of these false saying that he was doing better than what we thought he was doing. So
Did you look at other YouTube channels? Because they were saying that this could have been foul play because he had beef with somebody. Now, I'm not saying it's true, but it's out there.
I mean, yeah, I've heard that too. Is because um, I heard a rumor, and the rumor is that when Jamie was in, he actually saw a celebrity participating in on man-to-man action, if you know what I mean. So since that celebrity is actually high ranking, it has been a lot of people have said that he might have set it up for Jamie to actually be in the condition that he's in.
Right. And it seems weird that medical doctors can't give you a straight answer. Like you would think medical professionals would find out what's wrong with him. Unless the family is just strictly, we don't want it out there, but that's not usually the case because the media should be able to ask the hospital whatever they want. And the hospital usually gives out general information, not specific. So why can't they give you some general? Well, yeah, it was a COVID shot. They could have already confirmed that.
I mean, the thing, but this is the thing on franchise, and it goes back to what I'm saying. Some of these doctors, depending on what hospital it is and everything like that, you know that Jamie is a celebrity, right? So there's certain protocols when it's to celebrities. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but that's
So
if it was like really secret or something, really like if he had HIV or something, they would keep that under wraps. But if it's something simple that's not like classified type of thing, like COVID is not classified. If it's a cold or the measles, they should say that. Oh, it's just the measles. We have a serum for it, and that's it. I mean, it's not top secret information if it's just something basic like a common cold or the measles. The fact that you're hiding it means it's more than that.
exactly.
What it implies. It implies more than that. It doesn't
Yep.
mean it doesn't mean it's true, but it implies that you're hiding something. If it was simple, you would just say it.
But then sometimes these doctors they sign clauses with the family and everything like that, and that's why you see all this guessing is going on because we the public we don't know what's really going on. It's those doctors, um, Jamie Foxx's daughter, and whosoever is around him. So we're just talking in speculation right now.
Well, they could have even made up that he had an allergic allergy. He had a allergic effect to a shot. They don't even have to tell you it was a COVID shot. Yeah, he had an allergic response to something. They could have made up something to make it still secretive and mystery. We don't know what's wrong with him, but he has all these bad conditions and he's getting worse. Okay, so what's wrong with him? You're not answering the question. What's wrong with him? You can't just leave it out there.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. But they're trying to keep whatever's under wraps because I think his condition is, very, very bad. And I'm just hoping that the brother gets better, man. Jamie Foxx is a legend. There's no question about that. There's no
Yeah,
question about that. And to all of those witches that wish death on him just because he's, had children with a white woman, shame on you. And the thing is, man, when your time comes, I'm pretty sure it won't be even two or three people that's concerned about y'all condition. So shame on them. But yes, Blood Moon, your song is coming up right now. I'm gonna let you speak, Jose, and then we're gonna get into Blood Moon's song, and then I'm gonna be playing yours.
yeah. I'm about to leave Rock, but it was nice being on your panel.
Oh man, shout out to you, Don. Thanks for coming through, man. Thanks for coming through. This has been a little bit more of a little sloppy live today,
Yes.
but I appreciate you coming through.
Anytime, bro.
All right.
Later.
Good night,
Okay, what you have to
darling.
say, Jose?
Yeah. Look, people forget that when a person died, I mean, that person was someone's child, someone's spouse, someone's parent, someone's sibling. So whenever anyone is really that's very foul indeed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ain't no question about that, man. But you got people on here that evil and they just want to be they want to see people be as they want to be as evil. They're miserable, man, and they want people to be just as miserable as they are. So when they project that onto people, it's sickening, man. It's very sickening. So the hell with them. Tom, like you said, Rakim see blacks can be racist too. Blacks can be bigoted, but black people ain't stopping nobody from making their money. Tom, black people ain't stopping nobody from making their money. If black people, the day black people are able to stop or practice racism, that'll be the day everybody would be scared for their fucking lives because they already know they've been in situations where like, damn, we've been shitting on these people for quite a long time. They definitely gonna exact revenge. They know that. They know that. So, but
Yeah.
we're gonna get into Blood Moon song. This was requested by Blood Moon. And actually, Blood Moon, this is one of my favorite songs too. The request from Blood Moon is Phil Collins, Just Another Day in Paradise. I want to say shout out to Blood Moon for requesting this song. Everybody mute up. This is Blood Moon's song, Phil Collins, Just Another Day in Paradise. Once again, shout out to Blood Moon for requesting this because this is one of my favorite songs. Shout out to you.
She calls out to the man on the street. Sir, can you help me? It's cold and I'm nowhere to sleep. Is there somewhere you can tell me? He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can't hear her. Starts to whistle as he crosses the street. Seems embarrassed to be there. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me in paradise.
This is the body. The classic right here. The classic.
She calls out to the man on the street. He can see she's been crying. She's got blisters on the soles of her feet. She can't walk, but she's trying. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice, it's just another day for you and me in paradise. Just think about it. Something you can say. You can tell from the lines on her face. You can see that she's been there. Probably been moved on from every place. 'Cause she didn't fit in there. Oh, think twice. It's another day for you and me in paradise. Oh, think twice. It's just another day for you and me in paradise. Just think about it.
Just think about it. Oh yeah, that's that joint right there. Shout out to you once again, Blood Moon. I had to ruin your song a little bit, so I don't get a strike. I wasn't going. I wasn't trying to get a strike, so I had to make a karaoke night for a minute. But yeah, that is a classic right there. And I love Phil Collins, and I love Genesis too. I grew up on all of them. My favorite Genesis song is "Land of Confusion." Love that song. It's too many men. It's too many people causing too many problems, and not much love to go around. Can't you see this is the land of confusion? I can't sing worth the damn, but that's my joint. I'ma sing when Land of Confusion comes on. Yeah, Blood Moon, you right, because I know it's them, but shout out to Lord, shout out to Moon, man. Them my dudes right there. Shout out to y'all, man. But yeah, back to Jamie. It's I'm hoping that Jamie he recovers. Yes, Blood Moon. Jamie is a legend. You just saying, no, he's not. Jamie has had great stand ups. Jamie is a triple threat. He can dance, he can act, and he can sing. He Jamie has had some hit music. He's been in hit sitcoms, hit movies. Come on, don't do my boy Jamie like that. Don't do Jamie like that. Come on. Everybody watched the Jamie Foxx show. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that, Blood Moon. We're gonna get to that. But first, let's go into Lizzo. And we're gonna speak a little bit about this subject, Jose. And then your song request that you made will be getting played. Lizzo is talking about quitting music now. Because Lizzo can't take the fat phobic comments that people are saying online, which, it goes to show you that a lot of people carry themselves with this sense of false confidence because, Lizzo, you're twerking at games, you barely have any type of clothes on. You constantly twerking all of the time for attention. You're trying to holler at Captain America behind the scenes in his DMs. Like this man is not dating the top tier quality white women that he can get. Like it's not white women with bulimic disorders that's chasing after Captain America. Like they not throwing up in toilets to keep their figure right to attract a man like that. But yet you thinking you're going to be able to get with somebody like this. Race aside, you're completely morbidly obese. And you think you're going to be able to get with somebody like this. And I will say, Lizzo is not a bad looking woman. She's not a bad looking woman in the face. But as far as all of that lard, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nobody's going to. I mean, maybe in prison,
Oh man.
that'll be a little bit of a value. Or, if I'm desperate on the streets and I'm a bum and I'm down on my luck,
Oh man.
I will do exactly what I'll do everything I need to do in
In
order to have a
prison. Oh
place to
man.
stay.
You
If,
went
if
to
I was a
prison.
bum, if I was a bum on the streets, if Lizzo offered me, if you come be my
But you
man,
know,
I'll take care of you. I'll give you a hand. I'll be like, oh man,
That
uh,
was one of the lines in her song. Like she could give you a one of the lines in her songs is something like that. That she can bring you a come up or something like that. One of the songs. I can't think
I'll
of
be like, I'll do anything to get out of these dirty Air Force Ones. I
Matter of fact, the song is called "Truth Hurts." That was like her hit song. That's what put her on. I don't know if that's the song, but I think that's one of the
to be
songs that put her
perfectly
on the top.
Yes, I'm gonna be honest, Blood Moon. Yes, if I was in prison and I was desperate and I knew I was facing 25 to life with no conjugal visits, yes,
In
I would
prison.
definitely do. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I will be because I will be desperate, and when people are desperate, they do desperate things. But what you gonna say, Jose? Go right ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't know anything about this person, but one thing, as a person that has a lifelong battle with the bulge, I mean, we have to be realistic who we are, okay? And we have to be able to be comfortable on who we are. I mean, look, I know I'm old, I'm fat, and I'm bald. But you know what? I am happy with myself, okay? And when everything is said and done, I don't answer to anybody else other than God and Jose Negro. And and people don't like me, you know what? Keep walking. I mean, that's how I feel. Actually, it's a little off the topic, but I need to share this. I was removed from Anthony's platform this last night, and all because a certain person on the panel got paranoid, thinking that I was going to attack her, and that was not the case. And when questioned, I said I didn't want to discuss it on the platform because first of all, it was not the appropriate place to discuss it at number one. And unfortunately, well, you know what? I'm going to keep it real. The person I had issue with was a person named Magic Molata. And even though I requested not to discuss it, she decided to go open her big mouth and actually share her point of view. So as a result, I had to indicate my side of the story, and I was even allowed to fully discuss it. Just while I was in the middle of trying to share my side of the story, I was removed from the platform. Now, those of you who know me know I'm not the confrontational type. So, for people to be making come to that conclusion, it's like, excuse me, you don't know, you don't know jack about me. I mean, for all you know, I could have just gone there to try to make peace.
Yeah, man. Look, I don't really take a lot of things what's going on with those people. I would say, Jose, if you don't really like those people, they don't like you. You can tell them to kick rocks. You can tell them to go where it's fire and brimstone at, man, and to hell with them. Period. Point blank. I don't take a lot of people serious on here, especially on YouTube. YouTube is the land of the mentally disturbed and the weirdos, man. We got a lot of people on here that are not normal people, and it's also no holds barred on YouTube. A lot of people talk shit. People say the worst things that they won't say to anybody else on here, and you tell them the same thing, man. Hey, go to hell. You don't like me, lady? Go to hell. To hell with you and the way you feel about me, and it's just like that. But I want to say, shout out to my brother right here, Kevin C. Thank you for stopping by, Kevin. And earlier I had touched on fresh and fit situation. My words been kind of like all over the place because I kind of been unprepared and um kind of a little exhausted today. But I decided to go live anyway. So we've been talking about that in a variety of other topics. So what's your thought with Myron from Fresh and Fit and the hot water that they're in right now for the little racist statements that they made, which we've known he's been that way, and but you got the floor, brother. Go right ahead.
Yeah, just as I was starting to talk, these dogs are actually starting to bark. I guess
Oh no, it's
somebody's
all
out
right.
there. Yeah, can you hear me still pretty well?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, I'll try to mute up when
Yeah.
I'm not talking. But first of all, hey, hello to you guys. Hello to Rakim as the host and all you folks in the chat. Uh, yeah, so these fresh and fit guys, look, they really should just stick to general relationship material. They're getting to the point where only a certain group of men actually listen to them anyway, and I suspect people listen to them just to see what they're going to do next and what they're going to say next. But they throw in a lot of unnecessary racism, and they throw around the racial slurs a lot. They say oh well you know what they say, you've heard them. Uh, that
Yeah,
little rant, I remember that rant that he went on a while back. I was going to put some comments in the on on the original rant when he was talking about it. Hey,
hmm
Morena. Yeah, I was gonna put some comments on the original rant when he was talking about it, but you know what, man? You know what I'm getting tired of doing? I am really. It's not that I don't have the mental capacity to do it. I just don't have the mental energy anymore to keep explaining systemic racism to people, overt racism, the passive aggressive racism. I just don't have the mental energy.
You know what?
Big,
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this really quickly, like because I'm with you 100%. Not just I don't have the mental energy no more, but at this particular point, fuck them because it's something that people don't want to know. They don't want to understand until they're in this situation. And the nerve of somebody like Myron Gaines, who completely changed his name from his Arabic origin name
yeah,
to Myron Gaines, so it can be more palatable to a white American audience.
yeah,
Because he
that's
knows
the
the
reason he does it.
anti-Muslim. Yeah, he
Yeah,
knows the anti-Muslim sentiment that's in the United States. Yet he calls us soft and calls us cowards. And by the way, this man is of Sudanese Arabic origin, and we know the history of the hatred that they have for black people in
well,
Sudan.
that too, but part of the reason that his parents and I think he's either first or second generation. Part of the reason is that he's here in the United States in the first place is because of racism.
Right.
You know, and people always like to do this thing where they go, stop talking about the history, stop talking about the past. Look, the past informs the present, and it actually informs the future. All right. If you don't correct all the issues and problems from the past, then you're going to have residual and second and third order effects. None of that stuff was ever corrected. And whenever I talk about that, again, I just get tired of explaining it. And I don't care that I don't care that not people who aren't black don't get it because either they get it or they don't. All right. And usually they get it later in life. They go, oh, yeah, you guys are right. You've been talking about it. I understand now. But now you're 60, you're 75 years old, 85, 80 years old, and you're up at Carolyn Bryant's age, and now
I
you're getting
agree.
ready to pass away, and
I agree
and you can't
100%.
do anything to
No,
fix it anyway.
but you know what? I think when people get older, that's when they're most honest because they have nobody to front for. And a lot of the times, people know exactly what Black Americans are talking about. They just don't care because it's not them. And
Yeah,
that's why
that's
when
really all it
something,
is.
yeah, and that's
Well,
why when and you can get a leg up, you can get a pat on the head by attacking Black people.
yeah,
It's just that simple. And we know this, and we know a lot of these people don't have testicular fortitude to go up against the opposition that a lot of Black people have definitely Black men in particular have fought against when it comes to the United States government. But yet he calling us weak and soft. But I digress. But I wanted to answer Blood Moon's comic real quick. She said, "But Sudanese people are super dark." It's two Sudan's, Blood Moon. It is Northern Sudan, which is predominantly ran by people that are mostly of Black Arab mix, and it's Southern Sudan, which are the Dinka tribe, which the people that you're referring to that are super tall. They're super tall, super dark, and it's been a lot of warfare between those two states within Africa, and the Arab Black mixed Sudanese people have a history of enslaving the Dinka tribe people and also treating them very, very poorly
yeah, yeah,
within those lands. And they've pretty much the Sudanese Arabs have adopted the mentality of the Arabs out of the Middle East as they came into Sudan and enforced their will and law on on the blacks there, procreated and mixed with them, and they've adopted the racist mentality of the Arab, and they treat the black African Sudanese very poorly. So
well, part
that's
of the
pretty much
disagreement too. Part of that disagreement is also tied to resources, the oil situation, the resources, the natural resources of that country. That was part of the split. Because remember, at one point it used to be one unified country, and that was
yes,
part of
it
the reason
was.
for the split, the North and South. Look, there's a lot. I don't talk about it because I look at it like, look, they have governments over there. That's not our issue, not our problem. When they're ready to solve it, they'll solve it. Us talking about it really isn't going to do a whole lot to resolve the situation. We got to deal with the 50-meter targets that's in front of us as Black American men, and and other races have their issues too. The difference is that everybody else gets it less, And the unfortunate part of it is that everybody knows that they get it less. And as long as and there's a complaint of, well, black people always have something to say about it. They have something to say about the systemic issues, the overt issues. The woman, the Karens trying to take a bike from a young black teenage male, saying that it's her bike when it never was, and then crying and being all Karen-y and accusing him of harming her and all this other stuff. Like, that's the kind of stuff that gets black men hurt out here. She didn't do that to a white man. She didn't do that to a Hispanic man or an Asian man. She found specifically a bunch of black men knowing the history of the United States and the antagonistic relationship sometimes between black and white people. And understand, black people didn't create that relationship. And I want to say something real quick. It's not that black people actually hate other races of people. No, we can get along with other people on an individual basis within our family. But there are some issues at the political level. There's some issues legally. There's some unfair and unjust policies and practices. And nobody has any complaints about it if it's practiced against black people. But as soon as it's practiced against them, then it's a problem. Have you seen what's going on down in South Africa, where they're talking about all those white farmers, being harmed, and they're being, the black South Africans are taking them out?
I've heard a little bit of it. I've heard a little bit of it, but I haven't followed it completely. And of course, me. I feel nothing. I mean, it's not that I'm saying that it's not a tragic event, but for everything that a lot of white South Africans has done to the black South Africans down there in South Africa has been a drop in the bucket. I'm sorry.
Exactly. So look, so the black people are in charge of the government now. And basically, they're doing what the whites were doing when they were in control. Or actually, they're not doing it. They're not sanctioning any violence against people who are not black. But what they're doing is they're basically looking the other way. They're letting it happen. And then I saw this video with this white South African. He literally said, "This is wrong. This is reverse racism. You guys can't do this." Now, this dude completely ignored the violent history, the stuff like the Sharpeville. Every South African grows up knowing about the Sharpeville massacre, Nelson Mandela, why he was imprisoned, and all this other stuff and everything else. But now he wants to talk about racism. So I'm like, and literally, I saw all the response videos, and every black South African was like, you know what? You need to just stop the whining and the crying and relax and chill out.
What's up with the victim mentality?
Yeah, anything that they're doing, they learned it from the white South Africans. And the government, they're accusing the government, you guys aren't helping us out, you're not doing this. Does that sound similar? Does that sound basically how black South Africans were talking, 20, 30, 40 years ago, 50 years ago?
That sounds very similar. And I want to say one thing, long live Stephen Biko. That sounds very similar.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to fix the problem amicably and peaceably. They essentially went through their civil rights movement, or their version of it. And, basically the only time, they were, you got, certain people who are non-black recognize racism is when it's happening to them.
Mm-hmm.
Or as not an able, well, I'll tell you what, when they feel that a black person is being racist against them or discriminating against them. And then when you ask them about it, they can't even explain it well. I'm like, when somebody goes, well, this black person was racist, I'm like, okay, well, tell me how they, oppressed you in some way systematically, how they abused you somehow. And what it generally comes down to is they hurled racial slurs. Now, I don't condone that. That's not positive behavior. But I'm like, is that all you got? Is that literally it? That's all you got. Somebody called you a name. That's it.
But guess what? Check this out. We've been called Mulians. We've been called Prietos. We've been called Mayates. We've been called niggers. We've been called spear chuckers. We've been called monkeys. We've been called we've been called apes. We've been called acatas. We got every fucking racial slur in every language.
We've been called
that discriminates against black people. We're called joggers. We're called joggers. Didn't do nothings. We call didn't do nothings. We got every word that you can possibly think of in the in every language that can be spoken at the dinner table regard to us Negroes. So I don't even want to hear it.
If all that was happening was racial slurs, I'd accept that. I'm like, that's all you got. So you aren't going to do anything. You aren't going to do anything to screw up my life, harm me systematically, target me unfairly. You aren't going to do anything that's going to oppress me in any way or abuse me or discriminate against me. No. I'm just going to call you names. I'm like, oh, that's it. That's all you got. Well, shit,
Yeah, I mean, hey,
I'm just call your names back and we'll be done with it.
Hey, you can call me a chungo all day. Just don't run up on me wrong. Then I'm gonna show you.
At this point, I would actually welcome the name calling.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, you ain't got nothing for me, partner. You ain't got nothing for me that's gonna really affect what I got going on.
Who is it? So Myron Gaines he's between an interesting place where he presents as black, so he feels like he can talk on black issues. He feels he can chew black people out and all this other stuff. So here's the problem I have with black people who do that, is that you never see them rail against any other racial group.
No, they never do, and I've always said that. And that's the thing, Kevin C. Hold on 1 second. I just want to say shout out to Tina for stopping through. What's up, Tina? Pleasure to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I want to say, and I want to give because I didn't introduce him. Shout out to Terrell. What's going on, Terrell? Thank you for stopping by, brother. We ain't seen you in many moons, brother. It's a pleasure to see you.
A long time no see. I'm glad to be back over here. I kind of was interested to talk about the Fresh and Fit storyline because those are some two interesting characters.
Okay, I'm gonna let you speak your piece, and after that, Jose, did you want a particular song request that you want played?
Actually, yes. I don't actually. Reflections by Diana Ross and the Supremes. So I love your classics.
Okay, I wanted to say shout out to everybody. We got 11 people in the building. Shout out to everybody for being here for another one of my bootleg streams. These streams gonna continue to be bootleg until I get the time to learn how to work this damn StreamYard. I'm a busy man. I work a lot. You know, this is one day where I was able to do it, and so this is like right now. My stream is like the drive-in of streams, or better yet, I'll say my streams is like the Tubi of streams. If anybody watch Tubi movies, especially if you black, you know them Tubi movies, they be so janky and edited. So shout out to everybody for stopping through. I wanted to give Terrell his chance to speak. Go right ahead, Terrell, and then I'm gonna get back to the brother Kevin C. You go ahead, Terrell. What you got to add to this?
I like to say that the Fresh and Fit podcasts have both been controversial over the past few years because they have said some things that are problematic when they talk about the Black American community, and I have to say they never was on our side. So, and I don't hardly agree with a lot of stuff they saying, and they should say a lot of misinformation and look like they have problems with Black Americans because they don't know the people in the culture. And Myron, the place he came from, he from Sudan. That's in East Africa, and you know they're gonna do a civil war right now, and it's quite funny to see nobody don't care about Sudan like the way they did Ukraine, but we all know the reason for that because they see those people as African and Black, even though they got Arabs and half Arabs, but still they see them as one way and not the other. And what the problem is with some of these Black immigrants, which I don't got no problem with, is just that they just talk down on us and don't know the history, know anything, and then they create these podcasters, spray out misinformation, which they can get sued on for defamation. It's just like ignorance and just jealousy. And they should show their true colors. It makes me wonder, do they have any Black American friends, or they a Black American woman?
Well, no, it's not even that. It's like it's been people that's come out as coming from the islands or coming from the continent, and they've simply said that in the as they was getting their citizenship or whatever classes they was taking for their citizenship, it has been white people that told them stay away from Black Americans.
Of course,
don't
that be true.
interact with Black Americans as well as the stereotypes. But the fact that if somebody is coming from a country where they wasn't really able to obtain a lot of things to to build a decent living, and they come to the United States, and a lot of these people um will some of the people are not the best educated, and they're able to get something in the United States, and they get a pat on the head from white people or the government, and they look at what Black people are doing, and they tell themselves they're not putting themselves in the shoes of Black people. No, they don't know the history, they don't know the laws and the policies, they don't know shit that transpired from the 60s to the 70s to the 80s. Every decade for black people have been a world, especially Black men, have been a whirlwind as far as us trying to get things done and accomplished, and us having to go to different obstacles and a whole shitload of red tape. In every city where it's a large Black population, there's a strong history of things that state and that city council is involved in to undermine Black people, from New Orleans to Detroit to
Houston,
Chicago to Houston to South Central Los Angeles, and plenty of Baltimore. Every
Compton.
place that you can say, Compton, well, that's adjacent to South Central. So a lot of people are not thinking that like that. They're just thinking about themselves and thinking about what they get. But everybody cries bloody murder when Black people start thinking about themselves. People think they can be blatantly racist, but I guess you can throw punches, but when our punches hurt more or our punches sting more because we're the king of that, then all of a sudden it's bloody murder, and the Black people are bullying us. That's why I'd say, like, we've already established with a lot of the panelists, the panel conversations that we had over the years, stay out of people's business, stop trying to force other groups to like us, or because people, some Black people got that bad. Only thing you
Oh
got to
yeah.
tell me, look, you don't rock with us, hey, that's cool with me. We need to embrace, we have our own culture, we have our own customs, we have our own everything. Embrace that and keep it moving, man. That's it. That's all. But yeah, people like him, Byron, definitely. Byron, he's a problem. He's
Oh
definitely
yes.
a problem.
He used to
And
be, and I forgot to say he used to work with the border. He used to be work with the customs, U.S. federal customs. He used to be a federal agent as well.
Blood Moon, it is quite a lot of articulate Black people in the South. Black people in the South don't speak like rednecks. You have you have a different dialect, but a lot of people in the South, some people in the South, you won't even know that they're from the South because they're able to speak on a level where their accent doesn't really come out unless they're speaking in like colloquial terms or different things like that.
I'm actually from the South, but I don't. I mean, I'm from Florida. I mean, but I don't. I'm from so basically North Florida, which is some people argue that it's
Mhm.
Southern Georgia, but still. And I grew up with a public school Florida education, which you can argue how good that was. But the bottom line is, as I got older and went through life, college, university, I went the military. They make you go. They make you attend all these professional development schools. I actually write better than I speak, believe it or not. When I take time and write memorandums, research papers, anything academic, you almost wouldn't even know it's me because I throw in like sometimes I'm verbose or I'll be superfluous as I'm speaking, or I'll be a little bit ostentatious with my vocabulary, right? And I'll just throw in a $15 word, just to kind of use it periodically. But for the most part, you can almost look at how I write if I'm writing a research paper, and then be like, okay, yeah, I can see that Kevin wrote this, but it's actually my vernacular is actually better in written format. Yeah, you have time to think about it. But I can also get gully too. See what I'm saying? A lot of people can't do that. It's very interesting. I've actually run into people who their vocabulary is so eloquent and exquisite, and they really can't relate to just the average person. I've seen people give briefings, full blown on briefings, and they do not adjust for the audience. I can understand what they're saying, but not everybody in the audience can, and that's the interesting thing. But remember, some of our best intellectuals, I always start with James Baldwin, Malcolm X, Dr. King. Dr. King was phenomenal. He's a high level intellectual, or he was a high level intellectual. I mean, you read some of his work, his books. The letter from Birmingham City Jail that he wrote in 1963, the speech that he gave in 1963 at the at the Lincoln Memorial. It's high level intellectual stuff. He kind of dumbed it down a little bit for the March on Washington in 1963, but if you look at a lot of his work, it's very intellectual. So this idea that there's a certain way that black people speak, I get it. There's the slave narratives. You have the Southern dialect. You have people who sound like they don't have more than two brain cells that they're rubbing together. I get all of that, but
Yeah, because of lack of education.
yeah,
That's like, and especially if they was growing up in a time where they was denied that particular education in some areas where it's not much, if they live.
Even today, the schools in black cities, black areas, are not nearly as good as they are in other areas. They're not.
Oh
Good.
no, they've never been. And I actually spoke on the one lady from a few years ago who got arrested because she lied about her address to be able to get her son in a better school.
Yeah, they're just not.
In a
They're
better
just not
school.
that good.
Yeah,
That's why school choice. You have people arguing for school choice and the vouchers and all the other stuff. You have some. What really black people need to do is actually have their own schools in their own neighborhoods. That way you can.
I
What really
agree.
needs to happen because a lot of other groups do that. Jewish people they have their own. They have their own school systems. Everything is internal. They don't send their kids. They're not educated within the public schools. Very few Jewish kids are educated within the public school systems. I remember I was living in a middle class neighborhood, and I saw a lot of kids getting off the bus from private schools. They had to wear uniforms and all the other stuff. But yeah, I know. So in Central and South America, public schools everybody wears a uniform, but so you can't really tell the difference between public and private. But essentially, yeah, yeah. Even today, the schools are worse in black areas. Black people have been screaming for decades about investment in education and infrastructure and economics and political representation, and none of it matters. None of it matters. What's going to wind up happening? What black people have to do is actually get to the point of just voting out anybody who's not focused on black political issues and improving in black empowerment.
Period. And the crazy thing is, I spoke about that because the crazy thing is, these people that are within our community that are anti-black, they don't have no place to go because they sit here and they lie to themselves and they sit here and say, "Oh, well, it's this victim mindset and this and that." Okay, well, you show me. Go over into these other cultures and you tell me how well you're able to do and how well they accept you over there in that culture. If everybody is such an individual, you go over there and you tell me that. And they know that because they know they can't go over there and they can't. There is nothing is going to be. They're not going to be able to get within that culture, do business because you're an outsider.
And more like so, more like people have a hive mindset. Each group have their own hive mind, more like where they all kind of think alike.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with that. The issue is that you have people who infringe and encroach on black areas as bad as they already are. Like the resources are already limited, and then you'll have people who are and black politicians allow it. So what's going to have to happen is that the black voters are going to have
they're going to have to get rid of them.
Yeah,
but see the way
get them out. Yeah.
The way yes, Blood Moon, we're going to get to that soon. But the way things are set up to be is because of the fact that when you look at the situation with the Democratic Party and the matriarchy that's leading in the community, the Democratic Party has catered to black women. Therefore, black women have gave them majority of their vote. It's black women majority of the times that's raising these young boys up so they follow their mothers into voting for the Democratic Party without even understanding that you don't even have the Democratic Party don't even have black men's best interest at heart, and you haven't received any benefits for voting Democrat. Not saying vote Republican because I don't trust them motherfuckers either, but keep independent and hold on to your vote. And if anybody's not offering you anything, then you keep your vote to yourself. And the hell with them, they can get votes from somebody else. So like people don't understand that. I give you the perfect example, and then we're gonna get into that, Blood Moon. We're gonna get into that, and Jose, I'm gonna be playing your song soon, but I'm gonna give everybody the perfect example real quick. Of this woman who screamed at her son for to vote for Biden because he didn't
Oh,
want
I
to.
seen that.
He didn't want. He decided to vote for Donald Trump, and this happens quite a bit within our community. I can't really. Here we go. So let me play this video really quickly. But yeah, so pretty much this is a great example on what's going on. Even even when I was young, I was just told to vote Democrat. I didn't even know why.
Biden. Now we done lost a damn vote. We done lost a vote. That's gonna go to Trump. God damn. I'm worshiping these people like they're God. Ain't nobody worshiping them. But God damn it, Chris, we need somebody in there with sense. He vote independent.
How do I share the screen again? Hold on 1 second.
No money, to do Biden.
Let's rewind.
Now we done lost a damn vote. We done lost a vote. That's gonna go to Trump. God damn. I'm worshiping these people like they're God. Ain't nobody worshiping them. But God damn it, Chris, we need somebody in there with sense. He vote independent. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You know what I said do when you go in there. You go. That's what I did. No, you said you go in there. This shit funny. I told you. I said go Democrat Biden. Now there's a fucking vote that we done lost that can fucking go to Trump. This is why I don't do politics. I will never do this. He said he ain't gonna vote again.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much, and that's been done strategically. So you give crumbs to black women within the community. You make them, you separate them as far as going against the men. So now the women are voting in their own interest and the men are excluded from that. And we saw that now by when a lot of these Stacey Abrams and all of these other people was coming out because black men said, fuck that. We're not voting for y'all. We're not voting for y'all. Then you had Stacey Abrams. Then they had to go get Barack Obama. And they, oh no, yeah. I mean, you guys should vote for the man. Fuck that. We don't get anything off voting for the Democratic Party. Nothing. And then on top of it, you trying to take our gun rights away. What the hell you think we're gonna vote for you for? You've been one of the biggest detriments, if anything. Now we know that the Republicans don't give a damn about us, but why am I voting for you? What makes you worthy of my vote when you don't do anything for it? I'm gonna vote within my best interest. And if either candidate is with, and I may just vote Republican just to spite you, just to show you how much my vote actually means. So
yeah, I would like to say on the media.
The only solution to this is
yeah, your audio is messing up. Your audio is
the only
messing up.
solution to all this.
Yeah, Jose, your audio is
Yeah.
messing.
How's my audio now?
It's all right. I can hear it.
Okay. Now, the only solution to all this is we need a viable third party, because let's keep it 100. Both parties suck, and until we have we're not going to vote or to the lesser of two evils, which is not a good thing at all.
Yeah, okay. So as far as we're gonna go into the next subject, and that's gonna be Megan Thee Stallion. Megan Thee Stallion has left her boyfriend, but before we go into that, I'm gonna play your song request, Jose. And we'll be back after this song, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll touch on what's going on with Megan Thee Stallion. So, and Blood Moon says, "What's wrong with Megan Thee Stallion? What's going on?" Megan Thee Stallion is out here famous for being a 304, Blood Moon, in case you didn't know. Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion is famous for being a 304 and sleeping with half the music industry. And now she wants sympathy, you know. So this is your song, Jose, and this song is called
Aaron wrote a song too. Oh.
Christ. And this song is Reflections by Diana Ross and the Supremes.
Through the mirror of my mind, time after time, I see reflections of you and me. Reflections of the way life used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. Oh, I'm all alone now. No love to shield me. Trapped in a world that's a distorted reality. Happiness you took from me and left me alone with only memories. Through the mirror of my mind, through these tears that I'm crying, reflects the hurt I can't control. Cause although you're gone, I keep holding on to the happy time when you were mine. As I peer through the window of lost time, looking over my yesterday and all the love I gave all the day. All the love that I wasted, all the years that I tasted, all the days. Through the hollow of my tears, I see a dream that's lost from the hurt that you have caused. Everywhere I turn, seems like everything I see reflects the love that used to be. In you I put all my faith and trust, wrapped before my eyes, my world has turned to dust. After all the nights I sat alone and wept, just a handful of promises are all that's left of love and you. Reflections of used to be. Reflections of the love you took from me. In you I put all my faith and trust. Right before my eyes.
All right, shout out to you, Jose. That was Reflections by Diana Ross and the Supremes, which is a legendary.
Thank you, Rakim. Also, yeah. I also shared your this stream on my community tab, so therefore my supporters can stream either live on the playback, and of course my supporters as well.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that, Jose. I might not lead the stream up, man. I'm kind of critical of my streams, and it's kind of been janky, especially at the beginning. I'm gonna make sure to start preparing for these things 2 hours ahead, man, because I had to run and get some damn groceries. I've been trying to low key eat while I'm broadcasting and everything else, man. I see why don't nobody do streams like that no more. This shit is a lot of work, but yeah, I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. And let me get on Blood Moon for a second. Let me get on Blood Moon for a second with her. She is not. She is sweet. I don't think she sleeps around. It came out in court, the people that this woman was screwing. Blood Moon. You be showing grace. You be showing grace to the people that don't deserve it, and the people that don't do nothing, you be always coming at their head. Get out of here with that. This girl was being a 304. She was being a 304. Yeah, she needs love. I agree. She did lose her mom, and I understand that. And much, rest in peace to her mother. But the young lady was out here making a rash of bad decisions. She was nunchucking that vagina around everywhere, just slinging it around everywhere. And in the end, she didn't get a good reputation. And the boyfriend that's with her, what's his name? Party Fontaine or something like that? Or what's the guy's name that she's that she with? She left him for a soccer player. So let's look this up real quick. Megan Thee Stallion. Whatever his name is. And the sad thing about this dude, man, he went out like a sucker, man. Got the girls. What is this dude's name? What is his name? Partisan Fontaine. Let me share the screen real quick. Partisan Fontaine. The dude went out like a sucker, man. Got this dude had the nerve to get feminists tatted on him. He was the laughing stock, man. All of the dudes that she was with. And it goes to show you, like, he stuck with her when she was at her worst. Yeah, she was at her worst. He stuck with her. And then it's sad, man. It's sad because, like, throughout all of that embarrassment, he played himself trying to be with her, and then she turns around and now she's with apparently this soccer player dude. So she is too pretty for him. Apparently, Megan, she's pretty for everybody. Apparently, she's pretty for everybody. Blood Moon. So that's pretty much what's going on. And now she's supposedly dating I believe this man. I think he's he's a soccer player from the continent. And but yeah, that dude was with her through her darkest period. And she was out here like just wilding, and she was embarrassed. Like she literally, Tory Lanez was messing with her friend, and she literally started sleeping with Tory Lanez. That's how their relationship developed. Her friend Kelsey. So, like, that tells me a lot about what I need to know about Megan and how Megan get down. So nah, she ain't innocent, Blood Moon.
Excuse me, Rakim. I'm gonna step down because it's almost 11 o'clock. I just want to make sure that I make myself present and support you what you can. And I want to encourage everyone, please subscribe to the 18th Letters channel, and just make sure that whenever he does go live or whatever just check out his content. Huge shout out to you, Rakim. Huge shout out to everyone on the panel, and a huge shout out to everyone on the chat. Thank you very much for allowing me on your platform. And I'm going to be addressing the issue regarding Fresh and Fit's racist remarks on my platform this Friday night. My take regarding this whole situation. And it says that it's totally disgusting, but hey, I guess people will go to the gutter to try to get views and whatnot. That being said, thank you, Rakim, and I'm going to wish all of you a good night.
Thank you for stopping by, Jose. Really appreciate you, stopping through, and much respect to you. And you have yourself a good night as well.
Good night, Jose.
Take care, everybody. Peace.
Likewise.
So I'm going to start off with Roy Chess. Roy Chess, what's your take on Megan Thee Stallion and her boyfriend, Partisan Fontaine, and just the whole situation with Tory Lanez and the predicament she found herself in? Apparently, a lot of stuff came out in court on who she was sleeping with, and even she said that he was embarrassed, but the dude stuck by her, man. He stuck by her, and he was he was with her throughout all of that embarrassment, and I'm pretty sure he caught embarrassment too, because we know how we look at men who are dealing with women that have a lot of bodies, or just nunchucking their vaginas around, just slinging them around everywhere. And it can be embarrassing for those men, especially if those men have a sense of pride. So what's your take on that, Roy Chess?
Well, I don't know 100% the story, but I don't know if he was with her before she came out, like before she became a Def Jam artist, I believe. I think she signed with Def Jam, right?
No, she got with him in the midst of that whole situation.
Oh, okay. So it's not like somebody she knew. Okay, so I don't know if he knew about her, like her I guess activities were until that came out. Probably he was probably blindsided, I would think, unless he was just doing what he was doing for clout and money, and that maybe that's why he left her or something. I don't know.
No, well, from what they're saying, she broke up with him, and as far as clout and money, I mean, he might have gotten some clout off of it, but he damn sure didn't get much money or anything like that, because Megan don't have money like that. I know from the outside looking in, it seems like that she has more money. It seems like that she has more money than what she actually has, but we all have to remember Megan signed a 360 deal, which is why she's been trying hard to get out of that deal. And Rock Nation had to come rescue her. And in the 360 deal, they get a percentage of everything. Back in the days, the artist was always getting jerked by these record labels, but you
Right.
can make your money through shows. And that's where the real money was at. Now they get a percentage through shows. And then on top of that, the having to pay, with the lawyers and everything, even if Rock Nation paid for that, best believe that was a loan that she's going to have to pay back in album sales or streams or whatever. And she hasn't been doing that great with a lot of that stuff.
Well, so that sounds like the same system, though. Like you didn't say anything, because if there's no benefit, what's the difference between that deal, the 360 deal, and what they had before, other than they were not getting percentage of the shows?
Yeah, no, that's what a 360 deal is. You get a percentage of everything. It's 360s.
No matter what
It's
income
complete-
it
yeah,
comes from,
it's completely 360. So
Oh man.
Yeah,
So
they
that's
get a
what every artist now. Every artist they're going with that
if
now.
if you sign that deal, if you decide not to stay independent and you decide to sign a 360 deal, they're going to get a percentage of everything that you.
Oh, but what's to stop them from stopping you from being independent? They can make everybody sign a 360 deal if that's the case, right? What's to stop them from doing
Well,
that?
they can't make you sign anything. You definitely have to.
No, I mean to get in the industry to be an artist, you have to sign a 360 deal. What's the?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to get in the industry through labels anymore. You can just
Oh,
be independent and put your music out on streams and build a following up that way, and then you're able to negotiate where are you able to negotiate, what level of contract that you want with these labels. So you're still going to get jerked, but not jerked as much as like in the
I
90s
see.
and the 2000s. But I'm going to
But
go on to go ahead,
yeah,
Royce.
yeah, real quick. I guess she, I would guess fame does something to somebody, right? We could all say we're not going to change, but I think maybe she changed because she was probably not like that before. Like I could understand what Blood Moon was saying. Like she probably was not doing the things that she was doing, once she made it. So she made some bad decisions, and that could be because of the lifestyle, the money, the fame. I think I would blame it on that. I don't know if she has that in her. Like if you took the money away, would she still be doing that? I don't know. I would say no, but for her to move on, what is the next guy gonna do? I don't see how it's gonna change her behavior, or why would he knowingly get in that relationship knowing what she did? So she might do that to him. So it's a caution. So it's weird.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So I'm gonna go over to Kevin C. So Kevin C, what you think about that whole situation? Have you heard anything about it?
Yeah, I mean, she's just doing basically what an industry chick does, which is just kind of move from man to man to man. And they eventually end up with somebody, but it's generally a lower value guy than they would have got if they just figured out when to stop. Uh, this soccer player, this might be the best man she's ever gonna, probably pull. After once you get to the top, then it kind of goes downhill. Remember, Rihanna had a billionaire at one point, right?
Yep.
And now she's got a couple of kids by ASAP Rocky. Whether they're married or not, who knows? But the bottom line is that uh, a lot of people see that. Well, no, I'm not gonna say men don't really care about it because we don't have any stake in it either way. We don't care. But women generally see that as going down, because women are naturally hypergamous, right? But she's going to
Right.
get to the point where she's going to reach the apex, and then basically everybody else after that is going to be basically a dud. But her image doesn't really help her in the sense that any guy would take her seriously. If Megan Thee Stallion, I'm married, but if I weren't, if she were to come my way, there'd be no reason I would take her seriously. I mean, she might be good for fun, and hopefully that's what that guy is doing, and he doesn't get caught up, and he doesn't catch anything, he doesn't get her pregnant. But yeah, she's not the type of woman that you marry. She's not, she's got the celebrity and the fame, and she's got a little bit of clout here and there, but nobody sees her as a wife. Um, there's certain women in the industry that are like that, and the very interesting thing is that they don't really have to do that. If their music is good, they can sell the music without all the promiscuity and just basically being an industry pass around. They should be able
Yeah,
to
and
do
it's like the first reemergence of that, as far as being a little bit sexual and everything like that, was Lil Kim. But apart from that, Lil Kim was very talented as well. She wasn't just sex. Lil Kim can actually rap, she can spit, and she had a lot of nuances to her wordplay. And it wasn't just sex. Now, with a lot of these young women that come into the industry, that's all it is. It's like they not even separating themselves from each other. Like it's like I'm seeing the spider lashes, I'm seeing the weave, I'm seeing the makeup, and I'm seeing the BBL. And you talking about how many men you can screw, and you don't need men, and F these men, and blah 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 blah. and it's just like it's so repetitive and redundant. It's like it's no type of is and it's no talent. It's no talent. It's no substance to a lot of the music, and
Well, that's
everybody's
the
just
same
trying
thing
to
with the
come in.
music from the men too, except it doesn't hurt the men as much.
Yeah,
But
that's true. That's
you know the
definitely true.
interesting thing is that you'll have women, regular women, who don't have near the status, they don't have near the money, they don't have any of the socials, they don't even have the looks, but they try to live that Megan the Stallion lifestyle, and it really hurts them in the long run. I was actually having a discussion with some women, and the discussion was about hot girl summer and how long it should last and what they should be doing. I'm like, look, okay, how does being a hot girl and doing that for 3 or 4 years or even a decade, how does that help you get to wifehood and motherhood? Because what happens is you have women who complain, especially as they complain about black men. Black men are not marrying the women and they're not doing this, they're not doing that. I'm like, look, how old are you? Well, I'm 32. So now all of a sudden you're 32 years old and you got standards. Where were your standards when you were 18? Where were you as far as looking for a husband and a father for your future children? Where were you on that somewhere between 18, 19, 20, 21? What were you doing? Hot girl summer. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it doesn't help women at all. And, we're talking about low birth rates. We're talking about people not getting married. We're talking about broken families or people not even making families. And, people kind of get on, and this is not to call you out or anything, but people kind of get on the guys who are above 30 and they're like, well, why aren't you guys married? And then when you look around and you ask these guys why they're not married, invariably it comes down to, they should have been married a long time ago because quality women should have been available to them. Quality women should have been available to quality men, right? And that's not the case today. You guys are having trouble, and I used to kind of side with the women to some extent, but women at this point have lost their credibility and their ability to actually critique men, especially when you see a lot of the problems on their side. So yeah, I'm not saying men don't have their problems. What I'm telling you is that when you compare and contrast and crunch the numbers, and you start looking at it. Matter of fact, we kind of went back and forth about this with and I don't want to talk about anybody who's not here, but we gone about this with people from other racial groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they'll just assume that they'll be like, no, we're better than you because we have this, and this, and you guys don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who are flat out saying that.
Right.
And it's a conversation. Not only that, it's a conversation at the national level. MSNBC, CNN, Fox, they're talking about black issues. And I hate when people talk about black issues when they don't really talk about the issues. I see a lot of people talking around the issue. That's my issue with it. I don't have any issue with you talking about black issues, but if I ask you a question, a series of questions, and you can't answer them, then you're not informed enough to actually speak on it.
But see, that's the thing. A lot of people know that they're not informed. They don't care. They just do it to how can I say, feed their ego.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Because I can come up here and I can say a lot of shit about a lot of other groups, about groups involved in criminal activity, shootouts right there in broad daylight from other groups, and like I can talk about the drugs and everything in other countries and the domestic abuse in other. I can talk about a lot of that stuff, but I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. I don't have to bring talk about other people's issues because I know it's a bigger problem that cannot be solved over time because the root of that problem stems to be from a social economic standpoint, majority of the times with those groups. But with us, we don't get that same courtesy because, they feel emboldened to talk about our issues because, they've been, pretty much brainwashed by white society to feel however they feel and not realize that they're in the same predicament a majority of the time. But nobody ever talks about that. Nobody ever talks
Well,
about.
actually, I submit that they're in a worse predicament in the sense that they're not willing to face it.
Yeah, it's very cowardly. Very cowardly if you ask me.
Yeah.
But I want to say shout out to my boy Ramon. For any of you all that's not subscribed, go subscribe to Ramon's channel, The Introvert Boricua. This is my boy right here from the island. He's a Texan by way of the island of Puerto Rico. And I want to welcome my boy, Introvert Boricua, Ramon. Ramon, what's going on with you?
Hey, what's going on, Rakim? Thanks for letting me be on your panel. Shout out to the rest of the panel. I see Roy Chess, Mr. Kevin, and I'm not. I can't say if it's Magai Terrell on the panel.
Yes,
But
it's
shout
me.
out. Hey, what's up, dude? I mean, I haven't seen you in a while. Shout out to the whole panel and shout out to the chat too. Yes. What's going on?
Nothing much. We've been talking about a variety of topics, Ramon,
Yes.
from the fresh and fit racist situation to Lizzo wanting to quit music to Miss Jacky Oh, who just recently passed from complications of surgery to Jamie Foxx's health condition. It's been pretty janky live because I haven't been prepared and I haven't really been articulating myself properly. But I've been making do. I might not keep this live up, but I gotta get a little bit better. I'm gonna let you speak on those topics. I want to answer Blood Moon's question. Young people can get a job easily. They chose to commit crimes because they are raised like trash, not because of poverty. It's not even just about young people, Blood Moon. It's about, do these jobs even pay enough to sustain yourself?
Yeah.
Half the time they don't. And most of the times we see that with inflation and stagnation. That's why a lot of these places, even after COVID, a lot of these places, I'm seeing now hiring signs everywhere.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people that put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into these jobs as well, and into their careers, only to be let go when something happens within the company. And a lot
Well,
of people,
that's why you can't really get too attached. Maybe you like the job that you're doing, but don't get too attached to it because you're not really that important to them. I mean, get from that job whatever it is that you need as much as you can, the resources, the experience, but always keep it in the back of your mind that you can be let go at any time. That's something that I had to learn. I had to learn that the hard way myself. Because I have been let go. I have been let go of a couple of jobs in my life, even though I invested myself, I put all the work, I did everything that I was expected of me. But still, if the company has to so-called restructure, meaning that they have to cut off they have to cut off people, then that's what's going to happen. I mean, I know that, and that's why I recommend people don't get attached to the workplace. Maybe you know people, maybe you're cool with the people that you work with, and that's a plus. But don't get attached to it because that's something that can be replaceable, and so are you and us in general.
absolutely. And a
Yeah.
perfect example of that is I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but it was a documentary, and this documentary was about 6 years or 7 years ago, where it was I believe it was a Ford plant that was in Ohio. I can't remember the exact town, but they closed down. And a lot of those people have been at that job for 20 plus years. And some of
Yes.
those people didn't even know anything else besides that job.
Yes.
They had planned on investing into the company, into the stocks and everything once they retired. And they had no money. And all they had was a severance package. And you had people within their 40s and their 50s talking about they had to go back to school to figure out what they was going to do. And that plant actually fed that town. And you know what was a similar situation that happened? Detroit.
With Motown, the Motor City, and the factories over there, and how a lot of that ended up being outsourced because the North American car makers maybe they do things differently, so they import a lot of the materials, the parts. They import them already pre-made, so they just have to assemble them. So I guess they can cut down on the labor, on all the labor that is necessary to put together these cars, these vehicles. Now, I can't say that I know much about what's the state of American car making, but it was a couple of decades ago when they started to cut back on it, and we know what ended up happening. Whatever ended up happening to Detroit, ended up getting into decay. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. The reason why Detroit was like Detroit at the particular time was considered, of course, the Motor City, and
Yes.
Detroit had, everyone, especially Black Americans, uh, migrated from the South into Detroit because during that time that they was leaving the South, it was Jim Crow and racism and segregation and everything. And they realized that they can make a living in Detroit with a lack of education and still be able to afford a house and take care of their families. Which in the beginning it was all good until the early to mid 70s. And in the early and mid 70s is when a lot, not just the automotive industry in Detroit, but the American element as far as steel factories and different things like that, it all starts shutting down because like when you look at Gary, Indiana was the town of steel, which is nothing but a half an hour away from the city of Chicago. It was known for its steel factories, and a lot of that shut down once all of those jobs was outsourced. And from that point, the economy plummeted right along with Detroit's. And with a plummeted economy and lack of work, where you're able to barely sustain yourself, it produces crime. It produces crime. It produces a criminal element, and that's because Blood Moon said, "Oh, it's because people don't want to work." It's a proven fact that poverty produces crime, and like I've said this in numerous streams before, you can ask the Polish, you can ask the Italians, you can ask the Greeks, and anybody else that came in here that was of European descent in the earlier 20th century or the 19th century. These people lived in ghettos, and they were not considered part of the American, the like everything that America had going on. They was completely excluded out. So guess what? They went into the underground, where it was a lot of murders, it was a lot of prostitution, it was extortion and different things. Guess what? And guess who they preyed upon? Their own people.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it goes back to kind of like when they were opening up um, the doors, so to speak, to immigration. It was sometime during the late 1800s or so, when a lot of the Europeans were coming out. Those were the people that were starving. They were already poor. That's why they were showing up here. But it was different because they didn't have immigration like that back then. They just had to show up, put their name on a book, and they would let them in. Maybe they will have to screen them for disease or something like that, but they just could come in. It wasn't that big of a deal for them. It was easy for them to come in. But really quick. I know that maybe you want that you said that you're not gonna keep the live stream up, and I know the other guys may want to say something, but I assure you, I'm not gonna take long. But the first two things, because I saw the thumbnail and I wanted to say something about that. Now, this is in my humble opinion.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. Really quick. I know that situation is a shit show. I mean that was a hot mess. I mean, I don't know what the hell is Myron thinking, specifically Myron, because I don't think the other guy. You see, the other guy is really quiet. He doesn't talk much, and he doesn't really go along. He might be going along a little bit because of his collaborator, but I don't think it's really in him to be doing this whole racist shit garbage. I mean, I think he's low key embarrassed by that, but he went along with it, so he's gonna have to take lumps with it also because it's like he shouldn't have done that, but he participated too. But I think he's kind of low key. I mean, embarrassed by that. Now, this is something that I'm going to say in my humble opinion because I know that there are many Black Americans that might be outraged by that display. But I'm going to say this, but stay with me on this. Black Americans shouldn't be involved with that. They shouldn't care about what those are going to. Think about it. Think about it. Because these are not Black Americans. We're talking about two non-Black Americans against two non-Black Americans. So Black Americans should kind of stay out of it because that's not something that has particularly to do with Afro descendants here in this country. Think
No,
about it.
I agree.
Uh-huh.
I agree with what you're saying. Like, I think like with Myron, because pretty much like I mean I keep calling him Byron, but Myron, pretty much he's making fun of anybody of African descent. Whenever you start putting dreadlocks on your head and calling people monkeys and making monkey noises and all of this and wearing Ku Klux Klan mask and all of this other shit.
Yeah, as if the clan wouldn't call him the N word too. I
Yeah, but
mean,
see, and that was the thing too that I covered with him because see, Myron is a Sudanese Arab, and we all know the history of the Sudanese Arabs over in Sudan and how bad they mistreat the black people there. So I don't know if that's something that's been instilled in him or into the way he thinks, but he said a lot of overt racist things in the past. And I think he may be one of those guys that don't consider themselves black because it's been I don't think the Sudanese Arabs consider themselves blacks in their homeland. So he's one of those guys that come in and he wants to get under the umbrella of being black for the sake of being able to make money and get involved within the culture. But he's showing his true colors time and time again on how he feels and what he thinks about himself versus Americans here. And I can't really speak on Fresh and Fit, but yeah.
Yeah, they were doing fine when they were just talking about general relationship advice. And they started off with that, and that's where they should have stayed. And understand something. You got to be really particular about taking advice from them anyway, only because. So there needs to be bona fides, right?
Yeah,
Meaning
yeah.
that
Not
these
to
guys,
cut you off, Kevin C, brother. Not to cut you off. I just want to say you got to be careful on taking advice because you can tell this was an opportunity for them to capitalize off of what was going on with the red pill and their personality comes off to me as corny. Both of them just come off as corny, like they don't really know how to speak to women in general. But go ahead, continue, Kevin C.
they've done some corny things. But my thing is that they should have stayed with that and stay away from the racial aspect of it, only because, they're Black American politically and they're identified as such. If you kind of lump them in that group and they have the genetics for it and the phenotype, but the thing is that they're going to identify more with the original country that they came from. They talk about it all the time. There's nothing wrong with it. People can identify how they want, but it's what they're trying to do is okay, so I'm from someplace else and I've done this and I've done that, and look, I hate to say it, man, but a lot of those dudes, they get up on they have these discussions, and then when somebody confronts them about their history and why they got here in the first place, then they start getting offended. And what is happening is that it's kind of like you were talking about that, you're being xenophobic and divisive. Meanwhile, you can just throw, every stereotype out, say anything that's negative, and expect, the Black Americans who have a history that goes back 400 years or so to just sit here and take it. And when people don't, they're like, "What's wrong with you guys? Well, I thought you guys were just going to sit here and take that." And no, absolutely not.
And see, it's a term we have a term here in Chicago that we like to use called send-offs. But we'll tell you in a minute, don't let that motherfucker send you off. And that slang is when a person misleads you purposely because they know you're gonna fall for it and to get you in a bad situation. We're not taking shit from white people, and we damn sure not gonna take it from nobody else.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be real careful about that. I mean, about how you present yourself, and
we
like I
have
said,
a
man,
history of not like it's at this particular point. Black people ain't taking shit from nobody. Everybody. If you come at black people with some vitriolic shit, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong. You want to critique something. We have fools within our community. I understand that. But if you think you're going to be blatantly racist or you're going to be blatantly disrespectful, and you got another motherfucking thing coming, and that's what people don't get. Like black people, we don't give a fuck about addressing racist white people. So for somebody that's just making it here, 2-3 generations in, we on that. We on it. That's the best way.
So here's the interesting thing. So it only takes like maybe 1 or 2 generations. I would say really after the first generation, they started to have the same problems that people who are born here have. And for example, Tom Flores, you know he's he was the black coach for the Miami Dolphins. Remember him?
I've heard of him. I don't think
he filed a lawsuit. He filed a discrimination lawsuit against the NFL because of what they were doing to him as a black coach. Now that guy is from the Caribbean, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
He's black. He presents as black. But my whole point is that he's a Caribbean immigrant. And and he wasn't saying anything negative about it. He wasn't saying anything negative about black people, black history, black culture, or even America. But he realized but whatever was going on with him in the NFL, it was bad enough that he had to file a lawsuit.
Yeah, and well, we know like the history of what with black people, especially black coaches in the NFL, and what goes on, like as far as with the business aspect of things and what goes on behind the scenes of that. So definitely know that.
And it's like I'm at the point now where I just kind of tell people if I need it, I say, look, because what I want to do is asking them a few questions, because the tendency is to actually find the worst people in the group and then just focus on them. And then I'll ask you, okay, and then I'll ask you, say, how many black men are even at middle? How many black men are actually employed or at middle class? How many black men are in jail or in college and then when you're asking them that stuff, they don't know about it. I'm like, see, and this is what I'm talking about. You are not informed enough to even have this conversation, but you're sitting here talking like as if you're some expert. One of the things that I saw, I don't know if you saw that debate with Destiny and Angry. Did you see the Angry Man, the Destiny, and the other debate?
I've seen snippets of it.
When they were getting smoked. Look, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I was in on that discussion, I would have needled Destiny and got a whole bunch of. I would have got him to admit to what he was saying and doing wrong. See, he wouldn't have been able to slide. He wouldn't have been able to get all that stuff past me. Mm-hmm. And some people just kind of let things go, and I don't really like that. If you're gonna have a discussion, then be informed yourself. One of the things is so we talk about how when people come to the United States or all the other racial groups get some kind of financial help, and people go, "What financial help? What are you talking about?" I'm like, you're not looking around and seeing the HB1 visas and all the programs and the just basically the even stuff like affirmative action. That doesn't help black men at all. That helps white people.
No,
and everybody else, every other person of color.
And then all you got to do too is like when you look on YouTube, you have a lot of these people from different communities. I just saw a video of a guy. He's a doctor. He's an Indian guy, and he was talking about some of the benefits and everything that they gotten that black people are excluded from, black Americans rather. And he was being honest about the situation. I played the video earlier of the Asian lady who said that they was excluded from opening up businesses in the white community.
Yeah,
but they gave them loans to open up
They
businesses.
sent them over to black neighborhoods. Yeah.
So like it's obvious is at play. The thing is, a lot of people are intellectually cowards, and they just don't want to admit that we're not going to say anything against white people. Because on top of it, we know that they run shit in government, and we don't want to ruffle any feathers. But we'll speak about black people to boost our egos. So when white people make us feel like we less than, we got black people to prop ourselves up. And
but I see that as cowardice in the other direction.
Yeah, it's very coward. It's very cowardly. Very cowardly. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
And I mean we know that. So Like it's just like, you know, I don't usually bring them up, but I'll speak about part of the biracial community because I've interacted with some of these people. And a lot of these people talk about, you know, them having their identity and black people this, black people that, but they never seem to bring up that other half of their makeup.
No,
They never,
there's
they
more
never,
anger. There's more anger with black people. I'm like, look, we didn't, black people didn't create
we
the
didn't
racial
force you
construct.
within our community. We didn't
Yeah.
force you. We didn't force you within our community and told you you want to have your own separate identity. Okay, cool. How about gravitating towards the other half of your makeup and you know, come with a solid argument to those people and tell me how well that goes.
Well, I
We
mean,
didn't-
that group gatekeeps more than anybody else, and they're very specific about it, and they have no shame about saying that. They're like, look, we got that you're part white, but you know what? You ain't white, so you're over there with somebody else, but you ain't over here. They're very matter of fact about that, especially the extremists. I know you've heard what the extremists say. You have people who are kind of passive aggressive about it, but doggone the extremists, man, they don't. They consider any kind of race mixing an abomination. Which reminds me, you know, I'm gonna lighten it up a little bit. So we were actually, you know, I don't have any little kids anymore. All my kids are adult, but you know, all of them are adults now. One's in college. Well, I guess two in college. My son graduates this year. He's in college / trade school, so he graduates, and then the other one just started. But anyway, we went to go see The Little Mermaid. You know, it's got the movie with the Halle Berry, not Halle Bailey. That's what it is, not Halle Berry. Halle Bailey, the young. It's actually,
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were talking about that on Morena's live.
Yeah,
Yep,
the
we sure was.
cinematography is actually really good. The storyline, because I didn't, you know, my kids watched it when they were growing up. You know, I never paid attention to that stuff. I just went out and bought all this. They went and pointed to it, and I bought it. Right, you know, I bought it the Princess Ariels and the Cinderellas and all the little black baby dolls or whatever. That's, you know, that was my thing. I just wanted the dolls to be black or the characters to be black. Now I bought my son the superhero stuff. That didn't really matter because, you know, superheroes are superheroes. But my whole thing is that when that the representation throughout that movie is actually done pretty well.
You know what? Not to cut you off, Kevin C. I just wanted to speak on that because, like Ramon said, we spoke on Morena's channel about that. And the problem with that is that these studios that own the likeness to these characters, switching them into black, when I believe that we should just have our own superheroes, because that creates even more vitriol. And they know that when they do that, they know that. And part of it, I believe, is to stir things up, and part of it, I think, is just being outright lazy because
yeah,
we don't.
No, that's what. Yeah, we were talking
but
about
if that's
that.
the case, then black people have to create it now.
I mean, well,
you see that.
Absolutely. But this like for instance, one of my favorite, like I think a good black superhero was Static Shock. When I was a kid, I used to watch that show. You know, like a lot of the black superheroes, like him, Spawn was another one, which was one of my favorites as a kid because that was a good ass storyline. Spawn. Who else? Of course, I forgot. It was
Iron Fist? Was it Iron Fist? You had Iron Fist, of course, Black Panther.
Johnny Cage.
Luke Cage.
Luke Cage. I'm thinking Johnny Cage.
There weren't that many of them, but they were kind of, you know, thrown around the DC and Marvel universe. Primarily Marvel and a lot less DC though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want to answer Denise's question real quick, then I'm going to let you finish. I want to let my boy Ramon get his word in. Denise said mixed folks should have their own group, otherwise they'll suffer in a social limbo. What's social limbo, Denise? Because they've always been a part of the black community. A lot of mixed people have always been a part of the black community, and they've always had accomplishments within the black community. So I don't understand what social limbo that they're talking about. And at one point, they did have their own group. And guess what? The United States of American government cut that out in the census.
Well, if there's any limbo, it's actually on the white side.
It's on the white side. It's definitely not. It's definitely not black people. Don't get me wrong. I know black people can hurl slurs, or they can, you know, call you half breed or different things like that. But other than that, it's not no social limbo. A lot of mixed people.
Yeah, there's no systemic issues as it relates to the black side.
If that was the case, I just played Jacky Oh. I just played Jacky Oh's interview. which is the young lady that just passed away due to malpractice on surgery. And don't get me wrong, like I said before, we know black people can name call. We know black people can throw, slurs. But outside of that, or roast people, because black people are very we as a people, we can do that shit, and I don't condone any of that.
Joaquin,
Go right ahead, Terrell. What you got
I
to
would
say?
like to speak on this because where I'm at, I'm in the South, and I'm around all kinds of mixed people, black and white, black and Hispanic, black and Asian, and even on my Snapchat, I always see mixed people around black people around the black community because they always been accepted and loved and appreciated, and a lot of black people should see them as
No,
all.
we never did. We never saw them as anything different. Like I say, within my family, I got my cousins. My cousins are half black and half Puerto Rican, and their father, who's Puerto Rican, is my family. We've always looked at him as such. Yeah, I don't look at him as hey, that's my cousin. Same thing. My other cousins, they always considered themselves black, and they're Puerto Rican, and they're half Puerto Rican. And he and everybody was welcome, and everybody got along, and we know about each other's cultures and everything. My other cousins are mixed, but they always considered themselves black, mixed with black and white, and they always considered themselves black. So it has never been any like as far as limbo. Like I say, black people can be bigoted, black people can be hateful like any other group, prejudice. But as far as making it where they can exclude you, or making it where you can where something is systematically done to you to exclude you from that other half. You got some of these white people who you have mixed children who was entitled to part of their heritage financially that's been completely excluded, or they done something behind the scenes where that person doesn't inherit anything.
Have you heard the situations where white men will marry? Well, I'll just say white men, but non-black men will marry a black woman, and then when it comes time to get that inheritance, oh no, you got them black kids or kids with any kind of African DNA, you're out. I actually heard the story where a white man divorced his black wife. They had 3 kids by that point. He divorced his black wife and promptly found himself a white woman, married her to get that inheritance. And this was a rich white family. This was like a filthy rich white family. Like they had homes in other different parts of the world. These are people who rode horses, and had flew in and out on helicopters and stuff like that. They're like, no, you're not getting any of that money. We're not turning over anybody except somebody who's exclusively white. You better go find yourself a white woman and make some white kids, and then we can. Basically, his grandparents were excluding him.
Yeah, they's pretty like the with Kid and Play. Kid who's half black. I'm not sure. Somebody told me his dad is Jamaican and his mom was white. Everybody on this panel grew up on Kid and Play and watched Kid and Play. And he said that once her parents found out that he was dating his dad, which I don't know if he was Black American or Jamaican, but they knew he was black. They completely cut her off. And when she died in an accident, he was supposed to receive some type of money, and the parents took that inheritance from him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it. That money's been in, their hands and in that family for a long time. That now you got somebody else who's non-black and that.
No, it was a life insurance and policy that was set up on her, not by the parents, but they was with her being, I think, their only child or something like that. They were told, I don't know how the details of it, but pretty much they took the money for themselves and left.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because again, they want to keep that money in a specific racial group, and anybody who's non-white can't receive it. So they're like, so they'll just cut you out of it. They're very serious about that. Nothing wrong with it. So I'm gonna take off, but I mean, I just want to kind of say something about the biracials and the mixed folks and all the others thing, because I have heard that because I had I remember this conversation a while back, and then I talked to other people about it. But one of the things I found out, and one of the questions that gets asked is, okay, so if you designate yourself as mixed or biracial, whatever that is, whether it's black and Asian, or Asian and Hispanic, whatever, are you separating yourself from the blackness? Meaning that you're no longer black, you're specifically biracial now. Okay, so now anything from that specific point forward, when it's codified into law, you're no longer black. Now you have to um, designate. You got to forget about the blackness. And
Yeah.
when you ask people that, they're like, "Well, no." I'm like, "Well, then what are you talking about then?"
Exactly, because like a lot of these people that talk shit, they can't stand on their own when it comes to laws or policy. They
Well, they
won't.
haven't completely thought it through. So
Yeah.
the idea is to maybe get away from blackness, but at the same time try to benefit. And I'm like, well, it's got to be one or the other. You can't rock. Because here's the thing, like, okay, obviously you're phenotypically black. I'm phenotypically black. There are people who are a little bit lighter. You can look at them and say they're black. But if you're biracial, there are people who are biracial. You can't really tell until you get up on them that they actually even biracial at all. And they can kind of ride that line and kind of go back and forth. Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, yeah, he's black, but he's more Samoan, and you never hear him. He never denies that he's black because his father is black, but he had a
Yeah, but
strange
you can see,
relationship
he leans more towards his Samoan
towards his
side.
mother because he had a strange relationship with his
Yeah.
father, so he didn't get like all of that, the inculcation in Black American culture coming up. He leaned more towards his mother, so he highlights more of the Samoan heritage. Nothing wrong with that, but he never denies
And also, he
that.
looked up a lot to his grandfather, who was the great Chief Mavia,
Absolutely,
which was his mother.
So he leans more to one side. But the thing is that he would have to completely dismiss all of his blackness and then say, look, I'm biracial and that's it, and don't associate with anything black, which really he's not doing in the first place right now anyway. When he first came online, and he remember when The Rock first came out, years ago, a couple decades ago.
Nation of Domination.
Yeah, he was kind of playing it up a little, but not that much. And then he was in the Ebony magazines, the Essence magazines, the Black magazines, and then after that, he just kind of got away from it. You don't see him promulgated anymore in any Black focused magazines. You don't see that anymore, not at all. Now he's all mainstream. There's nothing wrong with that. My whole thing is that you have to completely remove yourself from the blackness and say, I'm mixed, or I'm biracial, or I'm whatever it is you got going on, and there can't be anything. It doesn't make sense, and then none of them can explain it, and then they haven't figured out how to codify it and separate, and then still remove themselves from blackness. There's just not a good explanation for it. I don't have that issue and problem because I'm flat black. I get it.
I'm a little confused there, Kevin. When you say mixed, why is that not black?
Well, because so if you're mixed, then you're putting yourself in a different category.
Why?
Right?
How is it a different category?
Because now
Well, we're talking specifically about the mixed people, Roy Chess, that we don't really identify as black, we don't identify as white, we're mixed, versus the mixed people who are considered themselves part of the black community. That's
okay.
That's two different people.
And understand, and that has to be codified so there's no confusion about it. That's another thing. That has to be codified so that way there's no confusion about it, because basically what it means to you could mean something different to me.
Yeah, and there was another person that I spoke with about this that says, which she was absolutely true. Majority of the time, mixed people, because like for instance, because me and Ramon talked about this, and it's different over in Caribbean, especially the Spanish Antilles, versus here in the United States, because like for instance, because Ramon comes from the islands, he comes from Puerto Rico, and their culture makes up of indigenous, European, and African, versus here in the United States where the cultures was completely separate.
Well, miscegenation laws they never had the miscegenation laws in all throughout Central and South. Latin America didn't have those laws. They never really pushed race mixing, but they never had laws against it. And then people did it either on their own or they just preferred to get closer to whiteness, however they did it. But when you actually codify it in the law and say no, and understand those miscegenation laws were not actually to keep black men away from everybody else. It was for everybody else to stay away from black men. That was so. The laws were put in place, but it wasn't black men that were like running around chasing everybody and going, "We gotta put black jeans on everybody." No, it was women going, "You know what? I'm looking at that black dude over there. That's the guy that I want." Which has got to be frustrating if you're a white man in Jim Crow hardcore stomp down segregation.
Look, it went both ways because you had slave owners, of course, and people within the 30s and the 40s, what they call quote unquote slumming.
Yeah,
when white men was going around looking to sleep with black women.
Doggone it! Who was that senator? Doggone it! Who was that racist senator?
And
what I'm talking about, right?
Of course, even the term that us like racial slurs used within the black community, comes from the origins of that word is from white men who was going into black areas, seeing black women walking and honking their horn for them to get in their car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who was that? Who was that senator that had the kid with the black woman, but he was openly hardcore racist? He worked with Joe Biden. Strom Thurmond. That's who it is. Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond had a secret daughter for years that he knew about. The daughter knew about it. Very few people knew about it, but he never acknowledged the daughter, and the daughter didn't actually say anything about it until he died. But Strom Thurmond, hardcore, stomp down segregationist, but somewhere in there he still was out there slumming with a black woman. Produced a child. He never acknowledged the kid publicly, but the thing is that he went around periodically. But my whole thing is that, again, however they do it, there can be no confusion, and and everybody has to agree to it, or there's got to be a general consensus. And so far, even the mixed and the biracial folks are having problems coming up with that. So,
but that's something that shouldn't be surprising at this point in time. I know that I'm not the best person to talk about that, but that shouldn't be surprised at this point because those guys that will be hardcore racist, but they wouldn't mind having sex with a black woman. Those are the same guys. Some of them that will have a whole white wife, and they will have this fantasy of watching her having sex with a black dude. I mean, to this day,
it's a weird
to this day, porno videos are done in that. The cockery, they're willing to be a cock. I mean, even if they're racist or not, but they're willing to be a cock to watch that. I don't understand that at all.
I don't understand that either. But you know what's funny? I knew a friend of mine who said that he got proposition like that by this chick. Her husband was a fucking freak, man. I'm like, bro, what the what do people?
But that's the thing. That's the thing. It seems that it only happens with them.
Rakim, that happens more often than you would actually believe. If usually there's somebody that either I call it 6 degrees of separation. 6 black men. Within those 6 black men, there's gonna be at least 1 or 2 that have been propositioned for that type of activity. Hey, come over here and have sex with my wife while I watch. There was one dude. He flat out said, "Look, I don't want the dude to say, hey, I'm down with having sex with your wife, but you're not gonna record it, and you ain't gonna watch it." But that was defeating the purpose of it. But for the husband, that was defeating the entire point. Because the guy was talking about recording. He's like, "No, we're not getting. Hey, look, you got a hot little wife, but I'm not. You're not gonna get me on film because I don't know what's gonna come up later." Because that could be used against you later on.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Even though you got consenting adults,
pretty wild, man.
It's I don't get into
it. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I can't be done with that mentality.
But but the thing is, though, that is one thing, interestingly, that primarily white men do. I don't know about the other races, but I know primarily it's white men who do that.
I know I wouldn't do that. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a thing with other men, men of other races. It doesn't seem to be a thing. But yeah, I mean, a quick Google search and you can find a whole bunch of those videos, a whole bunch of those things. and I
Especially
will
certain
never
black guys
understand it.
certain black guys get approached quite regularly about that.
Man,
So yeah.
that is crazy. But I was making fun of my boy when he told. I was like, man, you probably went along with that shit and ain't telling. He like, man, what the hell I look like, dude? I ain't doing no shit like that. I was like, that shit just sounded so crazy to me, man. I was just
Well, it's also suspect too, because you don't know what you're being set up for.
like,
Come over, do this, do that, and the next thing you know, 4 guys jump out of the closet, and then, and you cut, and next thing you know, you wake up and you're missing a kidney or something. Like there's a whole lot that can come out of that. Anything that's free and cheap and easy, you need to be very suspect about that.
Yeah. That could be a setup.
So Alexandria
Yeah, it should be
Ocasio
suspect.
says, I see you put her up. White men have a fetish for Asian women, so they will. So they'll marry the Asian women. They do have a fetish. They've admitted to that. Have you heard of this? Have you heard of this new thing? I didn't know what it was until I saw it on a divester website. Well, I wasn't on a divester website. Somebody tracked. You know how people do reaction videos. Anyway, they were reacting. They were explaining it. But there's something known as cotton core, and basically, it's this thing where they take basically top level, feminine, upstanding looking black women, and they use them as far as slave play. Now, if you're a black woman, I don't know why you would agree to that.
I've heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of
It's this
that.
weird thing, and the women agree to it. They don't get anything out. Maybe they get paid. Maybe they get something out of it. I don't know. But look, what they do not get is marriage and respect. Like, it's basic. The whole thing is a fetish. It's like, look, I got my wife, because the way these guys explain it is that you're not supposed to fall in love with the woman. You're not supposed to marry her, and you damn sure ain't supposed to take care of her like a real wife. And I actually saw, and I'm looking at the thread, and then the white man said they actually, ridiculed the white men who married the black women, and they're like, look, you're not running your, what do they call it? They had a name for it. Basically, it was a racial slur, but you're not running her the way you're supposed to. You're not supposed to fall in love. All you're supposed to do is just use her for the trash that she is. But don't, it's this weird thing they got going on. It's just I had no idea about it. And when you think about it, considering that most white men are not even trying to marry black women, but they're willing to have sex with them,
Right.
black women need to be very smart about that. About how they interact with those guys and what they're looking at.
But see, here's the thing. For us to understand that, we have to understand, like, some of these women that involved in that. I'm not talking about like all my sisters, but these particular group of women that's involved in that have deep inferiority complexes, and they want to accept that just to be close to these white guys. They're willing to accept that.
Well, they see it. It seems that some of them see it as some kind of an upgrade from the situation that they are in, because, like you said, it could be inferiority complex.
But you gotta look. If you're gonna demean yourself, you gotta benefit in some way, financially, career-wise, something. It's just basically you're getting used and thrown around, and then you're getting tossed back. And what happens is, by the way, is that even the black men don't want you after that. That's another new thing that's happening. By the way, the black men don't want you after that. They're like, no.
Yeah. There are gonna be some guys that are not gonna be willing to be the cleanup man.
We know you're doing the weird things over there. Don't come back over here with that. And shout out to black men for actually saying no to that weirdness and the strange behavior and all of that. Yeah, don't be the dump guy. The guy that all the trash gets dumped on.
I'm one of them that don't accept stuff like that. Don't ask me. I ain't dating no women that date hood rats, and I ain't dating women that date nothing but white men. I passed.
Yeah, that's if they really want a white man, which is fine. But I say you go get them. Like, get them and stay on over there and get them. As long as it takes for you to get them. If you're 40 years old when you get your first marriage, then God bless you, but don't come back. You got to stay over there.
Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of the times too, they'll turn around and they'll hide that. They'll try to hide it because they'll come back. But it ain't gonna be good if a person find out he was
So check this out. So, and the other thing too was, I don't know, I made a comment somewhere on some kind of discussion thread. I said, hey, remember, once you produce mixed race kids, then black men are not going to want to raise some mixed race kids. So I didn't consider this, but hey, man, these women are 2 or 3 steps ahead of you. One woman responded back to me and she said, well, there are men who themselves are biracial. They'd be willing to be stepdads to biracial kids. I'm like, you know what? Maybe she has a point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
See, women always have a way to solve their problems with somebody else's help.
Mm-hmm.
They always have a way to solve their problems. So, because okay, so say a black woman has a mixed race child. Now, what do you look like taking care of that mixed race kid? Nothing against mixed race kids, but it's you're dark skinned, the woman's dark skinned, and there's this white kid that don't look nothing like you, and clearly is not your child, but people looking at you real funny, right? Now you're the cook, right? So, but her response was, well, there are mixed race men or mixed race boys who grow up to be mixed race men, and they're going to be willing to be stepdads to these mixed race kids, and she may have a point. Now, remember, stepdad season is pretty much over. There's guys who are still doing it, but they're catching a lot of hell.
Mm-hmm.
I have a son. I've been very clear to him about him not dealing with women who have children. And if he sticks to black women, then that means half of them are already off limits. His dating, his prospects are already cut in half. Already, actually more than half. But his prospects are already cut in half. So you're an unmarried bachelor at this point, right, Rakim?
Yeah.
You're not interested in being a stepfather, I suppose. That being said, 50% of the women, if you're trying to go for a black woman, is already off limits to you. 50%.
Well, I've dated women with children before. I've dated women with children, but that didn't quite work out. It depends on the person.
Okay. So there's complications. There's guys involved. There's ex-husbands involved. There's baby daddies involved.
Yeah, man. Because
one dude explained it very well, and I never thought about this. He said, "Look, a man could actually affect your entire relationship, and he not even be in your household. Say, for example, you guys are planning a weekend trip, right? Just you and her. Okay, and then you're going to drop the kid off for the weekend with the father, biological father. He goes, you know what? I can't take the kid this weekend. Now you just spent hundreds of dollars for a ticket, hotel, all this other stuff, and it's got to be canceled because that guy says no. Like that's how.
Yeah,
man. That's how a man who can actually screw up your life or your plans and just affect your life in a negative way. Just by him being an a-hole.
The crazy thing with that situation is when I dealt with like my ex that had a kid, she had a kid. This dude was fucking calling the phone, talking crazy, making threats and sending pictures of firearms. I was like, so
there you go.
I had to get on the phone with the dude, like, yo, what up, man? What up?
That was a little bit of taste of what you would get had you married.
Yeah, but the funny thing is he wasn't expecting to see me because she had to go, pick up her child at Target and everything. And I guess he came there to get the child, and he didn't know that I was in the car till I stepped out with her to pick up. She had to pick up her child. And then when I seen the dude face to face, he wasn't on what he was speaking on the phone. But
yeah,
it could have went completely left for me. It could have went bad for me.
Yeah,
but
that's why it's just you don't know what's gonna come out of it. It's just better if you're childless not to deal with women who have kids. And understand something. I know you know this. There are more women and understand this is across all racial groups, by the way. There are more women with children than men with children. There are more never married men, no kids, than there are married women. Or correction, never married women with children. So the women outnumber the men who have children, and the men have so few children, and they're childless, and they've never been married. And like, once a woman gets married, she's pretty much got to stay married. And they're not really trying to do that. And then you have women who aren't getting married at all and still having the kids, which is another problem. So yeah. But anyway, hey man, thanks for letting me up. It's getting a little bit late. I got to kind of hit the ground running a little bit early tomorrow. Got some stuff I got to do. But But I'll catch you guys later. And thanks for letting me up. Appreciate the conversation.
Oh man, thank you, Kevin C, for stopping by on my platform, brother. You know, you are welcome here anytime. We always appreciate your intellect, everything, your sharpness when it comes to a lot of these subjects and everything. So we appreciate you, brother. So thank you very much for stopping by.
All right, take care, man. Take care.
This is not the real Macho. Knock it off. Macho wouldn't be over here. Knock it off. Y'all funny though. Y'all funny.
Hey, Joaquin, I have a question.
Go right ahead, Terrell. What you got?
Someone like, for example, Tiger Woods, because we all know he loved nothing but white women, right? And let's say he decide he learns his lesson and want to come back to black women. Should they accept him or kick him out?
Yeah, well, it's a hypothetical situation, but I don't think that's going to happen at this point in time.
No. Tiger's kind of old. But
yeah, he's set in his wave.
And we have to understand this. It's different in people that date. It's every person that dates interracially is not a self-hate person or anything like that. Tiger, it all depends on where you're raised as well. You have people that are black that are raised in the suburbs and they raise them out of majority of white people and they date interracially or they identify with what's going on versus people that are raised in the inner city and they mostly, and you can tell in a way that a person, their subject matter, what their interests are, different things like that. But I'm pretty sure there'd be a lot of sisters that's willing to date Tiger Woods if he came knocking at their door because Tiger Woods got money. But like what AOC said, yes, absolutely. Hold on one second. Yes, Tiger Woods is culturally white. He grew up, in the suburbs around majority white people, even though he's black and Vietnamese. He is culturally like from that aspect. And you run past people that are like that. And the funny thing is they don't ever bring those people up because point me to the middle class black people that's doing drive-bys. You're not going to find it. Or people with the means and resources, you're not going to find it. But just speaking on that situation, I want to say shout out to the brother Accountable Commentary, because this is proof once again, like it's not, when it comes to biracial people within our community, it is not black people that have them in limbo. Like I say, I understand black people can be prejudiced and bully because black people do that to black people in the inner city all the time. I didn't get respect coming up where I grew up until I had to fight. I couldn't run. I had to learn how to roast. I know a lot of the times y'all don't see that side of me, but I had to learn how to roast. I had to learn how to fight and everything else because black people in the inner cities, in certain communities, we can be very aggressive, bully, especially even other black people, especially because that's the only people that's around. And a lot of the time they take that, especially with other groups, the name calling, the roasting. Like I said, like I don't agree with Tariq Nasheed with any of that. Some things Tariq says I agree with, but when it comes to roasting and like for instance, and a lot of people was offended by the term tether. And I'm going to break this down for people that don't know. The term tether comes from the movie Us. The movie Us. It's the same directors that made the movie Get Out. I can't think of the guy's name, but
Jordan Peele.
Yeah, Jordan Peele, because in the movie Us, it was people that looked exactly like the people that they was cloned from, and they was called tethers because they looked like an evil version of them. So that's where he got that term from, to call people from the Caribbean or certain groups of Latin American people and different things like that. That term tethers, because they was a direct copy of those people, but they were trying to take those people out and replace them. So that's where that term came from. And also calling people anchor babies and different things like that, I don't agree with. But I noticed on a lot of these live streams, it's okay to roast black people and make fun of black people. But if it's something that black people start hurling insults back, then all of a sudden it's bloody murder. I don't agree with that either. If you're going to dish it, you got to be able to take it. And that goes for both sides, even my own people. If you're going to dish it, don't be able to take it. I mean, you got to be able to take it, because if you hurl them out first, I'm not going to be defending that, because that's making all of us look bad, especially if you start crying when somebody start getting back at you. Can't do that. That's a no-no. But yeah, guys, I wanted to play this video really quick to see here.
You know, often when Keisha get with these Brads, right, and they produce children, right, these children tend to grow up having issues with identity. You don't see that with black men and Becky when they produce children. You don't see that. They don't grow up with identity issues. They don't grow up with identity issues. They grow up looking at themselves in the mirror and understanding they're mixed, but they're black, right? They're mixed, but they're black, right? They grow up understanding that. With these Brad and Keisha relationships that produce children, these kids end up growing up looking in the mirror and they don't know what to call themselves. They don't know how to identify themselves because in their household, they have a Brad, their father, who calls their mother the N word. I just did a video showing, a Brad calling, the woman that he's with, that he decided to be with, Akeisha, the N word. I did countless videos on that. So they grow up in this atmosphere, seeing that they start to believe that they're N words themselves. And then the community that they live in, because it's Brad, they're under his leadership. So they're in his community, the communities they live in, they got to deal with the environment, which is harsh to them. And it puts them in social awareness where they're always agitated and they always have, you know, anxiety because they don't know what's going to happen next. They don't know if they're going to be a victim of a hate crime. They don't know if they're going to be accepted. They don't know what's going to happen to them. It's always a state of fear because of the atmosphere they're in and also the father that they have. And then they start having these issues with self-esteem because if your father is in the household and you're under his leadership and he's a Brad and he's constantly calling people who look like you the N-word, right? Or sort of look like you, right? Then you're not understanding where you're supposed to be in his, you're not understanding where you stand at in his eyes. This often happens in these situations. And I want to play this just so you can see what I'm talking about.
I was kind of raised, to be us against them. I know that if I see a group of white kids and I see a group of black kids, I'm going to be more on guard with the black kids because of the way that I was trained, the way I was raised. I'm just trying to, I guess, be really honest.
His name is Steve Ramey, a Washington father with a secret that few people would have the courage to say out loud.
I know it's a really harsh thing to say, and I don't want to say it, and I know that people are going to take it wrong, but I know that I'm racist, and I don't want to be. I don't mean to be. I'm trying not to be. I'm trying to, and that's kind of what we're doing here. Is how do I not be? When it's been ingrained in me for my whole life. I'm 60 years old. Well, my daughter is mixed, and we.
What do you mean try not to be? It's ingrained in you. You know what they mean by that? It's indoctrination when it comes to black people and Caucasians, right? Uh, when you went to school, and that's why when people say that all Caucasians are racist, a lot of people who are slow look at it and be like, oh, uh, how is that when the Caucasians that they know, they're not going around saying the N-word. They're not going around, victimizing. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. No, you're not looking at it from the aspect of indoctrination, which means that, what you're being taught in school. White kids are taught that they're superior in school. That's what they're taught. You know how they taught that? Every time you turn around and open up a history book when you were young, you look at the heroes, look at the United States heroes. We're talking about George Washington, right? Thomas Jefferson. These were men who had slaves. So instead of focusing on that, they always focusing on his other deeds instead of focusing on what he was, who he was at home in his personal life instead of his military life. He was a slave owner. So when you grow up knowing that and not caring about that, but care more about what he did in his regiment, right? Yes, that inherently makes you racist. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Then when you hear about Christopher Columbus and how we have Columbus Day, when we know what he did to the natives when he first encountered them, the brutality, the pillaging, and yet they said he discovered America. Yes, it inherently makes you racist. So it's ingrained. Yes, it is ingrained. It's an indoctrination on Black people also because you're taught this in school. You're taught this in school. Soon as you sit down and open up a book as a kid, as a child, you're taught this. So yeah, it is ingrained.
We never really had a conversation about how that affects her.
He's raised his daughter Caitlin since
He said he never had a conversation on how it affects it. They don't care. They don't care at all. And you gotta understand, the Black women that got with these guys know who these men are, but didn't care anyway.
since she was 5 years old.
I went to like a mostly white school. I would get called names a lot. They'd call me like brownie or like racist names, or they call me like monkey, like a monkey. They didn't really know that I was racist. I'm confused with my identity.
An interracial.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Let's hear that again.
It's a skip. It's a skip.
What did I tell you? And you could tell this affects her and she's struggling. What did I tell you? They're usually confused with their identity. Because you got a father in the household, who's constantly using the N-word, and then you in the community he was raised in, not the one your mother was raised in, because you're under his leadership. So now you in his community where they share the same views. Remember I told you Black men, remember I made that video on there's a channel called Kings and Queens, right? Kings and Queens. It's this corn-fed Brad and this Keisha, and they constantly promoting their relationship, and the Keishas love that channel. They got a lot of subscribers over there because of that. But she went to his hometown, right? And basically they ended up apart for like 9 months because when they moved over there, right? Her son because he got what, she was a single mother when he got with her. Her son was over there in his neighborhood where he lives at, and all he kept getting called was the N-word. And instead of him addressing his community, right, she left back to where she lived. I think it was in Vegas or something like that. And he didn't come back. They didn't get back together for like 9 months because he wanted to stay in his community. He didn't address nothing. That's the atmosphere they grow up in. Hold on, let's
when it's been ingrained in me for my whole life. I'm 60 years old. So my daughter is mixed, and we never really had a conversation about how that affects her.
He's raised his daughter Caitlin since she was 5 years old.
I went to like a mostly white school. I would get called names a lot. They'd call me like brownie or like racist names, or they call me
look. She's having a hard time. She's having a hard time.
like a monkey. They didn't really know that I was racist. I'm confused with my identity.
An interracial family rocked by a racial justice uprising, searching for answers.
So what I can do personally is give my daughter a voice. And at the same time, I'm going to hopefully learn what can I do to be more conscious about being racist.
Starting in February, Facing Race goes deeper with race educator and coach Karina Hooks.
We're just going to have real, honest conversations. What do you think's wrong with you?
Not good enough.
According to who?
To the white man.
To help a Washington family face race.
Wow. I didn't see this whole video. I didn't see this whole video. I just clicked on it because I saw, I just clicked on it. So I didn't see the whole video through. Let's play this. Let's play this again.
Educator and coach Karina
And fair use. Let's play this again.
Hooks.
We're just going to have real, honest conversations. What do you think's wrong with you?
Not good enough.
According to who?
To the white man.
To help a Washington family face race head on.
I do say racist stuff, and
According to who?
To the white man.
To help a Washington family face race head on.
Conversations. What do you think's wrong with you?
How sad is that, man? How sad is that? How sad is that? How disgusting is this, though? Right? Her mother didn't care at all. All she wanted was a Brad. They don't care if Brad is dusty, dirty, racist. They don't care. As long as he's a Brad. They don't care about the children. I tell you, they don't care about the children. Did you hear what she just said? You know, scarred this kid. Because you so thirsty for a Brad. And where's the mother at? Oh, where's she at? You notice how when I do these videos and you notice how they run like with the Dr. Phil show? You notice how she ran off stage. They inflict the damage, they cause the damage, but when it's time to confront it, they nowhere to be seen.
Not good enough.
According to who?
Keep It Quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush comfort you can see and feel. Keep It Quilted because the best parts.
To the white man.
To help a Washington family face race head on.
I do say racist stuff, and I don't mean, A lot of it's out of humor.
How does it make you feel? Uncomfortable and angry. But what if your jokes and your words harm?
Now I can't even laugh. I know I'm going to be challenged. I know I'm probably going to get angry.
I think there will be, at points in our journey, just some harsh but transformational moments. I think there will be.
Hold on. What did I say? What did I say?
Some harsh but transformational moments.
I think it's going to be better.
Face head on.
I do say racist stuff, and I don't mean, a lot of it's out of humor.
How does it make you feel? Uncomfortable and angry. But what if you
Uncomfortable and angry. What did I say? Y'all think I just be making this up? I say it all the time. When they get with these brads, right, and they produce children out of these unions, right? These brads often say racial things inside their household. So when these kids grow up, they are confused with their identity because they're looking at their father, who they're under their leadership, and their father is looking at them as if there's something wrong with them because part of them is, from a mixed relationship. She's from a black woman, from a mixed relationship. You don't see this with black men and Becky's. You don't.
I have to disagree. With that.
You don't see this.
Okay. What you said you disagree with it, Ramon?
Yeah, because he keeps going on and on and on talking about that. This whole situation about the kids being messed up in the head and being damaged because they're growing up in an environment where they're mistreated because of them being biracial and all of that. The guy in the video is making it seem that that only happens when it's a black woman swirling, and then the kids are brought up in an environment, and the white dad is gonna call them the N word and treating them, and they're gonna grow up messed up because of that. But no, I disagree because there are instances, and you know this, Rakim, there are instances that there could be a black guy that gets with a white woman and gets her pregnant and has kids, but the Becky is trailer trash, and she calls him the N word, and the kids the N word too, and mistreats them, and the kids can grow up to be equally messed up. That's what that's my disagreement, and understand this. I mean, the guy in the video goes on and on about the racist white man, but who gives birth to the racist white man? A racist white woman, and there are many of them, and many of them they're racist, and they get together with black men, and they have the babies. They're still racist, and they're very much into mistreating the man who takes it because he won't go anywhere, or maybe for a time he won't go anywhere, and he takes the abuse, takes the N words, calling, and the N words are directed at the children too, because they're biracial too, and they grow up to be messed up too. So that's my disagreement. That whole notion that won't happen when the mom is a Becky. No, I'm not. I strongly disagree with that.
Well, I think you're right, Ramon. I think you're absolutely right.
Well, I agree to an extent, but for the most part, like a lot of the interracial relationships I've seen with black men and white women, usually the kid did identify as black, and it wasn't that type of situation where they was a racist, especially if they was around black people, because that wasn't going to fly. But yeah, that does exist where, let's say if that dude is he's they got together, they had a child out of wedlock, if he left the child or he wasn't around and everything like that, and she may resent him for that and resent the fact that she has mixed children, that definitely happens. And usually when that happens, a lot of the times those young boys tend to gravitate towards their black side, especially if they've been mistreated by the white side of their family, including their mom. But yeah, you definitely have a point.
Yeah, I also disagree that this guy in the video is saying that the schools teach people to be racist. I don't believe that. I think it's, as far as the white people go, I think it's their ancestors, their grandparents, their great grandparents that that pass it down. It's not the schools that pass that down. We all
Well,
get,
he's talking about the curriculum in the schools.
yeah, but that's not making you
Schools, they don't-
racist. That doesn't make you racist because they're leaving information out. That doesn't make you racist. That
No,
just
well,
means-
leaving. Okay, what's the point of leaving that information out if it's not to serve a purpose?
No, it happens to be true. It's not just that. It's not like there were black people doing the same things what we see in the history books. It happens to be that more white people did more things simply because of their opportunities, right? So it happens to be a factual statement.
Yeah, what he was talking about, like for instance, when we learned about George Washington, when we learned about Thomas Jefferson in school and all of these people, we didn't learn anything of them owning slaves and in their backgrounds. We didn't learn anything about that. The only thing we learned about them was their accomplishments on them establishing what we now live in as America. Just same thing when we honor Christopher Columbus. We don't honor Christopher Columbus as a bloodthirsty person that just pretty much landed on the land of Hispaniola and, enslaved a lot of the natives till they either died from the brutal work or mistreatment or diseases that they brought with them from parts of Spain. We didn't learn anything about that. We just learned that Christopher Columbus was the founder of America.
Well, you're talking about elementary school education, right? So they're not going to
Well, yeah, you can say
I mean,
that.
you eventually learn that when you get older, right? You do find out that information when you get older. But as far as elementary school kids, they're not thinking about. They don't know what racism is or what those type of discrimination things are. So they haven't learned those concepts yet. So yes, we do learn them when we get older. It does come up. So it doesn't make you racist because they leave it out. It just makes you blind.
Right. So even like for instance, even with Black American history, like part of that's inherently racist. Like for instance, with Black American history, all of that information is left out. The only thing you learned about Black American history in the American school system was you was all slaves, then civil rights came, and now you all got rights and you're free, and that's it. They don't speak about any of these things regarding when it goes into the history of the Europeans and everything, and a lot of the shit that they did. They don't, and that inherently does make you racist because you're leaving that out purposely for an agenda. You're leaving that out.
We're talking about kids, though. We're not talking about adults. If you're doing that to adults, yeah, but we're talking about kids. You can't start there with kids.
Okay, what age would you say, Roy Chess?
At least teenager, right? You should be at least teenager.
I think 12. I think 12 and 13 is at the
okay.
age to learn.
Yeah. That I would agree with that. 12, 13, something around there.
Even 11.
5 years old,
11.
maybe, but like 8 years old, definitely not. 5 years old, definitely not. 7 years, those ages, you can't learn that. That's gonna just wreck their whole brain. They're gonna be messed up learning that first. You'll learn it eventually. And then, somebody will put you on that, they did this, they did that. We all learn that eventually. It's just a matter of time. So I don't think it makes you inherently racist to do that. I think they're just protecting some people's mindset. Because if you keep that, it's going to make it worse. It's not going to make it better. It's going to make it worse.
I don't think that they're protecting anybody's mindset at all. I think, like, for instance, Malcolm X is not even taught about in schools. You didn't even know anything about Malcolm X till you got out of school and everything. So
they're preventing radicalism, right? That's why I think Florida is doing this thing also, right?
Florida is taking out Florida is taking out like all types of history.
Right. They don't want the what
they don't want. Yeah, exactly. They don't want people to view people in the sense of actually what their history is. They're like the history.
He doesn't want them to retaliate. That's why he's doing it. But he said it in a different way. You know what I mean?
No.
He didn't say it that way. Because if you teach people that you've abused me, then we're gonna retaliate. That's what he doesn't want. That's why he's doing it. He's not saying it that way. He's saying it in a political way. So it is for protection. So you can't teach people that, we've abused you, and then you're just going to have to take it. Who's going to take it if you're teaching them that? You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree.
I mean, it's fine.
No, and the only reason I say I disagree because a lot of that is history. So should we not teach that? And when do we decide which form of history is palatable for children and which isn't? That's the only thing that. But you know what? You may have a point. You may have a point. You may the point that you're making is, if it's rated R versus rated PG or rated G for children. I understand where you're coming from. What's your opinion on that, Ramon?
Well, I know that there isn't much that I could say about that because I didn't go to school in the United States. But if we're talking about things that have to do with civil rights, and if they're gonna mention something about that in school, they shouldn't only talk about Martin Luther King. I don't think that's fair because there's somebody like a Malcolm X and the other figures that were part of that movement at around the same time, them being left out. I don't think that's fair. They should also be talked about, and it should be talked about objectively, and not. There shouldn't be that assumption that because you are talking about other civil rights era people that did things that were significant, that's automatically going to radicalize somebody. Yeah, I don't think. No. I mean, that's underestimating kids. I mean, you don't. It doesn't really work like that. Sometimes you could say that someone can be somewhat radicalized in
Internet,
college,
yeah.
because sometimes in college then they really go in and on the meetings, and that's when you get these groups and they start doing protests, and you see them with the megaphones, and they have a lot to say. But that's kind of like that college, that new energy that is being brought up, and they're talking about these things that they didn't get to talk to in high school, and they can appear to be radicalized, or they take a more of a militant stance on an issue. But I don't think that's going to happen in high school. I mean, if you take a look at it and you talk about it objectively, then you can let the kids decide. I mean,
it is most likely going to be not just the school system, the older adults as well that's teaching them the radical stuff as well. So they may have uncles and other peers in their neighborhood teaching them, we should do this and we should do that and you should do this. And when you learn that stuff, so that's why you mentioned that they teach. Well, it was either you or someone in the chat. Maybe I'm confused, but somebody mentioned they teach Martin Luther King and not Malcolm X.
No, I said that. I mean,
all right. So Malcolm X was a radical. He did illegal things. So are you going to say all those things? So what is that going to do for the youth, right? So that's why they would teach Martin Luther King over Malcolm X. Now, not to say that Malcolm didn't have talking points. He had very strong talking points.
No,
one of the reasons why is
hold up, Roy Chess. The reason they teach Martin Luther King because Martin Luther King was more palatable, even though they hated Martin Luther King.
Yes.
And even though after Martin Luther King was assassinated, over 60%, they took a survey, over 60% of white people were either happy or indifferent and didn't care about him at all, even though he was the person that was preaching peace. When Malcolm X scared the fuck out of them because Malcolm X was preaching self-defense. And Malcolm X was preaching, if anybody put their hands on you, you put your hands on them back. And of course, we know the history of the Black Panthers and Deacons of Defense and all of these other guys because they was with the shits. They was about, no, you not putting your hands on us. We not singing, no, we shall overcome. We not trying to join in on you. If you come through here, if we able to get our hands on guns and you coming through here thinking you're going to put a fucking rope around our necks, we got something for you. That's why they don't teach Malcolm X in school, and that's why they don't honor Malcolm X as a national holiday either. They teach
That's
Martin
radical.
Luther
That's
King.
radical, right? That's
No,
radical
that's not
behavior.
radical. That's self-defense. That wasn't radical. These people was literally lynching you from trees, blowing up churches, fucking riding through like police officers leaving you for people at night so they can come delete you. Like that was fucking self-defense. That wasn't nothing radical about that. Yeah, it was radical to them because a black person shouldn't have been speaking like that. But
Yeah,
other than that,
that's exactly what I mean, though. That's what I mean, right? So
yeah,
to
and
them,
why
yeah.
was it radical to them?
Yeah, for the reasons why we all agree on the reasons why it was radical. But I'm
And
saying
the reasons why it's radical to them is the same reasons why they don't teach it, which makes it inherently racist because they're only teaching history in one aspect that makes them look in a better light than what they actually were in that.
well,
present.
it doesn't breed racist people. It just makes you more ignorant, like I'm saying. So another talking point again why it's radical is that the acts that you're talking about were illegal at the time, right? So that's again what makes it radical because you're talking about illegal behavior. So you can't associate children to that. Like these people were outlaws, but they were doing the right thing, but it's history. So you can't definitely do that either. So it is better to teach Martin Luther King than Malcolm X because you don't want that to come out in kids. You're not going to teach, to self-defense and do radical things. That's for more adults. That's not for kids.
I disagree. I would definitely.
So you would teach you would probably teach your son that, right?
Hell yeah. You goddamn right I would. And I'll teach him early.
But you don't also want him to be an extremist, right?
No, he's not going to be an extremist and he's not going to be bigoted either.
Right.
He's going to respect everybody and he's going to
You
know
want him to be balanced.
Yes, he's going to know it was white people that supported black people during the civil rights movement. He's going to know that it was white people within black history like John Brown, that called for the abolition of slaves. And he's going to know that it's people out there that are not racist just because they're white. But he's also going to know that it's a lot of people that are bigoted and they're prejudiced towards him. And they're going to, if they're in a position of power or in a position of authority over him, it's a possibility that they may exercise that against him. He's going to know, don't look down at the ground when any of these people are talking to you. You look at them directly in their eye and you don't take no shit from any of them. And you stand on that. That's what my son's going to learn.
Right. You're not teaching radicalism, though. You're teaching him to be balanced. So I think the ideology here is to prevent people going to the extreme. And I think that's what Florida is trying to do and other states are trying to do.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I may disagree, but I haven't given it a lot of thought as well. But to me, it seems that, they did that based off of the fact that they didn't want that particular history taught in schools because it's shown them in the light of what a lot of people, what their ancestors did. Just like you don't learn in school that in the state of Texas and in a lot of places in the South, they have what you call a nigger hunting license, where people was able to get a license and they would take black people and throw them into the woods and allow other white people to hunt them like they was animals and kill them. And a lot of these licenses people found in old houses and everything. And you can see that on TikTok. So a lot of this stuff is inherently able to keep people ignorant so they can tell the story in a way that doesn't make them look evil. Like I've seen this one, I've seen this one Nigerian woman, which we like a lot of people, you have certain Nigerians that come over here, they got this complex when it comes to Black Americans. And, my best Nigerian accent, she said, I was completely ignorant of Black American history. I was like, why did you not teach us this? Why did you not tell us that you all were so evil to the Black Americans? Like it's meant to keep evil. It's meant to keep ignorant people ignorant for a reason. Because as long as you keep them ignorant, you can tell the story in whichever way or make it look like these people are a group of liars. I'm gonna let you finish real quick, Roy Chess. I just wanted to say what Denise was saying on screen. He said we need to be realistic. We might be trying to appease the anger from certain groups that's also dancing in imperialist territory, where empires have always erased and rewrite history. And hold on one second. And also, what Denise said with this was the comment I was looking for. If black folks allowed this to happen, they'll be like our indigenous that suffered the biggest genocide in history, but the Spanish Empire deleted it from the history of their liking. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's not even with the Spanish Empire, the British Empire here. And what they don't tell the full story of what they did to the Native Americans. The Europeans don't tell the full story, period. Like everybody, like the stereotype for the Native American, oh, they alcohol. Yeah, that's because you gave them fucking alcohol. You gave them alcohol because you knew that would mess them up. And you have certain groups of natives that still suffer from that to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. They hide it for those reasons. But again, I guess their counterpoint would be, even if we were to teach it, what do you expect the kids to learn from that? They might take action on it, correct? They might do some. Of course, not all of them.
I doubt that.
You don't think that there will be revenge plots at all? Not even a possibility?
It hasn't happened, but if it didn't happen in the 1960s, I doubt that that's going to happen now.
No, they're not. They weren't teaching it. That's the whole point. They weren't teaching it.
They were teaching it then, and they're not teaching it now. They were more militant back then.
That was the most vitriolic time period ever. If anybody had a reason to go running up on somebody, letting off shots, it definitely would have been at that time. But it's funny.
We agree about that. We agree about why they do it. That's not my argument. My argument is more like they're doing it for society, not to hide their dirt, just to hide their dirt. They're doing it for society because it's going to make things worse. If people start doing the vigilante thing,
they're doing it to hide their dirt.
Well, yeah, I agree with that part, but it's not just that. They're trying to minimize the retribution. They're trying to minimize that because they can't pay us enough retribution. What do you call it? Reparations to outdo all the evil that they did. They would have to. They don't have enough money to do that. You know, the little bit of reparations that people are asking for is probably not enough. There are people out there that just want reparations, any kind of amount. But what is that amount if it's not enough? I can't think of an amount that would be equal or identical to the amount of evil that they've done. A billion wouldn't be enough. A trillion wouldn't be enough. And then where would the economy be? So it's almost like an impossibility for
it'll be in the same place that it is right now, where they're giving billions of dollars to Ukraine, millions to the Afghans. It'll be in the same place. Like all of the money that
it wouldn't be enough.
I'm not saying it's enough, but what I'm saying is that it's something that is done because they'll never be able to pay back completely. But as long as it's something that is done, where that is a debt that is owed.
But that seems to be a cop out to me, because if I owe you $1 million and I can't pay it, let me pay you 100,000. Now I'm shortchanging you, right? So if it's not enough, I'm shortchanging you, right? Would you agree with that?
So if you can't, so what am I to do? Not accept anything or accept what you can pay me?
That's a lose-lose situation. That's what I'm saying. Like if I don't pay you
it's a lose situation where we losing a little less, don't you think?
Yeah, but you're still losing. Like if I owe you $100 and I only got 20, like come on, there's still a loss. Yeah, but you got something that from better than nothing. That's kind of like I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. Something is better than nothing, because it's still not enough. Like if you go to Macy's and buy a shirt, the shirt's $25 and you only have 22, You don't walk out with that shirt, right? I got 22 though. That's not enough. When you go to the loan shark and you owe him 10,000 and you have
Yeah, by the way, people don't go to loan sharks. Don't try to get
you
involved
can't give him that
with
nothing.
a loan shark. It's not going to end well for you.
Yeah, especially when you don't have all of it. Something is better than nothing doesn't work with the loan shark, right? You have all my money or you get the repercussions, right? It's all or nothing. Not well. It's at least it's something. That's like a sellout. It's like a little sellout, but it's not enough. It's still a problem. You could say it's better than nothing, but it's still not enough. But anyway, like I said, I don't think the schools are inherently teaching the white people to be racist. I think that their ancestors are teaching them that. The schools are not.
No, they're getting that at home. That whole thing about they're getting it passed down from from their parents. I
Yeah,
don't think
they get
the
passed
schools are
down
doing
from
that.
parents, and a lot of the times as well, the ignorance of not knowing history doesn't help, because their ignorance of not knowing history, whatever their parents passes down, only reinforces that by not knowing, or them thinking that, oh well, I mean, them like they'll all know, well, this didn't happen or that didn't happen. Yeah, I mean, you're a liar. It's obvious like you're a liar, or you don't know, or anything like that. Just like they said, black people didn't build anything. They didn't have anything. Over 45 towns that were black towns was fucking burned to the ground or like eradicated because of white people being jealous that black people were actually building themselves up, which is what they did. Or the fact that slave owners was paid reparations by the United States government from the loss of their slaves. That's something that's not taught. Or the slave owners that went crazy that they was losing their slaves, so they decided to kill them all or massacre them to keep them from leaving the plantation. Or even the slaves that decided to stay on the plantation, because where the fuck was they gonna go? They didn't have anything, and the way that the laws were set up, it wasn't set up for them to build anything or make anything. So they stayed on the plantation and still worked, which became what you call sharecropping, which was still slavery without all the beatings, where they continued to work and based off of having food and shelter, that gave the slave master an incentive to put them in debt so they can never pay off that debt. So they was forced to continue to pick cotton and sharecrop and live on the plantation. Shit like that definitely should be taught a little bit more.
Well, let me ask you this, because we could also break it down to public and private schools. You think it should be private schools that teach it or public schools?
I think definitely it should be learned in public schools, especially in the inner cities where it's a majority black population in those sectors. Who they gonna retaliate against when they living in the area where it's just mostly that one group of people?
Well, they would say that you're mentally preparing them to hate white people, right?
Yeah, of course they would say that, because the truth says something different. Of course they would say that. If this is the history and this is the truth, there's no way I can be preparing somebody mentally to hate white people when this is the truth. We're not telling you to hate white people. We're just saying this is the history of what European settlements and colonizers have done in this country, the laws that was written in the United States government to hinder you from actually having the same rights as anybody else, the assassinations of black leaders by the United States government, who sanctioned these assassinations, the COINTELPRO counterintelligence pro with J. Edgar Hoover and all of them, who infiltrated black organizations with moles and sellouts to be able to have them murdered and assassinated. This is all part of history. This is all part of history, and that's not teaching you to hate anybody. And
it will lead to bias, at least. Come on, especially if we know that this is true and they have no answer for it. Like, well, why did you do those things? Well, no, they just shrugged their shoulders, and they didn't fix it. They didn't do anything to fix it. It still exists today. what do you think is going to happen? You think people are going to be more fair-minded toward them? Of course, they're going to say you're going to have more people discriminating against them than ever, because there are more minorities than there are white people, right? So that's where they're going to come in with,
Well, it's not.
we're
It's
being
not.
discriminated
Well,
against
it's
in our own country.
well. Other minorities tend to go along with what white people are doing, so that won't be really much of a problem. But
No, if they learn all the same thing, if we all learn that this is what white people do, they're not going to go with the white people then.
well, a lot of people have their own unique history with white people in general, especially Asians, people from Latin America. They all have their own unique history with white people already. So some certain things, especially if you're a historian, you definitely know. You know about the Chinese Exclusion Act. You know about different things that they've done. So I don't think that they're going to definitely go along with it if they find out how they mistreated Black Americans. I don't think that's a possibility. But yeah, I think a lot of this stuff should be taught in schools. I'm sorry, I think it should.
Yeah, I think that you'll probably go over easier in private schools, because people will say you'll build your own schools and teach what you want. It shouldn't be in the public schools. I think that's where Florida's probably going to go.
You know
That's
what?
the direction probably
Yeah,
Florida's
yeah.
going to go.
You know what? Because like when we was talking about earlier, how the Jewish people have their schools and Koreans got their school. I've seen a Korean school too when I was
Yeah.
in the suburbs of Chicago. I was like, Koreans got a school? I was like, I saw it because I couldn't. I like when you only know about what's going on within the inner cities and everything, you don't know how people are operating outside in the suburbs. So when you see certain things, you're like, I was wondering where did the Korean population live at, man. I ain't never ran across none of them. But yeah, I see where
you'll have a better chance of that, because I don't think the lawmakers are not going to probably let you do that unless you have a Black mayor, black governor, Black everything.
Mhm.
Then I could see that. But other than that, nah. Private school, yeah, you would have a better chance. And that would probably go to colleges as well, right? You would have to go to a private college instead of the public schools. You would have to go to public schools, private college, and stuff like that.
And I wanted to read Blood Moon's comment, because Blood Moon said if they're born and raised here, they already know. And I can say most don't care. People are more concerned with their own lives and experience. And that's true, Blood Moon. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. A lot of people are.
Yeah, but if they know,
not just that. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Roy Chess. Not just that, but a lot of people. You have to be into this, because it's even people within my community that don't know history, anything like that. Me and Ramon have talked about this. Ramon reads history a lot, and Ramon knows a lot of information about certain things, and I read it as well, because you can't understand how things came to be if you don't really know the history. Just like with the Spanish Empire, I remember asking Ramon, or speaking with Ramon, I was like, I never understood how the Spanish went broke when they had all of this land. Like, because they had so much land, and to me, to the naked eye, it seems like to me they had more land than the British Empire, because you throw in the island of Hispaniola, you throw in the island of Borican, you throw in Cuba, you throw in
Central America, because at first they started in the Caribbean, but little by little they started migrating towards what is now Mexico and Central America, and they started leaving the islands behind.
Yeah, well, I read that like even when Hernan Cortez made his way into Mexico, a lot of them didn't want to leave Cuba. They didn't want to, because they had made a home in Cuba, and when he started getting into, the rough lands of Aztec land and everything like that, some people wanted to give up. They were like, look, man, we're gonna have to figure out a way. We're gonna have to get him out the way, because we need to go back to the island, because I'm not trying to be out here. And because they were, we can only imagine it wasn't cultivated land then. So you're talking about jungle areas, different things like that, rough terrain. But he heard that they had gold there, so he was with it. So it's like you said, it was a lot of they had to make their way through different areas and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that in the following centuries they did kind of fumble the bag because I mean my take on it, I don't have this confirmed, but my take on it is that when they were getting all of the riches from the Americas, and a lot of it had to go to the Vatican because Spain is kind of like a satellite state in Catholicism, so they have to pay a lot of tribute to the Vatican. I mean, the Vatican is where a lot of that wealth is right now. A lot of what they extracted from the Americas, not all of it ended up in Spain. And in Spain today, economically, they're not doing that great. I mean, they are part of NATO, and they use the euro, but the thing is that in some countries they're using a currency that is the same for certain countries that are more stable economically than others. And the Spain is one of the ones that are not really doing that great. I mean, look at it, what happened in the 19th century. I mean, well, the empire was kind of winding down, and look at how easily the United States took over many of the territories that were supposed to be part of Spain. I mean, when they coordinated their efforts, and when they wanted to take over the Caribbean and the Philippines, they pulled the trigger on that, and they didn't have much of opposition. They were not ready. They didn't. I mean, it was an embarrassment. The Spaniards got embarrassed. I mean, it wasn't much of a conflict back in 1898, but that was because they didn't do well. They extracted riches out of out of our lands, and little by little, um, our ancestors in Latin America, they started rebelling against Spain and wanted to get their independence from Spain little by little in the latter centuries, culminating with what happened in 1998. I mean, when the United States went to war against Spain, it wasn't much of a war. That only lasted like a few days or something like that, because they were completely outmatched, outgunned, and they had to do the whole thing in Paris, where the Spaniards when Spain had to agree to yield the territories, including my island and Cuba and the Philippines and what is now American Samoa and Guam and a couple of other places in addition to that. But that was because the Spain, they got bitch slapped. It was unfortunate because I mean they colonized, but they didn't do good on their territories.
But
Yeah,
if you look, if you let me interject for a little bit, like to piggyback from what Ramon is saying, that's basically what I've been saying in the comment section. Like, if you allow, I have to side with African Americans on this, because I've seen how this plays out.
Denise, I'm getting static shock from your mic.
Because I'm on my
Yeah,
phone. I'm on my
yeah,
phone.
chica, is very staticky. Yeah.
But so you guys cannot hear me like clearly, or you guys can hear me like clack clack clack.
Well, we can understand. We can understand. It's just that
Oh,
it's
I'm gonna be brief.
sometimes
I'm gonna
static
try to be
sound.
brief and
No,
step out.
no. It's all good. I'm gonna try to
Okay.
tune. I'm gonna try to tune the radio to the right station. Hold on.
Yeah.
So look,
It's
I
that
have
AM
to
radio.
I have to agree with African Americans on this, because look, you have people that their whole ancestries was annihilated by Spain. You have them today worshiping Spain because Spain rewrote our history, and with that rewrote our identity. And I think there's a lot of stuff that we don't talk about enough, which is like white hate. Why does it exist? And a lot of people just want it to disappear. I want us to walk away from white hate as well, but I think that white folks have to work on that. They have a horrendous image. After Hitler, their image got even more trash as imperialistic MFers. Have they done any repairing? No, they have doubled down on this image that we all have about them. So they have to work on that. And I don't think this is the way. The way they're doing it now is by erasure. And that's one of the most imperialistic things you can do. If they really want the country to get along with each other, how about you teach history completely how it was, right? And you let children decide, hey, this is what we're going to collectively think, because it's coming off as if Caucasians just don't want their own kids to come home and question grandpa. Hey, grandpa, why you did these things? Why you thought this way? Like, that's how it's coming off, at least from my point of view. They don't want their kids to come home and question why they think they're superior, why they hate Black people, why they justify their hatred, and the things that they did. And if they want actual peace, that is the easiest route, by the way. Just let it play out and let kids just say, hey, let's get along with each other. We're not going to perpetuate hatred, because we talk a lot about how victimization on the Black community is stopped by Black people, but we don't talk enough about how Black racism or racism towards Black people is taught by white people to their kids. You have 9-year-old white kids already hating and using the N-word with a strong R. And that's taught by their parents. So if you, on top of that, erase the actual history because it doesn't paint you in a nice light, I don't think you're going to have a more united country. What you're going to create is civil war. That's not very bright. And like I said, like the whole, look at how even what Ramon was saying about like the whole island of Puerto Rico, we need to know. And a lot of our kids in PR, Ramon, you correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of our kids in PR do not know that Puerto Rico in 1837 was already making himself autonomous because the Spanish Empire was collapsing and it was time to release the colonies to be independent. But according to colonial laws, they could not do that without establishing currency and a constitution. So we were already in the making. The Puerto Rican peso existed, our constitution existed, and they decided to betray us, which goes against colonial laws. But because those things were erased from our history, none of us knows that we're actually free people. That's just how it is. So yeah, I will forever side with Black Americans on this. You kind of
Here's another thing too, Denise. As far as white hate, it's not white hate that Black Americans have, or like at least it's white distrust. And then that's the thing, because you have to observe of the history. And anytime that people have been like able to get over mistreat Black people or screw them over with resources, they have in every aspect of business and every aspect of whether it be from laws to like to housing to, like I said, business, careers, jobs, anything that you can think of. They like, these are the type of people that will pretty much step over you or step on you to, you know, do anything that they possibly can to get ahead and get an advantage. And a lot of the times too, these people have taught that they are the superior people in history when they've had to have systems put in place to make sure that they've had an advantage. The perfect example is, let's talk about eugenics. The reason why Hitler allowed Jesse Owens to race in Germany is because he wanted to prove that Black people was inferior to white people as far as when it came to athletic ability and different things like this, because he brainwashed people through history, Roy Chess, through history, or like a false sense of history, as well as media, cartoons, and propaganda, into believing that the German race was the the Aryan race was the superior race until Jesse Owens smoked all of them in that race, and Hitler was pissed about that.
Yeah,
That's
and you know what's crazy, Rakim? It's crazy that till this day a lot of people talk about the Jewish genocide being the biggest genocide in history that propelled the whole world to go to war. But let's just keep it real. The biggest genocide was the indigenous uh, genocide in the West, killing 72 million indigenous people. There's no other bigger genocide in history than that. But because it was erased by the Spanish Empire, nobody fights about that. Another thing, this whole history erasure is not new. We know by when the Spartans, as much as we have to go all the way back there, what Xerxes threatened Leonidas with. I'm going to erase you from history as if Sparta never happened. That was the threat that made them go even harder at the Persians, because that's what was at play, their own existence in history. So how can you ask black folks to just sit this one out? Hell no.
No, I was saying that the adults should learn it, not the kids. That's the only point. I agree with
No,
you.
kids have to learn it. I'm so sorry. Why are we so scared to just, without any type of prejudice? I believe that we should allow kids to decide. Why are we so scared to allow children to learn what happened in this country without any bias and let them decide what's correct? Oh, we're scared because we know for a fact that they're going to think what every single one of us think, that white folks overextended their power, that they built a lot of the civilizations in the backs of exploiting the lives of people of color, especially black people in America. So what's going to happen is that they're going to feel a ginormous amount of guilt and shame to
Yeah,
come
and they're
from
gonna,
that lineage. So they don't want, white folks don't want that.
of
Let's
course
just keep
not.
it at 100. Exactly. So that's what they don't want. They're justifying like, oh, like we don't want to teach hate. No, you are teaching hate. The only way to avoid having to teach hate is if you take the parents, which are already biased, off the equation and just teach history the way it was and let the kid have critical thinking and decide.
Okay, so what about their complaint now that you're discriminating against them?
how
No,
we
but that's not
discriminated against them, Roy
discrimination because
Chess.
those are
Wait,
very
hold
two
up, hold
things.
up.
They were
How
used
can
for
we discriminate?
centuries.
See, that's the thing. Like a lot of the times, Roy Chess and Tom Likens, you may be right about that. I'm not the. I don't recall reading that, but I think you may absolutely be correct. You might be correct on that because my history is not up to par when it comes to that. I do remember reading that segment though, but I haven't gone into detail into Hitler in 1930s Germany. He said, Tom Likens said, Rakim, did you know African Americans was treated better in 19 Germany than in the United States? No, I did not. The only thing I've not learned about black people in Germany was the Rhineland Bastards, who was biracial, mostly of black soldiers who either came from the United States or I forgot somewhere else who had children with German women, and they were mistreated and sterilized in Germany. They were called the Rhineland Bastards. So that's the only thing I know. I didn't know a lot about Black Americans' experiences in the 1930s in Germany, which I will read that and brush up on that particular history. But yeah, I mean, like I agree 100%. And the only reason for saying that is to say, oh, because we're going to teach hate. No, it's not going to teach hate, and a lot of that is projection because historically you've taught hate to other
Right.
people as far as
But the facts line in. Everybody would agree with the facts, right? We're not disputing the facts. The facts are very clear that the whites abused everybody pretty much, and you're telling their kids to ask the grandparents and all that. There's no answer for that. We already know that. But what the whites are going to do is say that now you're discriminating against them, which they've already had that.
they're already saying that is what they're already saying that right now, even though
they've
it's no
already
way
been
for
they've
black
already
people
been saying that for a long
to
time.
discriminate. There's no way for black people to discriminate because
No,
we
what they're saying is that there are more non-white people in this country than there are whites. So
well,
because of that, you're going to get the jobs that they may want, which is really not true. They don't want the Burger King jobs. They don't want the toilet cleaning jobs. They want the executive jobs.
But Royces, that goes back to what we're trying to explain here. It's like, how do you have a group of lazy Caucasians? Because we know that the reason why they enslave others is because they're also lazy and mismanage wealth. Like, that's heavily documented throughout history. Because, like Ramon just told you, look at what happened with the Spanish Empire. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't we just reach an agreement to expand our debt ceiling because we were going to default for the first time in history? Caucasians have always been known to mismanage money. Just because you give them more money, that don't make them more competent. Now, one thing I would say is that we have more non-white folks in the white empire because they needed more people to do their jobs for them. They needed to exploit more people in order for them to satisfy their greed. So unfortunately, yes, that is the reality. And it's not that we're discriminating against white people. It's just factually, they keep inserting knives in the bodies of non-white people. So this is a reaction. This is not the cause. There's a cause there's a cause and effect. And I think white discrimination or white prejudice is an effect on all the nasty things that have caused it. It's not the other way around, like whites are trying to make it sound like they're the victims in here. Fuck no.
Well,
I'm sorry to use profanity, but no.
I'm not making excuses. I'm not making excuses. I'm not making excuses. I'm just bringing a talking point they've been using, right?
Like for instance, we've seen this especially with the mother on in the DR in the Dominican Republic who didn't want her daughter playing with the white doll, which is something that is not exclusive to the DR. That is everywhere, anywhere where it's been colonization and anywhere where history has been taught and things that are promoted within society that teaches children. And we're gonna play a small clip of that. So let's get to it real quick.
I'm gonna step out because my battery is being shut up. I just wanted to make those comments so to contribute to the combo. So I'm gonna step out, but I'll be watching.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Okay. Bye, guys.
Okay.
Bye. Which doll is the black doll? And which one is the white doll? Which doll is the pretty doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the bad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? And which doll is the bad doll? And why is that doll pretty?
Because he's white and he has 2 eyes.
Which doll is the ugly doll? Why is that doll ugly?
Because he's black.
Which doll looks most like you?
Like me.
Yeah, which one looks like you?
And that one.
Okay.
That doll.
So yeah, man. So what you're saying, Roy Chess, like, so when it comes to situations like that, that's what's being taught to kids. So where are kids getting that idea?
Well, I don't think it's the school particularly. I think it's human beings outside or around them that are giving them the extra. Because there's nowhere in the books that those questions appear, like the whites are the better ones, and that doesn't exist in the textbooks, literally, right? So you're getting it outside of the textbook. So you're getting it from peers, most likely, that the whites are better. I mean, in the intellectual spaces in colleges, I do know that it has been academically written in those spaces that the whites were intellectually superior and the blacks would be physically superior because that's what they were breeded for. So there have been numerous papers that Black educators have quoted and used on their own academic papers to prove that PhDs in the intellect of certain fields have produced papers in anthropology, philosophy, biology, et cetera, in those in number of fields that they've proven scientifically, at least, that blacks were intellectually inferior. And of course, that would be true if they're not being educated the same. So it's not really a conclusive proof. But if you're already discriminating against them, you can't say that they're your intellectual equal because you're discriminating against them.
Yeah, and it's been proven, especially within the colleges, the level of racism that's in the curriculum and different things like that, especially when you're talking about a lot of these professors and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's pretty much that's accurate. When Tom like he says that there was racism in Europe, but it wasn't like the United States. A lot of African American soldiers in World War II stayed in England and France after World War II. That is absolutely correct, Tom. You're absolutely right. That part I am definitely aware of. And it was even at one point where different United States officials was telling, the government in France, don't treat these niggas like they equal, because if they come back to the United States, we're going to have to deal with that. So you're absolutely correct. That is absolutely right. It's messed up that children already think like this. Yeah, this is how like that is a reaction to prejudice, to racism, the way that things are established. They don't, like I said, not just with the grandma in the DR, but anytime with colonization and you're taught that it creates a self-hatred. It creates a subconscious self-hatred to the point that certain people think of themselves as inferior because of that, especially if they're not taught anything to counteract that. That's the way that brainwashing ensues. And I forgot the name of this book, but I got to get this book, man. There's a book that talked about at a certain point you had a lot of small hats or Israeli people that suffered from self-hatred in the United States based off of the discrimination against Israeli people, and even a lot of Israeli people that changed their names in Hollywood to be able to pass through Hollywood, so people wouldn't know that they were Israeli. So, yeah.
But whoa. But at what time are you talking about? Because it is the small hats that run the studios. How can be?
Yeah, this was,
can there be discrimination against
no,
Israeli or small
this was
hat?
like in the 19. This was before they took over Hollywood. This was like in the 1920s and different things like that. This wasn't prior to them becoming.
Yeah, but at that time, I understand that there was already a studio like Metro Goldwyn Mayer. I mean, look at those names: Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Oh,
Right.
you got a point. You got a point.
That's cap, because
Yeah,
there's a lot of white people that don't want to admit that they're Jewish, right? They would say that they're Catholic, but they have
but
they
that's
have Jewish heritage.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like like I don't know the name. I forgot the name of the exact book, but I read about this book that at one particular point they had a lot of self-hatred due to the discrimination of the Jewish people. And I do know that they for a fact did hide their names on being Jewish to be
Right.
able to
Well, they did that in Germany too. They hid their names in Germany. They were doing that to escape judgment. They were Jews that were not German. They would just take a German name. But the chances, especially nowadays, of you being white with zero Jewish heritage is like close to zero.
I doubt that.
Hitler himself was Jewish. Like, what are you talking about? The Jews are so many, he couldn't kill them all.
Yeah, the Hitler himself, at least he had
was
he had like a Jewish parent.
Yes, there were so many, he couldn't even kill them all. And he's Jewish himself. That tells you how many there are. There's no way you could be white with zero heritage of Jewish. It's
What about
almost impossible.
or the English or the
They have
Polish.
to be they're Polish, especially, or Jewish. That's one of the places he went. One of the
Yeah,
places.
yeah, you're right. You're right about that. You're right about that.
Yeah, but the whole thing with the if you look into it, that whole thing about discrimination against the small hats in Europe, that wasn't a new thing. That's something that had already been
No, no,
going on
that
for
was
almost
no. It's
2,000
talking
years.
about. It was talking about the discrimination against them here in the United States.
Yeah, but that was because of
That's
the
what I
Hitler
was talking
thing,
about.
right? That was because of the Hitler
No,
thing.
prior to that, because there was even areas. For instance, I'll take Garfield Park. Uh, Garfield Park is a neighborhood that was located on the west side of Chicago, where Jewish people lived with black people because of the discrimination that they experienced in the city of Chicago, and a lot of them got along with black people very well until it got to the point where they were able to get better housing, and a lot of them left the Garfield Park area. And once they left, then the area mostly just became all black. It's a West Side neighborhood, but they were discriminated against in different housing, especially in the I believe was that the 30s or the 40s or somewhere around there.
Yeah, but how did they get the better circumstances all of a sudden?
Well, I don't know all of the information, but we know that it was something where they were able to get access to better housing. I just don't know the details, so I don't
And
want
there's a
to
reason.
know.
There's a
Yeah,
reason.
it's definitely a reason. It's definitely a reason. We was left in the ghetto, but it's all good. we,
But I found out.
we
I
was,
found
we
out
was
that
left there.
Hitler had a nephew that ran for governor in New York, but nobody knew it because he changed his name. And then, like, it took years for them to figure out that he changed his name, and then it blew up on him. I guess that's why he lost. I forgot his name, but I would have to look it up again.
Yeah,
But
that scared the hell out of me too. Like, yeah, man, you
a lot of
a dog.
Hitler's relatives that did make it out before he got killed and whatever, they came to New York and they all changed their names. So I want to say Nelson was the name, but I'm not sure. But I know that I would have to look it up. Like, his nephew made the news because he was Hitler's nephew, and nobody knew it until somebody blew the whistle on him. So somebody ratted him out. He probably would have won if that didn't come out.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, that's crazy. So, but yeah, guys, of course, it's been a great stream. I think we covered a lot of, various topics. And you know what? I just feel like, I feel like playing this song, man. I'm gonna play one last song and then I want to get everybody's final words, or unless you want to give your final thoughts before I do.
I'll do that. I'll do that because I do have to step out.
Okay.
So I do want to say, Rakim, I appreciate you letting me be on your panel. I know that I came in kind of late, but I was busy with something else. But hey, I mean, I look forward to the next one. I know that your lives you do cover on different things. I didn't get to say anything about what I thought about the whole Lizzo situation, but we can talk about it
Oh, you know
some
what?
other
Go ahead, and say that right now. Go ahead and say that right now, Ramon, before you bounce.
No, but really quick.
Go right
Girl,
ahead.
girl is just trying to get attention now. I mean, she's being stubborn because she knows exactly what it is that she needs to do, and it will only be nothing but beneficial to her if she were to take care of something. But talking about that she's gonna be quitting music, nah, she's not gonna do that. I remember, I think it was Cesar that said something about that she was gonna quit music, and she's still recording. She's still performing and things like that. I don't think she's gonna be going anywhere. She's saying that to get attention instead of kind of like using a little bit of common sense and and saying, "Look, being this big is not healthy." I mean, because she's young, she can still perform and do whatever on stage, but that's gonna take a toll. It takes a toll. She should take example from somebody like Adele, because Adele, another performer, another singer, and what did she do? She
And
trimmed down because she did it for. I don't find it attractive either way. I don't find her attractive, but
I
she
said
did that
the
for
same thing
herself.
because she's not a bad looking woman, but she is morbidly obese. She's morbidly obese, man.
Not anymore. She lost weight.
No, I'm not talking about Adele. I'm talking about Lizzo.
Yeah,
And
Lizzo lost weight. Lizzo lost weight.
you're gonna have to. But see, another thing too, I didn't factor in Ramon, because the way that you gain your audience is how you keep them. And she gained her audience, with a lot of these women that are also heavy set women, through fake confidence and be proud to be big and twerk and all of that. And some of these women don't want her to change. Some of them are holding her to that. So even when they see her drinking, green juice from the juice bar and eating healthy, they're like, what the hell is this about? What's all
Well,
this?
but that's the thing. But it's her health that should come first.
Yeah, that should come first, and she'll have to give up that.
Not somebody else's opinion. I mean, if they're gonna be talking about that, they're not gonna be following her music because she's doing something that is actually good for her. What kind of fans are them?
Yeah.
What kind of fans are they? They don't need fans like that. They need fans that are gonna be supportive of a decision that is gonna lead to her being in a better situation health wise.
Right.
I just don't think that doesn't make a lot of sense, because I don't think Adele has lost fan base. People are still gonna be following her and still gonna listen to her music, and I'm sure that they were supportive about the changes that she made, because it's gonna be to her benefit. Why can't Lizzo do the same? I mean, why is it? I don't know. I don't get it, because I don't think with Jennifer Hudson, when she trimmed down, I don't think people stopped listening to her. She's still working. She's still doing her thing.
Yeah, but Jennifer Hudson didn't make her career off of being big, though. She was just mostly about the music, and so she was more
No, because at first she was kind of talking about that she had pride. She had pride of being a little bit of a thickness, but she was never really that big.
No.
But Lisa needs to do something, because it's gonna take a toll on her. I mean, it's about the health. It's not even about looking good, even though she is cute. She's cute right now, but she will look better, and she will get a different sort of confidence. It will be a different, a real confidence from real results out of her doing real work to improve herself. She can get real confidence out of it. That's how I see it.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah. But I wanted to add that out, and so I'm gonna be stepping out. So I appreciate you letting me on the panel. Shout out to Roy Chess. Shout out to the chat, and you guys have a good one. I'm stepping out now.
You too. Have a good one.
Hey man,
You
shout out
too,
to you,
guys.
Ramon. Shout out to my boy Ramon, man. Everybody go check out Ramon's channel, The Introvert Boricua.
Yeah. So can I give my closing statement also?
Oh yeah. You go right ahead. Go right ahead, Roy Chess.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on the platform. This was a good topic. Maybe need to do a part 2 or some parts of it. I guess you could.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to prepare a little bit better, man, because I ain't gonna lie. Like, I was rushing to get home because I went grocery shopping and trying to low key eat and everything like that. Because I kind of thought about not doing it for a minute, but I already set the time up and everything. So I'm very critical of my life. So I might leave this up. I might delete it. It depends. But I got to do a better job and learn how to work this damn StreamYard, man, so I can have a little bit more bravado with it. But yeah, go right ahead.
Right. So, yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff. The Fresh and Fit. I think that I don't want to be mean or anything, but they're what some people would call tethers, right? I don't think either one of them is FBA. I'm not sure, but to me, they don't seem to be FBA. So for them to talk about black issues is kind of difficult for African Americans, the FBA ones, to hear them speak if they're not of that group. So they could generalize certain things, but again, to me, they're tethers to me, and that they are going by immigrant stereotypes that most immigrants have. Because what did he talk about? Education. They're ugly. They're lazy. They're poor. They're broke. Stuff that every immigrant talks about. So that tells me that they're not FBA. That's just me. They may have other points on relationships that may be worthy, but I've heard mixed results with that. Some of the things they say are kind of out there. So I think they're considered manosphere, as a matter of fact, right? Aren't they manosphere?
Yeah, they manosphere. Well, I guess they consider, yeah.
Yeah, so that's considered somewhat extreme on some of their talking points. So I think they're going to lose people there. There's a certain audience that will go there, and then other people are just going to be like, oh, they're the manosphere guys. They're going to leave them alone. What was the other topic? Miss Jacky Oh, man, that's unfortunate. I mean, me personally, the first thing I'm thinking, like, it had to be a business decision. That's not a good thing, but to me, that if you were in a relationship with her, you would tell her she doesn't need to do it, right? So that's a little confusing to me that she's in a relationship with a guy who's making money. I don't know if he's making more or equal to what she's doing pretty well with this guy, right? They seem to get along. Why would you do that? Unless he himself is asking.
I think you said it yourself first. It was a business decision because now everything is about social media. So now everything is about keeping up the way you look for social media. If you need a breast augmentation and showing off that blouse, they got a low cut, to show your breasts all perky and different things like that, or your tummy tuck and all of that. But it's unfortunate, man. It's unfortunate.
But still, that still blows my mind, because if she's a married woman, would she still be doing that? Like, because the husband would be like, yo, what are you doing? You're a married woman. What are you doing for these guys? You can't be doing this for the guys, because that's what it is, right? So at the end of the day, you're not doing it for the women. You're doing it for the guys to get more attention. So that seems contradictory, that if you're with your husband, how are you doing it for the guy? Like, what are you saying about me? You know what I mean? If I'm the husband, right? So you're like, it's almost low key disrespectful if you tell her not to do it. So that's a tough call, but it's unfortunate for the money. I think it's for the money. Lizzo is a different topic. I thought she lost weight. So unless she gained it back, is that what happened? Because she was in the news a while ago because she lost weight. Now I think this is after the fact that she was twerking.
She's tired of the fat phobic comments and different things like that. But if you got real confidence about your weight and everything, and that stuff don't really bother you too much. But the thing is, you don't. A lot of it is a front, and for a fact that you too big and everything. But you have you've gathered this audience of people that feel the same way. They don't want to change their eating habits, or they don't want to lose weight for health reasons or to make themselves look better. They just want to, remain the same. And when you built the audience off of people like that with the twerking and I know I look good, fat, and all of this other stuff, that's your core audience. So if you feel like, if they feel like that you selling out, that's going to affect your money, and that's going to affect your money.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I was thinking about that. That is a good point, because if I guess the concept here would be, you have to accept me as an artist for whoever I am, whether I'm 300 pounds, 1,000 pounds, 180 pounds, my weight shouldn't make a difference. So I think that's what I think you and Ramon were just hitting on with Adele. Like she was just on pure talent. Lizzo should have went the same way. It should just be pure talent.
Yeah.
So now that it seems inconsistent that you have to accept me for who I am, being a big girl, and now I'm losing weight. So that means it's kind of inconsistent with
Yeah,
you.
and they kind of giving you the side eye a little bit.
Yeah, so you're inconsistent because which one is it? Is it the talent that we're supposed to go for, or is it the image of whatever you are?
Right.
Accept you for who you are, no matter what your weight, no matter what your skin color, whether you have blonde hair, blue eyes, or whatever. You should accept me for who I am. So it's kind of inconsistent to do both. Change and then say, "Love me for who I am." So I don't know that's puzzling. Now the final topic was Megan, right? That one she could have avoided it. I would have to blame the money and the fame because I don't know if she would. If you took that away, would she be doing that? I think that people would make. I mean, me personally, I think that money changes people and put people in the right circles. Those people were kind of Hollywood and the limelight will force you to change also to, I guess, maybe get dirt on you. And that seems to be happening to almost all of them, right? That's a common thing. It's not like if I did the same thing, it wouldn't make the news. Like they get you to do. It's sort of like undercover cops are made to do stupid stuff, illegal things, just to prove you're not a cop, type of thing.
Yeah.
Like, you got to, in order to be down with us, you got to do something stupid so that we can record it. So in case you go left, we can bring it up again. So it's like kind of messed up.
But just to prove that you ain't a cop, man. You prove that you really with us, so we can know. So
Yeah, but those are the same people that are gonna bring it up and use it against you.
yeah,
So it's really cutthroat. Like I don't know if she would have done those things. I don't think it would have went down the same way. That would have went down differently, even if she were to do it. I think it would she wouldn't have got shot. I mean, that's the messed up part.
The thing is with that whole situation is it's a sad situation where she got shot or whatever, but for the most part, like Megan was out here thotting it up, man, and she was, and that dude stood by her throughout all of this, and even though he was embarrassed and he did a dumb decision and got feminist tattooed on him to show support for her, and I don't know who broke up with each other, but I just know like for him to be left in the wind.
You have to break up with her after that, though. Like after that comes out in the
I mean,
courtroom.
yeah,
it's like,
most people would have broke up then. Like, oh, I can't be with you. You out here.
I didn't know what was the time. What was the time frame he broke up with? Like 3-4 months later, 6 months later, a year later. What was the time frame?
Recently, it was recently, like right now.
Oh, just now. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And when did the shooting happen? Like a year ago?
I think so.
It had to be at least a year ago, right? Like it actually went down. The court thing just happened this year.
Yeah.
So, oh man, so yeah, that's bad for him. Like that's an immediate breakup, like the next day or the next week at most.
Yeah, and then like our friend Kelsey, she was Kelsey apparently was with Tory Lanez first, and then Megan started messing around with the dude. So Megan is messy.
No, but it was revealed that it was 3 dudes, not just Tory. You know that, right?
No. I mean, she's known to be sleeping with multiple men, but she's messy, man, and that's what got her in this predicament. But
I didn't know that. I didn't know that until this court case because they mentioned 3 guys' names.
Yeah, the baby was one of them.
Yeah, the baby was one of them, and then I don't know if he was a producer or something. One of her entourage, I think, was one of them also. So it was Tory, the baby, and then this other dude. I don't remember his name, but like damn, I didn't know she was down like that before this. If she was getting down like that before this, then that again would bring more heat onto her. So, I don't know if she was pressured or something, man. That fame changes people. That's the life.
Well, it's consequences that come with that, man. Once your image is out there messed up, people are going to judge based off of that. So, but hey, man, it's getting late.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Man, you welcome anytime, Roy Chess. You can come on my platform anytime, man. I appreciate it. You definitely keep the lives going. So you're welcome at any time, man.
Thank you.
Shout out to you, Roy Chess. I'm going to play, you can stick around if you want. I'm going to play the last song to actually close out my live, man. And we're going to play a little bit of FBA music, which is which is hip hop, which is one of my favorite songs that I grew up on. And shout out to the OG in the game, man. This is DOC, The Formula.
High energy, full with the wisdom. Since I'm a rich man, knowledge in the rhythm. This is what I'm using to come up with a style. So I'll interact all together better with the crowd. Nervous for a second and the record starts spinning. And I fall into the state of mind of what I've just created. Pumping like the doctor, the into the RE suckers ready to leap up on the tip when we made it. Created so I'll never be regarded as a regular. More than just a little bit better than my competitor. You should never underestimate the fashion. I hope for the stage, whether I'm cooling or thrashing. Cracking the concoction created by me. When read, you read E equals a D-O to the C. Knowledge and the talent that my mother had born to her equals an artist I won't be born. What is that, Dre?
It's the formula.
It's like a message that only I can understand. But those who want to comprehend will again be in the midst of the brother. Unlike another in any way, cause Trey don't play. Say what the others say. Originality is a must. Whenever I bust, the funky composition is crushed. And I trust that you know it when you hear a funky record with potential. Be getting hyped, but straight rocking the instrumental. Nothing like what you've heard before and more, nevertheless. See, I don't fess. I mean, I'm like fresh, if not the freshest. When I'm expressing my thoughts on, money you can help but listen up and get caught on. Because I cook when I pick up a pen and begin in the end, it's dope. That's cause I wanna win. Knowledge and the talent that my mother had born to her equals a duck. What is it, Dre?
Yo, man, that's the formula.
Keeping it dope as long as I can like imagine. Making each record that I do better than the last one. Take a little time, choose the topic and drop it, release it. The science of making dope beats with rhythmic American poetry. Shifted the stations, now many people know of me. I'm the D into the O and the O into the C and the C into the period. Suckers are fearing this when heard the dope style calculated by the great. Waiting till just a second to get caught up in my record. Knew it, not a kid to be born. If something's getting torn up, then I'm doing the tearing, not being torn. Shaping up to be one of the top vocalists, lyricists, and when you hear of this shit, you choke on this knowledge and the talent. Makes it valid for me to get it patent. Trey, tell them what I'm rapping.
The formula.
In effect, then I'm smooth. That's why I'm on the incline. Suckers frontin' for nothing, cause I'm gonna get mine. It's in the cards, and I think I might have read this. So don't lie and try to front like someone said this. Most do no thoughts served by the doc. See that it's a mission impossible trying to rock me. For an arena, who that's me to perform for Jacky Oh, and easily I flow when you know using a formula.
Yeah, shout out to everybody. Thank y'all for stopping through on my channel. That was my closing song, the DOC, The Formula, you know, straight off of Ruthless Records, NWA back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate everybody for being here. You know, like I said, I may keep this live up. I may not. It depends. As I really wish I would have kind of prepared a little bit more, especially for the beginning. But, you know, it is what it is. But shout out to everybody for stopping through and joining. I appreciate everybody being here, rocking with me. I see I still got 5 people that's listening. Really thank y'all for coming through and rocking with your boy, man. So shout out to y'all. And once again, peace to everybody.
Peace.